I humbly dedicate this work to all of humanity, a sovereign engine for human civilization. A great reset begets a greater awakening. Preface. Perfection eludes humanity, and thus perfection in any human-made system is unattainable. Recognizing this fundamental truth, one must acknowledge the inherent limitations embedded within any economic architecture. The historical pendulum inevitably swings from fiat currency to hard money, from boom to bust, driven by the human desires for short-term liquidity, power, and growth. Such temporary advantages carry a heavy cost, akin to a Faustian pact, offering immediate prosperity at the expense of future stability and trust. This codex provides a framework for igniting the engine of civilization through honest and verifiable currency. Yet how a civilization evolves, thrives, or declines after this ignition remains entirely in its own hands. Perhaps the highest wisdom lies not in rigid adherence to a single monetary philosophy, but rather in mastering the delicate cycle between fiat and hard money, carefully balancing them in a way that minimizes human suffering and economic pain. To that end, the Monetary Bill of Rights, the commandments, and the critiques contained herein are more than philosophical or structural tools. They are safeguards. They serve as attempts to break, or at least delay, the destructive rhythm of the monetary pendulum. They are written in defense of continuity, trust, and restraint, principles easily lost when economies drift towards centralized control and abstract valuation. If properly honored, these tenets may forestall collapse and preserve dignity through the stewardship of value. This work is not an endorsement, nor a condemnation of any economic ism born of the ideological fervor of the 20th century. Capitalism, communism, socialism, each emerged in a world where the state and money were deeply entangled. This codex seeks to transcend that paradigm. It offers not a revision of old models, but a new position altogether, one that places sovereignty before system and calls for the complete uncoupling of money from government control. Only when the instrument of exchange is no longer subject to manipulation, coercion, or confiscation by the state can a truly free society begin to emerge. My personal journey to understanding money spanned over 3 decades, shaped profoundly by life within a distorted fiat system. Money, I learned, is not mere currency or physical wealth. It is the alchemy of human energy, the lifeblood facilitating complex exchanges within civilization. Money is the sacred conduit of trust and cooperation, enabling communities and individuals to interact meaningfully. When speaking of the sacred nature of money, we must also mention the sanctity of labor. We live in an era increasingly defined by artificial intelligence, mechanized labor, and algorithmic efficiency. Some envision a zero-cost economy where abundance flows freely and scarcity becomes obsolete. While alluring, this vision contains a hidden cost. In replacing human labor with automation, we risk replacing value with velocity and purpose with production. Fiat currency already detached money from substance. Automation now threatens to detach labor from meaning. The result is a hollow economy, rich in output, yet poor in soul. In such a world, a person becomes economically irrelevant unless they can outproduce the machine. This is the silent violence of a system that prizes efficiency over essence. A person's contribution is measured not in creativity, wisdom, or care, but in whether they can serve the momentum of an economy increasingly governed by abstraction. The deeper we fall into this model, the more we risk dehumanizing labor, and with it, ourselves. Yet money alone is not true wealth. Wealth transcends the material, residing profoundly within the spiritual realm. A healthy man with no coin, but peace in his mind and purpose in his actions, is not poor. He is rich in ways no ledger can measure. A joyful heart, a loving family, a life of service, or creative fire, these constitute a form of wealth untouched by scarcity. An individual who leaves behind great works and treasured memories despite poverty achieves a legacy of true abundance. Conversely, the man burdened by vast riches carries immense responsibility. He will ultimately be judged by how wisely and compassionately he utilizes his resources. Money, therefore, shares characteristics with elemental forces, particularly fire. Like fire, money possesses dual natures. It can either illuminate and warm, sustaining life, or devastate and consume if mishandled. The stewardship of money demands respect and humility, recognizing its capacity to both build and destroy. The esoteric tone of this work is intentional. It is not meant to deify money. Indeed, money must never be worshipped, but to restore reverence for what money truly represents. The oaths, rituals, and ceremonial language surrounding the Tri-Metal Standard are symbolic acknowledgments of money's sacred function, to act as the engine of civilization. Gold, silver, and copper, each with their own character and station, form a holy trinity of value, utility, and exchange. In honoring these metals, we honor the relationships, trust, and responsibility that civilization is built upon. May this reflection guide you to honor money as sacred, wield it wisely, and remember always that true wealth exists beyond the physical coin. The Atlantean, seal of authenticity, hash SHA-256 7E4CC 761F0B02389 B2BE62701B15104 B70C09BE9 AF5260E1 BE3D 5E536B5AF13. This seal of authenticity is derived from a secret poem that only the author knows. Hashing this poem with this algorithm validates the author's identity. Due to the nature of man and fiat system, we currently survive under the author wishes to remain anonymous. A note on technological availability and adaptation. The Tri-Metal Codex presents innovative solutions, leveraging advanced technology to achieve monetary transparency, decentralization, and security. However, we recognize these technological tools, such as blockchain ledgers, cryptographic proofs, and digital tokenization, may not be immediately accessible or feasible in the early stages following a significant financial collapse or crisis. In anticipation of such constraints, communities are encouraged to adopt these advanced methods as soon as practical, ensuring a smooth transition to the robust transparency and resilience they provide. Until then, communities should actively develop and rely on simplified, low-tech analogs that embody the spirit and fundamental principles of the advanced technological solutions. Manual ledgers, transparent community governance, regular public auditing, and tangible redemption protocols serve as foundational examples. Ultimately, the strength of the Tri-Metal Standard rests not solely in technological sophistication, but in the unwavering adherence to its core principles: decentralization, transparency, sovereignty, and resilience. These principles remain achievable and effective regardless of the immediate availability of advanced technological resources. Acknowledgements. I extend my gratitude to the economists and monetary theorists whose tireless endeavors have inadvertently gifted us the clearest lessons on precisely what not to repeat. Your contributions, albeit cautionary, remain indispensable. I am equally indebted to my dear friends, both near and far, whose patience, curiosity, and enduring humor continue to give life to my musings and ambitions. You know exactly who you are. The death spiral of fiat. The Great Severing. For over 50 years, civilization has floated on a sea of lies. Debt masquerading as wealth, inflation disguising theft. Fiat currency, paper backed by promises, not metal, has become the lever by which labor is stolen and wars are financed. A house built on false measure will fall with the first storm. A currency built on false promises will collapse with the first breath of truth. Thus, we mark the beginning of the death spiral, the rise and betrayal of fiat. In 1971, the final anchor between paper money and gold was severed. The dollar became a ghost, floating unmoored from any scarcity, any labor, any reality. At first, the world rejoiced. Liquidity surged, profits ballooned, apparent prosperity blossomed. But like a field overfed with fertilizer, the soil of trust was poisoned from within. Governments realized they could spend without end. Banks realized they could create wealth with pen strokes. Citizens realized too late that their labor was being siphoned invisibly. Current conditions, 2025. The U.S. national debt now exceeds $36 trillion. Obligations such as Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare push the real debt well over $120 trillion. The purchasing power of the dollar has declined by 96% since 1913. Housing, food, and fuel costs outpace wage growth. Home ownership slips beyond the reach of entire generations. Student loans, credit debt, and medical costs enslave millions. Global conflict rises, fueled by debt-funded wars and resource manipulations. Institutional trust in banks, governments, and media is crumbling. The mechanisms of decay. Fiat money devalues labor while enriching the issuers. Banking cartels inflate currency and extract wealth via interest and policy. Wars are financed on the backs of unborn generations. And with each cycle of inflation, a civilization forgets its own weight, until collapse reminds it violently, the invisible theft. Inflation is not a mystery. Inflation is not natural. Inflation is theft hidden in complexity. Every printed dollar diminishes the real savings of the worker, the farmer, the craftsman. Collapse is not a sudden storm. It is the slow drowning of memory beneath a rising tide of paper. The road to collapse. Decline in real wages. Hollowing out of local industry. Financialization of real goods into derivative shells. Permanent warfare economies. Cultural atomization through economic despair. The choice before us. We stand now at a fork in the river. Continue deeper into the death spiral of fiat, toward poverty, digital serfdom, and corporate feudalism. Or forge a return to honest weights and measures, gold, silver, copper, the Tri-Metal standard. The choice is stark. The path is ancient. When memory is severed from money, history repeats its worst chapters. Only those who anchor trust in weight will endure the coming flood. The fall of the Roman denarius, 2nd to 3rd century AD. At the height of Rome's power, the silver denarius stood as the economic engine of the empire. Originally minted with around 95% silver, the denarius was trusted across the known world. However, as imperial ambitions grew bloated, funding endless wars, spectacles, and welfare, emperors began secretly decreasing the silver content of the coin. By the mid-3rd century AD, the denarius contained less than 5% silver, mostly cheapened with base metals. Inflation skyrocketed. Soldiers demanded higher and higher wages. Merchants refused imperial coins, demanding barter or foreign currency. Collapse followed. The economy fractured. Trust evaporated. Provinces rebelled. Lesson: when the anchor of money is debased, the ship of empire breaks apart upon unseen rocks. Weimar Germany hyperinflation, 1921 to 1923. After World War I, Germany was saddled with crushing reparations payments. Instead of reform or austerity, the government chose the easier road: print more marks. By 1923, a loaf of bread cost over 200 billion marks. Families carted wheelbarrows of cash to buy groceries. Workers demanded to be paid twice daily before prices changed by evening. The middle class, the heart of German civilization, was annihilated. Savings evaporated overnight. Despair and rage opened the door to extremism and the rise of totalitarianism. Lesson: currency untethered from scarcity becomes a fire that consumes all stability. Modern collapse underway. Decline of the US dollar's purchasing power, 1913 to 2025. Since the creation of the Federal Reserve in 1913, the US dollar has lost approximately 96% of its purchasing power. What $1 bought in 1913 now requires nearly $28 today. Wages have stagnated relative to real inflation for decades. Home ownership, once a pillar of stability, has become unattainable for millions. Meanwhile, trillions are printed and injected into financial markets. Asset prices inflate, while real goods, food, energy, shelter, become less accessible to the worker. The working class is being hollowed out not by conquest, but by silent economic exsanguination. Lesson: collapse today does not roar. It whispers through shrinking paychecks, rising rents, and empty shelves. Zimbabwe hyperinflation, 2007 to 2009. Zimbabwe once had thriving agriculture and a stable currency, but reckless monetary policy and political corruption led to hyperinflation. At its peak, inflation reached 79.6 billion% per month. Prices doubled every 24 hours. Citizens needed wheelbarrows of cash for bread. Currency became toilet paper overnight. Lesson: when money becomes mere paper, starvation writes the final ledger. Argentina's repeated currency crises, 1980s to 2000s. Argentina suffered multiple currency collapses due to continual overprinting, debt accumulation, and political mismanagement. In 1989 alone, prices increased by 5,000%. Savings vanished overnight, families lost homes, and trust eroded permanently. Each currency reset failed because underlying lessons went unlearned. Lesson: a nation that forgets scarcity is condemned to relive collapse until nothing remains to lose. Stability of the British pound sterling, 1821 to 1914. During the classical gold standard era, Britain's pound sterling was strictly backed by gold, promoting unparalleled economic stability. Global trade flourished under consistent currency value. Long-term planning and investment thrived due to predictable, stable money. Britain's disciplined adherence to gold anchored its dominance in global trade and finance. Lesson: a currency anchored in weight builds empires. A currency anchored in whim burns them down. Reflection: Across 2,000 years, the pattern is unbroken. Sever the money from metal. Inflate the ghost currency. Collapse trust. Collapse civilization. The death spiral of fiat is not a new danger. It is the oldest wound of empire, the scar where memory was severed from metal. Each time man trades weight for wish, the empire falls faster. Each time man forgets scarcity, he remembers starvation. The Tri-Metal Standard. Memory, weight, and will. In a world of fleeting promises and digital illusions, the Tri-Metal Standard endures. 3 metals, 3 conduits of value, 3 anchors to reality. When men forget what carries weight, they become weightless. When weightless, they are ruled by winds not their own. Thus we restore gold, silver, and copper, the sacred triumvirate. Gold, legacy and anchors of wealth. Gold does not tarnish. It endures, resisting decay as the body of trust. Purpose, anchor of multi-generational wealth. Medium for high-value treaties, property, and strategic reserves. Characteristics, rare, immutable, recognized across cultures and eras. Gold is not for daily trade. It is the bedrock, the slow pulse beneath the economy's surface. Gold is not spent. Gold is spoken. It is the silent oath of wealth remembered. Silver, velocity and barter foundation. Silver tarnishes not because it is weak, but because it interacts with the world. It remembers touch, trade, and toil. Purpose, the bridge between abundance and preservation. Mid-scale trade, livestock, tools, bulk goods. Characteristics, divisible. Precious, yet accessible. Historically trusted in daily life. Silver is the pulse of the economy, the current that nourishes the branch from the root. Silver tarnishes not because it is weak, but because it remembers every hand it passes through. In that memory, trust endures. Copper, daily liquidity and trust circuitry. Copper is the humble conductor of civilization's breath. It is not rare, but it is vital. Purpose, smallest daily transactions. True liquidity for the common man. Characteristics, common but not valueless, easy to mold and mint. Immediate recognizability. Copper is the nervous system of trade, the wiring of a living economy. In copper flows the voice of the people. A civilization breathes through its copper. Silence the copper, and the people starve in mute betrayal. Why these 3 and no others? Gold is too rare for daily movement, yet too essential to omit. Silver balances, preservation, and circulation. Copper lubricates the everyday workings of society. No fiat, no blockchain, no printed promise can substitute for these ancient metals. Their scarcity, their weight, and their memory cannot be counterfeited. Together, they weave a circuit of trust, stronger than armies, richer than vaults. Gold is the root, silver is the branch, copper is the leaf. Together, they are the tree of civilization. Without one, the tree withers. Without all, it dies. Collapse of the French assignats, 1789 to 1796. In revolutionary France, the government seized lands from the church and issued assignats, paper notes allegedly backed by this confiscated land. At first, they promised stability, but power tempted greed. Politicians printed more assignats without restraint. Soon, the land backing became irrelevant. Prices soared, trust collapsed, markets disintegrated into riots and famine. Lesson: even when paper is draped in the robes of assets, it remains a ghost, if not weighed in hand. Bretton Woods default and the fall of dollar trust, 1971. After World War II, the Bretton Woods system anchored world currencies to the US dollar and the dollar to gold. But decades of military spending, welfare expansion, and deficit indulgence drained American gold reserves. Rather than reform, Nixon cut the last tether in 1971, severing the dollar from gold. The world shifted overnight, from anchored trade to floating illusions. Lesson: when the last chain to memory is cut, the empire does not fall at once, but it begins to rot from the core. The gold dinar of the early Islamic Caliphate, 7th to 10th century. After the Prophet Muhammad's era, the early Islamic caliphates minted the gold dinar and silver dirham with strict purity standards. These coins anchored vast trade routes stretching from Spain to China. Merchants, regardless of religion or nationality, accepted dinars without question because they trusted the weight. Under the Tri-Metal standard, gold, silver, copper, a golden age of knowledge, architecture, and commerce flourished. Lesson: where the coin bears true weight, the caravan crosses deserts and oceans alike, and wisdom rides upon the wind. John Law's Mississippi Bubble, France, 1716 to 1720. In early 18th century France, Scottish economist John Law convinced the French monarchy to adopt paper money, initially backed by claims on the wealth of French colonies. Speculations spiraled out of control, and paper currency vastly exceeded actual assets. When the promised colonial wealth failed to materialize, trust evaporated. The bubble burst spectacularly in 1720, leaving countless investors bankrupt and destabilizing the French economy. Lesson: when promises replace metal, prosperity becomes a ticking clock counting down to ruin. The crisis of 3rd century Rome, 235 to 284 AD. The Roman Empire faced devastating crises due largely to currency debasement. Successive emperors continuously diluted silver content to pay armies and bribe politicians. Inflation soared, destabilizing commerce and everyday life. Merchants refused to accept the worthless coins. Trade collapsed, and political fragmentation increased dramatically. Only extensive economic reforms, including a return to stable coinage under Emperor Diocletian, briefly restored order. Lesson: a coin stripped of weight is a civilization stripped of dignity, ready to fracture. Dutch Republic's silver stability, 16th to 17th century. The Dutch Republic flourished during its golden age by maintaining strict silver coinage standards. The Dutch Leeuwendaalder became an internationally trusted currency. Commerce thrived, bolstered by consistent silver purity and weight. Merchants from Europe, Asia, and the Americas eagerly accepted Dutch coins, fueling trade and cultural exchange. Stability provided by the reliable currency created enduring prosperity, wealth, and global influence. Lesson: when silver carries true weight, ships cross oceans and prosperity bridges continents. Reflection: across epochs and empires, when trade was anchored in gold, silver, and copper, civilizations soared. When trade floated on paper and promises, civilizations crumbled. The Tri-Metal standard is not nostalgia. It is memory weaponized for survival. You cannot build towers of marble on foundations of sand. You cannot build futures of peace on currencies of illusion. Currency as energy, a new ancient understanding. Memory in motion. Before currency was numbers, it was weight. Before it was digits, it was conducted energy. Money is not meant to be imaginary. It is a flow of will from one hand to another, measured in scarcity and effort. Currency is current. Trust is transmission. A civilization that forgets this will short-circuit and burn. Thus, we must restore money not as symbol alone, but as energy in form, the physics of value. Money is not static. It is created, mined, forged, stored, vaulted, hoarded, conducted, traded, gifted. It obeys the same laws as energy itself. Conservation. Value cannot be created from nothing without theft. Flow. It must move to power, trust, and trade. Resistance. Scarcity imposes discipline upon movement. The economy is not a ledger. It is a living circuit. The conductors of civilization. Metal. Physical conductivity. Economic role. Gold resists corrosion, anchor for treaties and legacy. Silver. Highest conductor. Barter bridge. Copper. Flexible conductor, daily liquidity and trust flow. Each metal channels economic current differently. Together, they weave a living circuit of trust. When energy is well conducted, life grows. When value is well conducted, civilization blooms. Currency as circuitry. Imagine gold as the power station, silver as the transformer, copper as the wiring of daily life. Destroy any link in this circuit, and energy collapses. Inflate it beyond scarcity, and current weakens into chaos. Fiat money is insulated wire. It appears solid, it is hollow, and carries no real energy, only the illusion of connection. Trust is electrical, not political. In a healthy economy, trust flows because value is visible, touchable, weighable. Coins are inspected without offense. Ledgers are public, not hidden. In a fiat economy, trust is mandated by decree. Value is spun from lies. Ledgers are rewritten to please kings, not remember truth. When trust must be legislated, the current has already died, restoring the current. To restore energy, we must mint weight, not promises. We must circulate trust, not illusions. We must rebuild the circuit of value from gold, silver, and copper. Thus, the engine of civilization turns anew. The river of gold anchors the mountains. The stream of silver nourishes the valleys. The wires of copper connect every hearth. Where current flows, life endures. Where it fails, memory drowns. Collapse of Song dynasty paper money, 13th century. The Song dynasty in China pioneered the first government-issued paper currency. At first, the notes were redeemable for coinage, tethered to real silver and copper reserves. But as military pressures mounted and bureaucratic greed grew, the Song court overissued paper beyond their metal reserves. The result was hyperinflation, loss of trust, and eventual collapse. Merchants demanded hard coin or precious goods instead of paper. Lesson: currency must carry current, not merely the promise of current, or the circuit shorts and the market darkens. Collapse of the continental dollar, 1775 to 1781. During the American Revolution, the Continental Congress issued massive quantities of continental dollars to fund the war effort. Lacking sufficient silver or gold reserves to back them, The currency rapidly depreciated. By 1781, continentals were essentially worthless, and a barter economy replaced formal markets. The phrase "not worth a continental" became a national curse. Lesson: currency floated on hope alone sinks under the gravity of necessity. Athenian silver tetradrachm, 5th century BC. The Athenian tetradrachm, bearing the wise owl of Athena, became one of the most trusted coins across the ancient Mediterranean. Its consistent weight and purity made it flow like clean electricity through markets, powering the commerce of city-states, supporting Athens' navy, and funding a golden age of philosophy and democracy. Even enemy states accepted Athenian silver without hesitation because it bore a reputation that conducted trust as visibly as it conducted trade. Lesson: where value flows through honest channels, wisdom and prosperity bloom in its wake. The South Sea Bubble, Britain, 1720. In early 18th century Britain, speculative mania centered around the South Sea Company, which promised immense wealth from trade with South America, despite minimal actual trading. Investors rushed into shares based purely on speculative fever, fueled by promises rather than real trade. Paper valuations soared without underlying economic energy or value. When investors finally realized profits were illusions, share prices collapsed, triggering widespread ruin. Lesson: currency untethered from real energy and scarcity becomes wind, powerful in appearance, empty in substance. Japan's lost decade, asset bubble collapse, 1990s. In the late 1980s, Japan experienced one of history's largest asset bubbles, inflating real estate and stock prices far beyond tangible economic foundations. Banks created credit disconnected from productive energy, funding speculative property purchases. When the bubble inevitably burst, property and stock prices crashed, plunging Japan into decades-long stagnation. Economic activity stalled as currency failed to channel real productive energy. Lesson: when currency loses connection to productive energy, collapse is swift, but recovery takes generations. Stability under the Byzantine gold solidus, 4th to 11th century AD. The Byzantine Empire maintained economic stability for centuries through the gold solidus, meticulously regulated for purity and weight. Solidus coins were trusted and circulated widely across Europe, Asia, and Africa, effectively transmitting real economic energy. This currency's reliable energy conduction facilitated extensive trade networks, cultural exchange, and enduring prosperity. Byzantine economic policy rigorously prevented debasement, preserving the currency's intrinsic energy and thus civilization itself. Lesson: a currency that transmits real economic energy fuels civilization to flourish across centuries. Reflection: when currency is reduced to mere promises, the current of trust collapses. When currency is struck in memory and weight, the current sustains life across oceans, deserts, and centuries. The hand that holds true silver holds the lightning of civilization. While strict adherence to physical metal backing is foundational, liquidity and flexibility remain critical in times of economic shock. To balance these requirements without compromising monetary integrity, communities must adopt explicit crisis response protocols defining the temporary issuance of community IOUs or tokenized instruments strictly redeemable in metal. Clearly defined issuance limits, short redemption windows, and rigorous audit requirements, ensuring such instruments remain fully collateralized and transparently temporary. automated triggers for redemption and retirement of temporary liquidity instruments upon economic stabilization, preventing long-term decoupling from physical reserves. Decentralized governance mechanisms for approving temporary liquidity measures, maintaining transparency and community consensus throughout the crisis response. By implementing these guidelines, communities can rapidly and responsibly respond to liquidity shocks without compromising the fundamental principles of the Tri-Metal Standard. Tools of sovereignty. The hands remember what the world forgot. When nations fall, it is not their laws or armies that rebuild civilization. It is their forges. It is their tools. Without the ability to create tools, a people are slaves to the scraps of those who rule. He who shapes metal shapes fate. He who cannot forge must beg to live. Thus we turn to the sacred duty of making the tools that birth the economy of memory, the sacred tools of the sovereign mint. Tool, purpose. Crucible, vessel of molten memory. Forge, heart of transformation. Tongs, extension of the hand into flame. Mold, womb of the coin. Die and stamp, seal of trust and transmission. Scale, memory of weight, proof of oath. Each tool is not optional. Each is a bone of the new body you build. How to make a crucible, vessel of molten memory, from scratch. Materials needed. Fire clay, 50%, can be dug from natural deposits or purchased from pottery, masonry suppliers. Sand, 30%, use sharp sand, not beach sand. Construction grade or river sand works well. Grog, 20%, crushed fired clay, brick or ceramic. Break into approximately 1 to 2 millimeter particles. Optional, graphite powder, 5 to 10% by weight, improves thermal conductivity and reduces metal sticking. Tools required: bucket or mixing bowl, trowel or gloved hands, mold, form, metal can, wood wrapped in cloth or just hand-built, mesh sieve and hammer for grog, primitive kiln or fire pit, water, protective gloves. Mixing instructions: 1. Combine 50% fire clay, 30% sand, and 20% grog in a dry mix. 2. Optionally, add 5 to 10% graphite powder, replacing part of the clay. 3. Add water slowly while mixing until the texture is firm, like bread dough, moldable but not sticky or wet. Let the mixture rest for 1 to 2 hours to hydrate thoroughly. Forming the crucible. Form a thick-walled bowl or cylinder with walls about 0.5 to 1 inch thick. Avoid sharp angles. Hand shape or press over a mold, metal can, wood, etc. Optional, add a spout or lip for pouring. Keep the interior smooth to reduce turbulence and slag adherence. Optionally, carve symbols or embed a token to honor the memory vessel. Drying process. Let dry 7 to 14 days in the shade or a ventilated indoor area. Cover lightly with cloth or paper for first few days to slow drying. Rotate every few days for even drying. Ensure bone dryness before firing to prevent explosions. Firing instructions. Use a pit kiln, barrel kiln, or primitive updraft kiln. Build a fire with hardwood or charcoal for higher heat. Ramp temperature slowly over several hours. Target temperature 850 to 1000 degrees Celsius, 1560 to 1830 degrees Fahrenheit. Maintain peak temperature for 4 to 6 hours. Allow to cool slowly overnight before handling. Post-firing, optional. You may coat the inside with borax, ash glaze, or graphite wash to reduce metal sticking. Test first with aluminum before using higher temp metals like copper or brass. Ritual use, optional. Name your crucible aloud before first use. It may be treated as a vessel of molten memory, a sacred tool for transformation. Inscribe runes or embed memory tokens before firing for symbolic power. How to build a forge, heart of transformation. Materials needed: bricks, clay, mud, or salvaged concrete for constructing the forge body. Charcoal or hardwood as primary fuel for high heat. Hand bellows to deliver focused airflow and raise temperature. Tools recommended: shovel or trowel, hammer or mallet if shaping salvage material, metal pipe or tuyere to direct airflow, bucket of water for safety and dampening clay. Construction method: 1. Choose a safe level work area with good ventilation. 2. Build a raised forge body using fire brick, mud brick, cob, clay, or stacked salvaged concrete. Dimensions: approximately 1 to 2 feet wide, approximately 1 foot deep pit or trench. Shape should allow for fuel pile and working space above the combustion zone. Construct a combustion chamber, a small cavity or trench at the base for fuel burning. Line the interior with clay or fire-resistant mix, mud plus ash plus sand for insulation. Smooth and compress clay to reduce airflow leaks. 4. Install a tuyere air pipe. Insert a steel iron pipe into the side near the base of the pit. Connect to bellows or use manual airflow, tube plus blowing. Angle pipe slightly downward to reduce clogging from ash. 5. Dry the forge slowly if made from wet clay or cob. Let air dry 2 to 3 days before first ignition. Use a series of small pre-burns to bake moisture out before high heat. Operating instructions: use dry hardwood charcoal, preferable, or dense, seasoned wood. Fill the pit and ignite with kindling, then ramp up fuel. Begin pumping bellows once coals are red hot to raise temp. Target temperature: approximately 1200 degrees Celsius, 2190 degrees Fahrenheit, hot enough to melt copper or soften iron. Tips: add ash and clay mix periodically to seal cracks in the lining. Use refractory bricks or a sacrificial clay slab as a working floor. Protect bellows intake from sparks using a mesh or flap valve. Symbolic use: this forge is the heart of transformation, a sacred altar where matter is made to remember its higher form. Consider naming it aloud or inscribing a sigil near the tuyere entrance. How to forge tongs, extension into flame. Materials needed: rebar, durable and easily sourced. Scrap steel rods from construction scrap or broken tools. Old car springs, high carbon steel, ideal for blacksmith tools. Tools required: forge or torch for heating metal, anvil or striking surface, hammer, ball peen or blacksmith, drill and steel rivet or forge welding capability, tongs or vise to hold stock while forging. Forging method: 1. Select 2 lengths of rebar or scrap steel, approximately 16 to 20 inches long each. 2. Heat 1 bar to a glowing orange, approximately 1000 degrees Celsius plus, in your forge. 3. On the anvil, hammer one end to flatten and shape the jaw. Curve slightly or angle to match the crucible's lip. Mirror the shape on the second bar. 4. Taper the opposite end of each bar into arms, handles. 5. Align the two pieces together. Mark a pivot hole approximately 4 to 5 inches from the jaw end. Drill or punch holes and insert a steel rivet to form the hinge. 6. Alternatively, weld the bars at the pivot point if no rivet is available. Overlap, heat to welding temperature, and hammer into bond. 7. Test the grip. Adjust jaw angle and length so tongs clamp securely around the crucible lip. Reheat and tweak as needed until balanced and functional. Finishing touches. Quench only the jaws if needed. Leave handles softer for springiness. Add a simple twist in the arms for strength and style if desired. Wrap handles in leather or cord for comfort. Symbolic use. These tongs are your extension into flame, the willful reach into danger, the grasp upon transformation. Consider etching a rune or marking the joint to bind it to your intent. How to create a mold, womb of the coin. Materials needed. Graphite block, ideal material for repeat casting. Purchase from foundry suppliers or machinists. Salvage from large batteries, UPS backup cells, or motor brushes. Carved stone, emergency alternative. Use soft carvable materials like soapstone or volcanic rock. Fired clay, last resort for one-time or emergency use. Must be well dried and high-fired, vitrified, before use. Tools required: rotary tool, e.g. Dremel or carving files, chisel, hobby knife, or precision scraper. Sandpaper, fine grit, 600 to 2000, or polishing compound. Ruler or calipers to ensure accurate dimensions. Method 1. Mark the cavity. Trace a circle exactly. 39 millimeters in diameter and 2.5 millimeters deep. This will match the standard coin dimensions used in your crucible output. 2. Carve the mold. For graphite, use a rotary tool or carbide burr to carefully remove material. For stone, start with chisels, then refine with files and sandpaper. For clay, carve the mold into leather-hard clay and fire it to stoneware. 3. Polish the cavity. Smooth the carved surface with progressively finer sandpaper. A polished mold prevents bubbles and leaves a clean finish on the coin. Optional: dust cavity with graphite powder to ease metal release. 4th, optional mold variants. Create a 2-part mold if you want double-sided embossing. Add alignment pins or a wooden jig to keep halves flush during pour. Carve symbolic markings around the perimeter for spiritual or identification purposes. Casting tips: always preheat mold before pouring molten metal to prevent cracking and violent reactions. Set mold on a fire brick base or in a sand bed to stabilize. Pour steadily and let cool fully before demolding. Symbolic use: the mold is the womb of the coin, the sacred void where memory becomes matter. It defines not only shape, but lineage of value, labor, and transformation. Consider inscribing a blessing, oath, or sigil into the unused area of the mold as a ritual of birth and sovereignty. How to create a die and stamp, seal of memory. Materials needed: Hardened steel punches, ideal for long-lasting dies. Can be salvaged from large bolts, axles, or tool steel stock, e.g. O1, W1, S7. Cold chisel, for carving or engraving steel. Heavy hammer, for shaping and striking. Optional. Rotary tool, or engraving bits, for precision work. Tools. Recommended: propane torch, forge, or oxyacetylene, for heat treating. Quenching oil, or water, depending on steel type. File and sandpaper, for surface prep. Arbor press, hydraulic jack, or heavy hammer setup, for stamping. Preparation. Method 1. Select a steel punch. Choose a blank of tool steel, approximately 1 inch diameter and approximately 2 to 3 inches long. Ensure surface is clean and flat on one end. Second, anneal the steel. Make it soft enough to carve. Heat the punch evenly until it reaches a dull red-orange glow, approximately 800 to 900 degrees Celsius or 1500 to 1650 degrees Fahrenheit. Let it cool slowly in sand, ash, or air. This softens it for carving. 3. Carve the design in reverse. Use chisels, gravers, or a Dremel with engraving bits. Cut your insignia, letters, or runes in reverse so they appear correct when stamped. Smooth and refine the surface to prevent blowout during stamping. 4. Harden the die. Reheat the steel to critical temperature until non-magnetic. Quench in appropriate medium, oil or water, depending on steel grade. Test with a file. It should skate off the surface. 5. Temper. Optional, but recommended. Lightly reheat the die to a straw yellow color, approximately 200 degrees Celsius or 390 degrees Fahrenheit, and let air cool. This prevents brittleness and fracture during repeated use. Stamping method. 1. Align die and blank, coin or token on a flat anvil or steel base. 2. Strike with a single clean blow, using a sledge or heavy hammer. Or use an arbor press or hydraulic jack press for cleaner, repeatable impressions. 3. Inspect stamp. Rehearse on scrap until imprint is clean and centered. Tips. Practice with scrap before striking your final coins. Polish the die face lightly for crisper edges. Always wear eye protection and gloves when striking hardened steel. Symbolic use. The die is the seal of memory, a cipher of authority, history, and intent. What is struck into metal becomes irrevocable. Like memory cast in time. Carve not only the symbol, but the spirit. This is your herald of value and truth. How to create a scale. Memory of weight. Materials needed. Balance beam, made from scrap metal, stiff wood, or flat bar stock. Metal ruler, hacksaw blade, or strip of aluminum can serve. Counterweights, fishing sinkers, pebbles, metal washers, or early minted rounds. Fine cordage, string, wire, or sinew for suspending pans. Pans or dishes, bottle caps, small tins, or carved wooden cups. Tools, recommended. Drill or nail, to make suspension holes. File or sandpaper, to balance and smooth beam. Ruler and marking tool, for calibration. Construction method. 1. Build the balance beam. Cut a straight piece of scrap metal or stiff wood, 8 to 12 inches long. Mark the exact center point, This is the fulcrum's location. Drill or puncture small holes approximately 1 inch from each end for pan cords. 2. Mount the beam. Suspend from a nail, string, or pin at the center, fulcrum point. Ensure beam balance is level when unloaded. Adjust material or trim ends if needed. 3. Create the pans. Use matching bottle caps, lids, or carved wooden cups. Drill or puncture 3 equally spaced holes near the rim of each pan. Tie fine cord through holes and gather above to hang from beam ends. 4. Assemble the scale. Attach the hanging pans to each end of the beam. Suspend the entire apparatus from a nail, wire stand, or overhead branch. Ensure the system hangs freely and pans move independently. 5. Calibrate the scale. Use early minted rounds of known weight as reference standards. Balance one pan with a coin, then add fishing weights, washers, or pebbles to the other. Mark known weight points on the beam or create a matching set of reference stones. Usage. Use the scale to verify consistency in minted rounds. Detect metal loss or impurities based on weight deviation. Essential for maintaining trust in a weight-based barter system. Symbolic use. The scale is the memory of weight. The contract between effort and value. It is the tool of judgment, fairness, and balance in the sacred economy. Inscribe the fulcrum or beam with a sigil of truth, and weigh not only metal, but trust, sovereignty forged by hand. Forging the tools of sovereignty is to refuse dependence, birth independence, preserve memory not only in coin, but in skill. The hand that hammers the mold does not bow to kings. The breath that fuels the forge does not kneel to decrees. From the ash and scrap, a sovereign strikes again. Centralization of Roman minting, late empire. As Rome slid into decline, its once widely dispersed minting rights were pulled inward toward imperial control. At first, the change was subtle. Efficiency, they said. But once local oversight vanished, the emperors began quietly debasing the coins. With no townsmen at the forge, no citizens at the scale, fraud bred like rot under stone. The citizens knew, the coins felt lighter, trust withered, markets withered. Barter returned, and with it, a darker, meaner economy. Lesson: tools placed beyond the reach of the people become weapons pointed back at them. Soviet ruble production, 20th century. The Soviet Union, armed with vast factories and technical prowess, produced millions of rubles. But behind the grand mints, the currency was an illusion. Paper money divorced from labor and scarcity, dictated by bureaucrats instead of anchored by effort. Citizens hoarded hard goods. Black markets blossomed in the cracks of official lies. Lesson: grand machines mint no trust when memory is stripped from the coin. Medieval town mints, Europe, 10th to 13th century. In medieval Europe, small towns earned charters to mint their own silver coins. Minting was public. Scales were visible. Citizens could watch the striking, weigh the coin, and challenge a false sovereign openly. Corruption existed, but was minimized by transparency and citizen oversight. The town mints became centers not only of trade, but of community sovereignty. Lesson: when the forge is lit by many eyes, the coin glows with true light. Decline of the Spanish Empire. Due to precious metal dependency, 16th to 17th century. Spain's vast empire grew dependent on precious metals gold and silver extracted from the Americas, neglecting domestic production and minting. Reliance on imported wealth rather than local industry weakened Spain's internal productive capabilities. Massive imports of gold and silver caused severe inflation, undermining real economic stability and productive sovereignty. As local skills and crafts faded, Spain's economic strength deteriorated sharply after American mines became depleted. Lesson: an empire that outsources its minting loses the hands that forge sovereignty, ensuring future collapse. Ming China's ban on private silver minting, 14th to 17th century. The Ming dynasty monopolized silver coinage, outlawing local and private minting under threat of severe punishment. Centralized control disconnected local communities from the creation of currency, weakening the link between labor, trust, and money. When central authorities failed to produce adequate or reliable currency, trade stagnated, local economies faltered, and rebellions erupted. The lack of local minting sovereignty made communities vulnerable to political instability and economic disruption. Lesson: when minting rights are stripped from local hands, communities become vulnerable to distant failures and unseen rot. Local sovereignty in ancient Greek coinage, 6th to 4th century BC. In ancient Greece, independent city-states maintained their own local mints, ensuring visible, public minting processes and verifiable currency standards. Citizens observed and participated directly in minting, guaranteeing trust and local economic sovereignty. Coins were symbols of community pride, visibly anchoring local identity and commerce in each city-state. The decentralized, transparent minting system fostered economic resilience, cultural strength, and democratic principles. Lesson: when the coin is visibly forged by local hands, trust roots deep and sovereignty blooms. Reflection: tools are not neutral. They either empower the people or enslave them. It is not enough to strike coins. The means of striking must remain close to the hands of the many, not hidden in vaults of the few. Forge in the open or forge your own chains. Forging honest money. More than metal. To forge a coin is to forge a covenant, a silent oath pressed into metal, sealed by fire and by weight. If the weight is true, the trust flows. If the weight is false, the collapse begins anew. A coin is a memory struck into motion. To lie with it is to murder trust. Thus, the mint must forge not just rounds, but oaths hardened by molten truth. Forging honest currency, the ritual. 1. Gather and purify scrap, foundation of integrity. Objective: source and refine base metals that will become your sovereign coinage. Only purified metal is worthy to receive the imprint of memory. Step-by-step process. A. Sourcing. Scrap. Prioritize. High-purity scrap. Copper. Old plumbing pipe, electrical wire, stripped, bus bars. Silver. Sterling jewelry. Stamped .925. Silver coins. Old utensils. Gold. Dental scrap. Broken jewelry. Old electronics. With care. Avoid mixed metal items, soldered parts, or plated objects unless you can process them. B. Physical cleaning. Remove surface contaminants, dirt, plastic, insulation, and corrosion. Use wire brushes, files, or a vinegar soak for oxidized copper. Strip insulation manually. Avoid burning wire, which leaves toxic residues. C. Smelting and slagging. Use your forge and crucible to melt the scrap at proper temperatures. Copper, approximately 1085 degrees Celsius or 1985 degrees Fahrenheit. Silver, approximately 961 degrees Celsius or 1762 degrees Fahrenheit. Gold, approximately 1064 degrees Celsius or 1947 degrees Fahrenheit. Add borax or sand as a flux. This binds with impurities and forms a slag on the surface. Skim slag carefully with a metal rod or spoon before pouring. D. Observation and discipline. Watch the metal closely as it liquefies. Clean metal glows smoothly and pools like quicksilver. Dirty metal resists flow, sputters, or foams. If impurities persist, repeat smelt or reject batch. E. Final truth. Pour only purified metal into the mold. Recycle slag and dross. Even waste carries memory. Symbolic use. This step is the foundation of integrity. As the body is to soul, so metal is to memory. What you forge from impurity will carry distortion. What you cast from clean metal will remember truth. Ritual note: consider giving the first pour a name. It is your firstborn of sovereignty. Pour in silence or chant your intention. All metal remembers heat and voice. 2. Create shot for precision. The grain of measure. Objective: transform molten purified metal into discrete, measurable units, the elemental form of coinage. Shot allows for exact portioning, consistency, and symbolic alignment with universal weight. Step-by-step process. A. Prepare the crucible. Ensure your crucible is free from slag or prior contamination. Heat gently at first, then raise temperature until metal flows cleanly. Copper, approximately 1085 degrees Celsius. Silver, approximately 961 degrees Celsius. Gold, approximately 1064 degrees Celsius. B. The drip method. Fill a bucket or deep container with as cold, clean water. Hold the crucible above the surface, 6 to 12 inches. Drip the molten metal slowly into the water. Use a slotted spoon, ladle, or poke a hole in the crucible's lip. The water instantly solidifies each droplet into a small sphere or teardrop. C. Alternate method. High volume. Use a shot plate, a perforated steel disc held above water. Pour molten metal across the plate. Metal falls as uniform droplets into the cooling bath. D. Collecting and drying. Skim the bottom of the water vessel once the metal cools. Dry shot thoroughly. Water trapped inside can cause explosions when remelting. E. Sorting. Sift or visually inspect. Shot for uniform size. Bright, smooth surfaces indicates purity and clean pour. Remove fused clumps, irregular shards, or underformed pieces. F. Pre-weighing batches. Use a SHE precision scale, calibrated to weigh individual charges. Target weight: 31.10 grams, 1 troy ounce, per batch. Adjust by adding or removing shot until exact. Accept slight surpluses. Never permit a coin to be lighter than oath. Store each batch in labeled containers or wax paper wraps for casting. Symbolic use. This is the grain of measure, the divine calculus of memory. Just as each cell builds a body, each grain of shot becomes a vessel of intent. Weigh carefully for even one flake of error can dishonor the truth of value. Ritual note: say a word over each weighed portion. Imbue it with purpose, liberty, honor, worth, so that the metal remembers its name. Mint law: a coin may weigh more, it must never weigh less. 3. Melt and pour with ritual care. Birth of the coin. Objective: unite purified substance and sacred form through the act of pouring. This is the moment of transmutation, when memory takes shape as value. Step-by-step process. A. Prepare the workspace. Ensure your forge or furnace is ready and safe. Gather pre-weighed 31.10 gram shot batches. Preheated graphite mold, 39 mm diameter by 2.5 mm depth. Protective gloves, tongs, and eye protection. Keep a fire brick, quenching bucket, optional, and slag skimmer nearby. B. Preheat the mold. Gently heat your graphite mold over open flame or on a hot plate. Goal: bring mold to 200 to 300 degrees Celsius, 392 to 572 degrees Fahrenheit. 2. Prevent thermal shock. Ensure smooth metal flow. Reduce trapped air and pitting. C. Melt the shot. Place one batch of shot into your crucible. Bring to full melt. Observe for clean surface and mirror-like sheen. Skim off any slag or impurities that rise. Avoid overheating, which can oxidize the metal or degrade crucible walls. D. Pouring the memory. Align the crucible over the mold. Inhale deeply and exhale slowly. Steady your hands and mind. Pour with a single continuous motion into the mold cavity. Aim for center of the mold. Do not stop mid-pour. Interruption creates air pockets and weak grain. E. Cooling. Allow the coin to cool, naturally and undisturbed. Do not quench, unless intentionally tempering a specific metal. Rapid cooling can introduce cracks or warp memory alignment. Once cool to touch, remove gently with tongs or bare hands. F. Inspection. Examine coin for surface clarity, shape accuracy, and smooth edges. Minor imperfections tell a story. Major flaws should be remelted. Symbolic use. This is the birth of the coin, where the vessel is made whole. Pour in silence or speak the coin's name as it receives its shape. Let no idle thought enter this moment. The metal hears and holds all. Ritual note: consider burning incense or herbs at this moment. Let the scent bind spirit to form, a baptism by flame and intention. 4. Inspect and weigh every round. Test of worth. Objective: validate that each coin bears the fullness of memory and meets the standard of sovereignty. This is the crucible of judgment. What fails the test must return to the fire. Inspection criteria. A. Fullness of pour. Examine the outer rim and face of the coin. The mold should be fully filled to the intended 39 mm by 2.5 mm dimensions. Look for short fills, partial edges, or irregular flow lines. Incomplete rounds must be remelted. Partial form is partial truth. B. Surface quality. Inspect the top face and edges under natural or direct light. A proper pour will produce a smooth, slightly convex surface. Pitting, bubbles, or visible slag inclusions indicate contamination or poor technique. Minor surface marks may be polished. Deep flaws demand rework. C. Structural integrity. Check for visible cracks, warping, or layer separation. Flex the coin lightly by hand or tap it gently. A dull sound may indicate internal faults. Cracked or brittle rounds have compromised memory and must be returned to the crucible. D. Weight verification. Place each coin on a precision scale. Target 31.10 grams, 1 troy ounce. Acceptable tolerance plus or minus 0.05 grams if bartering purity is evident. Any coin underweight must be remelted immediately. A coin that cheats the scale cheats its bearer. Symbolic use. This step is the test of worth, where the form is judged against the ideal. A flawed coin is not a failure. It is a lesson in the path of memory. What you accept into circulation defines your values. Ritual note. Speak aloud as you weigh, worthy or unworthy. This naming binds accountability to your act of judgment. Weigh not only metal, but your own hand in its shaping. 5. Stamp with authority, seal the memory. Objective. Impart the final mark of legitimacy, identity, and intention upon each round. This is the final binding, where molten memory becomes recognized value. Preparation. A. Tools required. Obverse die. Primary face. Your sigil, crest, or denomination. Reverse die. Optional second face may carry purity, date, motto, or emblem. Pressing method. Manual. Heavy hammer, sledge, or maul on steel anvil. Mechanical. Arbor press, or hydraulic jack for cleaner impressions. Alignment jig, optional, keeps coin and die centered and steady during strike. Letter punches, if marking manually. Engraved dies for mint date or purity, if available. Stamping procedure. 1. Obverse strike, the face of intention. Place coin flat on a clean, hardened surface. Center the obverse die or punch. Strike once, cleanly, and with full intent. Use a hammer large enough to imprint without multiple blows. Let the sound be final. Hesitation invites error. 2. Reverse strike, the seal of truth. Flip coin, align the reverse die. Strike again with equal authority. Ensure that the opposing strike does not deform the first. Support with flat plate or die backing. 3. Optional markings. Serial number. Unique identifier for lineage and anti-counterfeit record keeping. Hand stamp with number punches or engrave manually. Mint date. Year or batch date. Marks the coin in history. Memory fixed in time. Purity mark. Indicate metal content, e.g. 999 fine silver. Only if verified and consistent across batch. Requires engraving tools or pre-etched stamp. Final inspection. Ensure all marks are legible and properly seated. Avoid double strikes or off-center impressions. Recycle and remelt any piece that dishonors the image or standard. Symbolic use. This step is the seal of the memory, the hand of law upon the metal. The strike is not just a mark, it is a covenant between minter and bearer. What is struck cannot be undone. Choose the moment, the sigil, and the strike with care. Ritual note. Before striking, pause and speak aloud. Let this stand. Let this hold. Let this be known. In this, you echo the sound of creation. Thunder made form. Sixth record in ledger. Archive of trust. Objective: maintain a written, immutable history of every coin created. The ledger is more than bookkeeping. It is the spinal cord of sovereignty. Memory etched in chain, proof against time and deception. Ledger formats. Choose one or combine. Physical ledger, bound journal, parchment or stone tablet, ink, graphite or stylus entries. Digital ledger, spreadsheet, text document or blockchain entry. Secure backup and access controlled. Minimum entry fields. First serial number, unique ID engraved or stamped onto each round. Use sequential numbers, batch codes, or symbolic ciphers. Optional hash. Combine sigil plus timestamp to form unique cryptographic ID. Second date of minting. Exact day the coin was struck. Record both. Calendar date and ceremonial day, if ritual was observed. This anchors the coin in time. 3. Metal type and weight. Example: 999. Fine silver, 31.10 grams, 1 troy ounce. Optional fields: alloy ratio, recovered source, e.g., scrap electric wire, batch 4. This testifies to the coin's integrity. Fourth, notes on quality or ceremony. Was the pour clean? Was it the first of the batch? Was a specific intention spoken or rite performed during casting or striking? Did anything symbolic occur, e.g., thunder during pour, silence at strike? Example: entry, manual ledger, serial, date, metal, weight, notes, 001, 2025, April 30th, 999, silver, 31.1 grams, firstborn, poured at dawn. 02, 2025, April 30th, 999, silver, 31.12 grams, full pour, marked with rune thorn with stroke. Symbolic use: this ledger is the archive of trust. The unbroken chain, from hand to hand, from fire to form. It ensures that every round has a story, a witness, and a place in the order of value. In a barter economy or sovereign system, this is your proof of origin. Ritual note: inscribe the first page with a vow. All value born of my hand shall be remembered in truth. If using digital format, consider printing and sealing copies into fireproof or sacred storage. Security considerations: protect the ledger as you would your coin stock. Its breach or loss severs memory from matter. Consider secondary copies, encrypted storage, or entrusting to a third party in the event of your absence. Final thought: a coin without a ledger is a body without a soul. This record is what transforms minted metal into a vessel of lineage and truth. Standard weights for 1 ounce, troy rounds. Metal, target weight, acceptable range. Copper, 31.10 grams, 31.10 grams to 31.60 grams. Silver, 31.1 grams, 31.1 grams, 31.6 grams at gold, 31.10 grams, 31.10 grams to 31.50 grams un. Consistency is sacred. Memory must feel the same in every hand that receives it. The soul of honest minting. To forge honest money is to burn deceit from the forge. strike oaths into metal, carry memory across generations. A mint is not a machine. It is a temple of trust. Strike not merely the metal, strike the oath. Let every weight declare to the future, I was true when the world fell false. The Kipper and Whipper currency crisis, 17th century Germany. During the chaos of the 30 Years' War, German states fell into monetary madness. Rather than raise taxes, princes debased their coins, clipping edges, diluting silver content, issuing fraudulent mints. Each petty kingdom tried to enrich itself at the other's expense. But the people quickly noticed. Coins rang duller, weighed lighter, felt hollow. Commerce disintegrated. Markets died. Bread had to be bartered by weight of metal, not coin. Lesson: when every hand at the mint forgets memory, every hand at the market forgets trust. Fall of ancient Lydia's electrum coinage. The first human coins, struck in the kingdom of Lydia, were made from electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver. But without standardized ratios, electrum coins varied wildly in real value. Some were pure, others were debased. Merchants grew suspicious, trade slowed. Only when Lydian kings introduced pure gold and pure silver standards did trust return. Lesson: when the coin hides its nature, the market hides its face. The Venetian ducat, 13th to 18th century. For over 500 years, Venice's gold ducat maintained almost perfect purity and consistent weight. Through plagues, wars, and shifting empires, the ducat remained unchanged. Merchants in Cairo, Constantinople, and London accepted Venetian ducats without question because they knew. It weighed true. It spoke no lies. It carried the memory of the forge through 5 centuries. Lesson: when the coin carries no rot, it crosses mountains and oceans on wings of trust. The coin-clipping crisis of medieval England, 13th to 14th century. During the medieval period, widespread coin-clipping occurred in England, where precious metal was shaved from coins in circulation to produce new counterfeit coins. Merchants and common folk lost trust, as clipped coins circulated at face value despite diminished weight. Edward I responded with severe penalties, public weighings, and new recoinages. Trust took generations to rebuild, severely damaging the medieval English economy. Lesson: when coin integrity is lost, trust fractures, trade suffers, and recovery demands painful discipline. The Ottoman Empire's currency debasement crisis, 17th to 18th century. Facing economic strain from continuous warfare, the Ottoman sultans secretly debased their currency by reducing silver and gold content without public notice. Initially unnoticed, the practice eventually caused runaway inflation and widespread distrust. Citizens hoarded precious metals or reverted to barter, causing severe economic dislocation. Chronic debasement contributed significantly to the empire's decline and eventual dissolution. Lesson: a coin secretly debased is trust openly betrayed, weakening empire from within. The integrity of Persian darics, 5th to 4th century BC. The Persian Empire minted the gold daric, strictly maintaining its weight and purity, earning it the trust and acceptance throughout the ancient Mediterranean and Middle East. The coin's consistent standardization enabled vast trade networks, stable international commerce, and diplomatic strength. Merchants and traders across numerous cultures readily accepted darics without question due to impeccable integrity. Economic prosperity and imperial influence expanded greatly under the reliable Derrick. Lesson: when a coin is forged true, it travels far, carrying trust, prosperity, and influence in every hand. Reflection: the history of money is the history of memory, or forgetting. Coins struck with deceit strike at civilization's throat. Coins struck with honor become the arteries through which freedom flows. Every hammer blow on the mint is an echo. Make it an echo of truth, or make it the final bell of your own collapse. Clarification on metal supply inequality and equitable resource distribution. Recognizing inherent geographical disparities in metal resource distribution, communities following the Tri-Metal Standard must implement deliberate measures to prevent resource monopolization and ensure equitable participation. 1. Communities lacking local metal resources should form decentralized trade alliances, explicitly designed to facilitate fair exchanges of goods, services, or intellectual property for metals. 2. Establish shared regional or cooperative metal reserves managed transparently by multi-community governance councils, ensuring metal-poor regions retain stable access to reserves. 3. Develop standardized, auditable protocols for inter-regional token exchange that explicitly prevent exploitation or unfair trade practices. 4. Utilize fractional copper and silver denominations, making tri-metal currency accessible and practical even in communities with limited immediate metal availability. By proactively implementing these measures, communities ensure that the Tri-Metal Standard remains inclusive, equitable, and sustainable, avoiding the historical pitfalls associated with resource inequality, circulation, and trust building. From metal to movement. A minted coin locked in a vault is a dead memory. A coin passed hand to hand, weighed, honored, and spent, becomes a living current. Money is not wealth. Money is the bloodstream of trust. Without circulation, trust stagnates. Without public memory, trust decays. The coin that moves feeds the hearth. The coin that hides feeds the worm. Thus, we must learn to move memory properly, to build living economies from living metal. The principles of circulating honest money. 1. Visible weights and measures. At every marketplace, every barter hall, and every merchant's stall, scales must be visible. Calipers must be present. The public must have the right to weigh any coin before any trade. Weight hidden is trust hidden. Second ledger, visibility. Major trades, above a day's wage, must be recorded openly. Public ledgers posted at trade hubs allow all to inspect who traded, what was weighed, what was exchanged. The ledger is the anchor line of the trade ship. Third, fixed ratios to metals. Prices must be expressed in copper, silver, or gold weights, not in ghost fiat terms. Example: 1 copper round equals 2 loaves of bread. 1 silver round equals 1 goat. 1 gold round equals 1 share of land. Trust is measured not in numbers, but in metal. Fourth, public trade rituals. At the opening of every market, merchants and buyers should recite, "By weight we trust, by memory we trade, by oath we endure." Coins exchanged are weighed aloud. Rituals turn transactions into ceremonies of memory, protecting the circulation. Spot check coins randomly during market days. Punish clipping or counterfeiting with economic exile. Renew oaths quarterly at trade fairs or seasonal gatherings. Trade must not only move, it must breathe with visible honesty. Trust is a living current. A civilization can survive bad harvests, bad kings, even bad wars. But no civilization survives the death of trust in trade. Coins must move, memory must flow, trust must be weighed. When the hammer strikes, memory is born. When the coin moves, memory breathes. When trust weighs heavier than fear, civilization lifts its head from the ashes. Tulip bubble collapse, 1637. In 17th century Holland, a mania gripped the markets. Tulip bulbs, mere flowers, were traded at prices exceeding homes and estates. Speculators bought and sold contracts on bulbs they never intended to touch. But tulips are mortal, and when the public remembered that blooms rot, the bubble burst overnight. Markets froze, fortunes evaporated, trust itself became a broken mirror. Lesson: when the coin of trade floats on illusion rather than weight, the breath of commerce turns to dust. Collapse of the Confederate dollar, 1865. The Confederate States of America printed massive quantities of paper money to fund their rebellion. Lacking gold or silver backing, confidence in Confederate dollars withered long before the armies fell. In the end, Confederate money was burned for fuel, its promises reduced to ashes. Lesson: currency untethered from visible trust suffocates trade even faster than defeat. Viking hack-silver economy, 8th to 11th century. The Norse, raiders, traders, and settlers built an economy without centralized minting. Instead, silver was chopped into pieces, hack-silver, and weighed at every trade. No promises, no seals, no speculation. A merchant placed his weight, the buyer placed his scale, and trust flowed like the rivers they sailed. Lesson: where silver is weighed in sight of all, trade rides the tides, and trust conquers the wild. The hoarding crisis during the Roman civil wars, 1st century BC. During the turbulent era of Rome's civil wars, wealthy elites and citizens alike began hoarding silver and gold coins, withdrawing precious metals from active circulation. The shortage of coinage severely disrupted daily commerce, driving prices upward and stalling trade. Trust in currency rapidly eroded, prompting widespread reliance on bartering and local exchange systems. Economic instability further fueled social unrest and political chaos, exacerbating Rome's internal struggles. Lesson: a coin withdrawn from circulation starves trade and trust equally, leaving society vulnerable to collapse. Soviet Union's forced ruble circulation and hidden inflation, 1980s. In late-stage Soviet Union, the government artificially mandated ruble circulation while concealing rampant inflation through controlled prices and hidden scarcity. Citizens lost trust, hoarded hard assets and foreign currency, and turned to widespread black market trading. Circulation became forced and meaningless, decoupled from actual economic value, leading to economic paralysis. Ultimately, systemic distrust in official currency accelerated economic collapse and the Soviet Union's dissolution. Lesson: a currency forced rather than trusted is an economy strangled rather than sustained. The Swiss WIR system's local trust circulation, 1934 to present. In response to economic crisis in the 1930s, Swiss small businesses established the WIR system, a complementary currency designed specifically to encourage local trade and circulation. Backed by real goods, services, and mutual trust, WIR successfully stimulated local economies, especially during downturns. Transparent accounting, visible transactions, and reliable circulation built enduring economic resilience. Decades later, the WIR system continues thriving as a trusted model of successful local currency circulation and community-based economics. Lesson: when currency circulates visibly, transparently, and locally, trust flourishes and communities thrive. Reflection: trade without verification is fiction. Trade without ritual is rot. Trade without memory is collapse. Coins must breathe. Trust must weigh. Memory must move. A marketplace without scales is a graveyard without names. A ledger hidden is a tomb where trust is buried alive. Sovereign lending done right. Lending without corruption. Lending is not evil by nature. It becomes evil when it disconnects from weight, memory, and scarcity. True fractional lending must be collateralized by real metal, transparent to the public, anchored to risk, shared by both lender and borrower. A loan without metal is a lie. A loan with metal is a bond. Thus, we forge a system of lending that extends liquidity without unmooring trust. Core principles of honest lending. 1. Collateral must be physical and present. No promises, no credit scores, no future earnings projections. Metal now, hands now, ledger now. 2. Over-collateralization is mandatory. Minimum 2-to-1 ratio required. For every 1 ounce loaned, 2 ounces worth of metal must be pledged. 3. Clear maturity terms. Repayment periods must be set at the moment of lending, recorded visibly in ledgers. 4. Default equals immediate transfer of collateral. No negotiations, no appeals. If a borrower defaults, the pledged metal is seized without delay. 5. Public transparency. Every loan recorded in open ledgers. Every citizen able to inspect terms. Collateral must not only exist, it must be seen. A loan hidden is a seed of rot. A loan weighed publicly becomes a pillar of trust. The mechanics of lending under sovereign mint law. 1. Accepting raw metal for coin issuance. Borrower brings raw copper, silver, or gold. Metal is weighed, purity verified, and recorded. The mint issues coins equal to half or less of the pledged value. 2. Trading higher-tier metals for copper liquidity. Traders may pledge silver or gold to receive copper rounds. The collateral always exceeds the loan by at least 2-to-1 in value. Third ledger entry for every loan. Ledger must record borrower's name or mark, collateral weight and type, loan amount issued, date of issuance, maturity date, status, active, repaid, defaulted. Ledgers must be public and unchangeable without witness consensus. Why strictness matters. Without these strict disciplines, money becomes ghost promises. Markets rot into lies. Collapse returns like mold upon forgotten walls. We lend to extend trust, not to inflate illusions. Codex recognized lending. Seed loans. The seed loan is the sole lending structure recognized by the Tri-Metal Codex. Backed by a 2-to-1 collateral of unminted metal, this lending model permanently expands and solidifies the Tri-Metal standard by converting collateral into minted coins upon issuance and repayment. Its true aim. The seed loan is more than merely a mechanism for issuing liquidity. It represents a strategic incentive designed explicitly to accelerate adoption of the Tri-Metal standard. Each loan acts as a delayed, structured purchase of minted coins, ensuring sustained growth of reserves and reinforcing the systemic integrity of the monetary base. Rather than simply lending funds, the seed loan positions borrowers as active participants who contribute directly to the stability, confidence, and expansion of the monetary system. Borrowers are rewarded tangibly for their trust and commitment, and the Mint continuously grows its reserves, underpinning long-term economic stability. Structure of repayment. The borrower permanently forfeits their pledged collateral to the Mint, immediately at the time the agreement is finalized. Upon repayment, the borrower receives newly minted coins exactly equal in value to the original loan amount. These coins become their permanent property, fully owned without additional obligations. Mutual benefits. Benefits to the Mint: continuous, guaranteed growth of metal reserves, increased systemic stability and resilience, permanent reinforcement of public trust and monetary confidence. Benefits to the borrower: immediate access to liquidity, direct and tangible reward for trust, participation, and contribution to monetary stability. Clear, straightforward terms without hidden risks or obligations. Economic clarification. The seed loan effectively functions as a structured, delayed purchase of minted currency. Borrowers initially pledge collateral at a 2-to-1 ratio, and upon repayment, that collateral is permanently converted into circulating, fully backed coins with liquidity potential. This structure explicitly avoids inflationary risk and speculative manipulation, as every issued coin is fully collateralized by tangible metal permanently held by the Mint. Thus, the seed loan not only facilitates liquidity issuance, but actively fosters the widespread adoption, strength, and resilience of the Tri-Metal standard, benefiting all participants equally and transparently. Lending as sacred custody. A loan is not a risk alone. It is a trust memory between the present and the future. Only metal can bridge that gap honestly. Loans must be forged with weight and witnessed by light. Where lending hides in shadow, the roots of ruin grow. Panic of 1907, United States. In the early 20th century, U.S. banks operated with little oversight, practicing reckless lending based on paper promises and speculative assets. A sudden loss of confidence triggered a cascading series of bank failures. Liquidity dried up. Workers lost savings overnight. Only a private bailout by J.P. Morgan himself prevented total systemic collapse. Temporarily, this panic gave rise to the Federal Reserve, a deeper mistake that enslaved future generations to fiat control. Lesson: lending without anchored metal breeds collapse without mercy. The 2008 global financial crisis. Wall Street created mortgage-backed securities, complex bundles of debts disguised as wealth. These ghost assets were rated AAA by complicit institutions. When reality finally pierced the illusion, trillions evaporated almost overnight. Banks were bailed out. Citizens were abandoned. The cost in trust, spirit, and sovereignty has yet to be fully paid. Lesson: debt floated on illusion falls heavier than stone upon the heads of the innocent. Early medieval goldsmith lending, 11th to 13th century. In the early days of goldsmith banking, honest smiths issued warehouse receipts only for the gold or silver physically deposited in their vaults. Loans were over-collateralized. Depositors could inspect the vaults directly. Fraud was rare, and where found, was punished swiftly and permanently. Trade flourished, carried by trust, visibly weighted in vaults, not hidden in ledgers. Lesson: where every loan is chained to memory, trust builds arches that can span centuries. The savings and loan crisis, United States 1980s to 1990s. Deregulation allowed U.S. savings and loan associations to engage in high-risk lending without adequate oversight or collateral safeguards. Institutions issued loans backed by poor quality or speculative assets. Over 1,000 S&Ls collapsed, costing taxpayers over $120 billion in bailouts. The scandal destroyed public trust in regulated finance and led to tighter controls only after immense damage. Lesson: when collateral is fiction and oversight is illusion, collapse is not a matter of if, but when. Chinese shadow banking collapse, 2010s to 2020s. In modern China, a vast informal lending system known as shadow banking thrived without proper regulation or asset backing. Complex wealth management products were sold as high-return investments backed by obscure or non-existent collateral. When defaults began, contagion spread rapidly through the financial system. Even state-owned institutions were tainted, undermining confidence in official credit systems. Lesson: when lending grows in shadow, trust dies in light. Jewish community Talmudic lending practices, medieval Europe. Throughout the Middle Ages, many Jewish communities practiced strict lending ethics guided by religious law, halakha, ensuring lending was over-collateralized and closely recorded, transparent and often interest-free within the community, bound to moral obligations of fairness and equity. These practices preserved community stability even during widespread persecution and economic upheaval. Lesson: when lending is governed by conscience and law, even the smallest communities endure storms that destroy empires. Reflection: lending is not evil if it is anchored to metal. It becomes evil when it is divorced from weight, floating as ghost promises. Only the visible weight of real collateral can keep lending from becoming a siphon of collapse. The loan must be heavier than the word that offers it. Otherwise, the word becomes the weapon of ruin. Warnings on human nature. The shadow within. No system, however sacred, however resilient, is immune to the corrosion of human weakness. Greed, ambition, forgetfulness. These are not external enemies. They are seeds planted within every soul, waiting for vigilance to falter. Steel rusts when unwatched. So too does the soul. Thus, we must speak plainly of the threats that arise not from without, but from within, the eternal enemies of trust. First, greed. The desire to clip coins for private gain. The temptation to inflate ledgers quietly. The hunger to profit by counterfeiting memory. Unchecked, greed hollows civilizations from the inside. 2. Forgetfulness. The slow erosion of ritual. The neglect of weighing coins at market. The complacency that lets ghost money rise again. Memory must be actively tended, or rot takes root. Third, concentration of power. The gathering of minting rights into few hands. The secret rewriting of ledgers behind closed doors. The forging of monopolies over coin and trade. A sovereign economy requires many hands to keep it clean. 4. Laziness and drift. The drift from physical metal to paper, surrogates. The drift from public weighing to hidden transactions. The drift from scarcity to speculative bubbles. Decay does not always roar. Sometimes it whispers. Why vigilance must be ritualized. A system cannot survive only by having good laws. It must have good habits. Weigh every coin. Ledger every major trade. Hold public oaths. Teach the young by fire and forge, not by screens alone. A forge untended cools into a tomb. A ledger unread rots into a lie. The tools of defense against human nature. Threat, ritual defense, greed, open ledgers, public inspections, forgetfulness, annual oaths and ritual weighing, concentration of power, distributed minting and oversight, laziness and drift, visible memory practices, public education. Guard the memory. Human weakness will never disappear, but it can be constrained, shaped, and disciplined through ritual, memory, and public weight. The sovereign does not hope for perfection. The sovereign guards against decay. Trust must be weighed daily, lest the weeds of forgetting choke the garden of civilization. The corruption of the Athenian Empire, 5th century BC. In its golden age, Athens was a beacon of democracy, philosophy, and trade. But success bred arrogance. Athens hoarded silver tributes from its allies, building monuments while ignoring promises. Greed corrupted the heart of the empire. Eventually, resentment grew, alliances shattered, and Athens fell, first spiritually, then militarily. Lesson: even the brightest city dims when it forgets the weight of its promises. The decay of the Venetian Republic, 15th to 16th century. Venice, once the shining merchant republic, fell into oligarchy. A handful of families seized control of minting, trade, and governance. The city's wealth grew fat and inward-looking, blind to external threats. When the Ottoman Empire struck, Venice no longer had the trust or energy to respond. Lesson: when trust shrinks to the size of a handful, collapse follows as sure as the tide. The early Roman Republic's financial integrity, 5th to 2nd century BC. Before empire corrupted it, the early Roman Republic was brutal about protecting financial integrity. Weights were standardized. Coinage was periodically tested. Officials who manipulated ledgers or debased coins were stripped of office, and sometimes life. It was not perfection, but it was vigilance. From that vigilance, Rome rose from a minor city to a Mediterranean titan. Lesson: where citizens weigh both coin and counsel, freedom grows roots too deep to tear easily. The Enron collapse, United States, 2001. Enron was once heralded as one of America's most innovative corporations. Behind the curtain, however, executives engaged in fraudulent accounting, hiding debt off balance sheet. Greed, deception, and unchecked ambition replaced transparency and trust. Thousands lost savings, pensions, and jobs in the collapse. Lesson: when ledgers are rewritten in secret, the ink becomes poison and the page becomes ash. The reign of Henry VIII and the Great Debasement, 1540s. Driven by war and extravagance, Henry VIII debased English coinage by reducing silver content, while maintaining face value. Coins bore the king's face but carried hollow worth. Merchants and citizens quickly lost faith. Trade slowed and prices soared. The monarchy's greed severely damaged economic trust for decades. Lesson: greed that wears a crown debases not just the coin, but the people's soul. the guild system of medieval Europe. Craft and merchant guilds enforce strict codes of conduct, transparency, and peer accountability. Fraudulent weights or unfair pricing were met with severe communal punishment. Apprentices were educated not only in skill, but in moral trust and ritual. Guilds preserved honor in trade and protected memory across generations. Lesson: when human weakness is constrained by ritual and brotherhood, even the flawed become guardians of trust. Reflection: no system is immune. No law is unbreakable. No oath is self-reinforcing. Only vigilance, visible memory, and communal ritual can delay the decay seeded within every heart. The forge must not only strike metal, it must strike memory into the soul, again and again, lest the shadows grow unchecked. Rebuilding civilization. From ashes to Atlas. Collapse does not erase humanity, it erases memory. The task before the survivors is not merely to live, but to rebuild memory. Memory of value, memory of trust, memory of scarcity and honor. The empire of forgetting falls. The Republic of Memory rises anew, one weighed coin at a time. Thus begins the true work, rebuilding civilization through memory anchored in weight. Phase 1. Seeding the new economy. First forge the first mint. Build or rebuild the sacred tools. Forge, crucible, molds, scales, stamps. Strike the first coins under sacred ritual. Record each coin's birth into the ledger of memory. 2. Establish trust circuits. Form barter hubs and open markets. Create councils of stewards to manage ledgers and weighing stations. Make public the process of coin verification. Third, anchor prices in metal. Express all trade in copper, silver, or gold weights. Deny fiat. Deny credit notes. Deny ghost money. Fixed prices tied to real scarcity restore stability. Phase 2. Teaching the next generation. 1. Minting as rite of passage. Every child reaching adulthood must forge or mint their own copper round. Weigh it publicly. Swear the oath of memory. 2nd. Embodied rituals. Weigh coins at every public market opening. Strike new rounds during harvest festivals or solstice gatherings. Tell the stories of collapse and the stories of survival. Memory must be lived, not merely spoken. 3rd, apprenticeship of trust. Train new ledger lords, currency clerics, and forge fathers. Apprentices must serve markets, weigh coins, witness minting. Each generation must forge its own vigilance. Phase 3. Defending the foundation. 1. Guard against ghost money. Ban paper surrogates and unverifiable credit systems. Any attempt to introduce fiat must be treated as treason against memory. 2. Decentralize minting power. Encourage the rise of multiple trusted mints. No single house should hold monopoly on currency. Many forges, many ledgers, one memory. 3rd, annual renewal of oaths. Require all sovereigns, ledger stewards, and market leaders to renew public oaths each year. By weight, by will, by memory, we renew the coin, the ledger, and the trust, rebuilding through ritual and weight. Civilization is not rebuilt by armies. It is rebuilt by oaths. It is rebuilt by memory made metal. It is rebuilt by trust that can be weighed in every hand. The ruins of cities become gardens when trust is planted in the soil of memory. Strike, weigh, ledger. Thus does the Republic of Trust rise anew. The collapse and dark age after the fall of Rome, 5th century AD. When the Western Roman Empire fell, it was not only cities that collapsed, it was systems of trust. Coinage debased, ledgers burned, roads and aqueducts crumbled without trade to justify their maintenance. Europe fell into centuries of localized feudalism, bartering grain, iron and service, with little memory of empire. What was lost? Not buildings, not armies, the memory of how to trust across distance. Lesson: when the forge cools and the ledger rots, cities fall into silence and dust. The repeated failures of the assignat system after the French Revolution. Even after the initial collapse of the assignats, revolutionary paper money, French leaders tried again, issuing new promises tied to national assets. Each issuance was seized by opportunists. Each collapse bred further famine and war. The people, desperate for stability, eventually surrendered freedom in exchange for Napoleonic rule. Lesson: when trust is rebuilt on unanchored promises, the tower collapses faster each time it rises. The rebirth of Italian city-states after the Dark Ages, 11th to 13th century. From the ashes of Rome and the chaos of feudalism, a miracle slowly grew. Independent city-states, Florence, Genoa, Venice, rebuilt trade not by decree, but by visible, verifiable trust. Gold florins and silver grossi flowed with known weights. Contracts were public and weighed in courts. Banking arose, but was chained tightly to real metal, not ghost credits. From these seeds came the Renaissance: art, science, exploration. Lesson: where memory is minted anew in weight and oath, the garden blooms even among ruins. The collapse of Yugoslavia and its aftermath, 90s. Yugoslavia disintegrated amid hyperinflation, ethnic conflict, and institutional breakdown. The economy fractured, and multiple factions printed unbacked currencies. Trust in central institutions dissolved. Local economies descended into black markets, barter, and warlord control. Attempts to rebuild were mired in blood, bitterness, and erased memory. Lesson: when collapse is met with hatred and no sacred memory remains, only ashes and bullets will rebuild the earth. Haiti after the 2010 earthquake. Haiti's devastating earthquake killed hundreds of thousands, but the deeper tragedy was the systemic failure that followed. Foreign aid replaced local sovereignty, displacing community trust and initiative. Attempts at rebuilding focused on outside control rather than local empowerment. Years later, infrastructure remained broken, and economic dignity had not returned. Lesson: rebuilding imposed from above becomes dependency. Rebuilding born from memory becomes sovereignty. The kibbutzim movement in early Israel, 20th century. Amid arid land, scarcity, and the trauma of exile, Jewish pioneers built kibbutzim, self-sufficient, community-based agricultural settlements. Land, tools, and production were shared. Trust was rebuilt through shared ritual, labor, and visible contribution. Currency was internal, and every person contributed according to ability and received according to need. The kibbutz system helped birth a nation through decentralized resilience. Lesson: when the forge of memory is lit by many hands, even deserts become gardens of civilization. Reflection: collapse is not the end. Collapse is the forgetting. Civilization is rebuilt. by hands that weigh, by tongues that oath, by ledgers that remember. The library falls to ash, the mint falls to ruin. Yet in the heart of a man who remembers weight, all the pillars can rise again. The speculative plague, how derivatives destroy civilizations. Ghosts in the ledger. Trade was once the pulse of life. A man raised goats, another forged plows, another caught fish, and between them, memory moved by weight and oath. But when men learned to profit not by labor, but by the prediction of labor, a rot was born. When wealth no longer touches calloused hands, it decays into the ash of ghost empires. Thus rose the speculative plague, the origin of speculative markets. At first, speculation served a purpose. A farmer sold the right to his future harvest in exchange for needed tools. A sailor bought insurance against storms unseen. Real goods, real risk. But over time, the hunger for profit without labor grew. Contracts detached from fields and oceans. Paper promises multiplied beyond the harvests they once protected. Speculation severed itself from scarcity and began to feed upon itself. The shift from real trade to ghost assets. Real trade is rooted in scarcity, effort, trust weighed in tangible goods. Speculative trade is rooted in prediction, leverage, ghosts of value never touched nor weighed. Instead of trading goats, wheat, or copper, men began trading the imaginary future price of goats, wheat, and copper. Contracts folded upon contracts. Promises leveraged upon promises. Until the market resembled not a market at all, but a theater of shadows, where wealth flickered and died without ever warming a single hearth. He who buys the shadow of grain will starve when the granary falls. How derivatives unmoor economies from labor and metal. A derivative is a bet upon a bet. It is a promise to deliver what one does not own, a claim upon value not yet born, a multiplication of risk without multiplication of substance. When derivatives rule, labor is devalued because real goods matter less than paper profits. Metal is abandoned because scarcity is inconvenient to speculation. Scarcity itself is mocked until famine reminds men of its reality with iron teeth. The economy no longer moves goods, it moves ghosts. It no longer rewards farmers, smiths, or builders. It rewards gamblers skilled in deception. Thus, the circuitry of civilization shorts and burns. Pathologies of financialization. Pathology, consequence. Leverage, fragility, small shocks become fatal. Liquidity, mirage, false sense of abundance. Price manipulation, market signals become lies. Short-termism, collapse of long-term investment. Alienation, disconnection between production and reward. Each distortion bends trust until it snaps. Each illusion hollows real economies until collapse appears sudden, though it has rotted for decades. A house of mirrors must shatter. It is not a matter of if, but when. Lessons from past collapses. Though derivatives are ancient in spirit, their destruction is modern in speed. The Great Depression, stocks leveraged beyond any rational measure, a market built on credit, collapses overnight. The 2008 financial crisis, mortgage-backed securities, bets upon bets, infect the entire global economy. Collapse requires trillions in fabricated bailouts. Each time, the lesson is buried under fresh paper promises. Until the next collapse unmasks the old rot. How speculative markets convert human wealth into hollow numbers. Speculative markets promise wealth. In truth, they extract wealth from farmers, builders, teachers, craftsmen. The real wealth, grain, homes, knowledge, iron, bleeds upward into hollow numbers on ledgers. Speculators profit when real value suffers. They gain when crops fail, short sales, industries collapse, bets against production, nations falter, currency speculation. Thus, speculation is not merely a symptom of decay, it becomes an engine of it. A civilization that honors speculators above builders is a civilization that has already signed its own death warrant. The ghost does not build the house. The ghost does not sow the field. The ghost does not raise the child. Yet the ghost demands tribute until life itself is starved. Returning to wait, denying the ghost. Civilization will not survive another generation ruled by ghosts. To rebuild, we must deny speculation's sovereignty over markets. We must anchor value to visible labor and visible weight. We must sever the ghost contracts and return to real, tangible, sacred trade. Strike metal, not mirage. Weigh memory, not whispers. Trust what you can touch, and the garden will bloom anew. The Great Depression, 1929 to 1939. In the Roaring Twenties, speculation devoured Wall Street. Stocks were bought not with savings, but with borrowed money, margin loans fueling a frenzy. Share prices soared not because businesses grew, but because gamblers piled atop gamblers. When the inevitable reckoning came in October 1929, $14 billion in wealth evaporated in a single day. Banks failed. Factories shuttered. Breadlines stretched through the cities. The ghost profits vanished. Only the debts and despair remained. Lesson: when men climb towers built of mirrors, even the gentlest breeze becomes fatal. The global financial collapse, 2008. By the early 2000s, bankers no longer lent based on real collateral. Instead, they bundled bad debts, subprime mortgages, lies wrapped in spreadsheets, and sold them as pristine investments. Speculators bet upon these bundles. Other speculators bet upon the bets. Leverage multiplied the illusion 1,000-fold. When housing prices faltered, the entire global economy collapsed into recession. Workers lost homes, families lost savings. Governments printed trillions to rescue the very gamblers who caused the fall. Lesson: when value is wagered, not weighed, collapse rides the first crack like a flood. The Hanseatic League's disciplined trade, 13th to 17th century. The Hanseatic League, an alliance of trading cities across northern Europe, prospered not through speculation, but through anchored trade. Goods exchanged for goods. Contracts recorded publicly. Cargo weighed at every port. Speculation was minimized. Weight, oath, and delivery remained central. For centuries, the League dominated commerce across the Baltic and North Seas, proving that visible, verifiable trade builds empires more enduring than ghost markets ever could. Lesson: when the ship carries cargo, not promises, it survives storms that sink fleets of lies. The dot-com bubble, 1995 to 2001. Fueled by excitement over the internet's potential, investors poured money into startups with no revenue, no product, and no plan, only speculative hype. Paper wealth exploded overnight as companies issued shares untethered from value. Venture capital and IPOs created ghost valuations with zero scarcity or substance. When reality returned, $5 trillion in paper wealth vanished, and trust in innovation was temporarily crippled. Lesson: when profit is promised on future potential and not present weight, the market forgets the forge and remembers only ruin. The Archegos Collapse, 2021. Using complex derivative instruments and total return swaps, the Archegos hedge fund quietly amassed highly leveraged positions without owning the underlying assets. The illusion of control and value evaporated in days, wiping out $20+ billion. Major global banks were caught unaware because the assets were ghosts. Speculation hidden behind derivatives caused real-world damage to institutions and confidence. Lesson: the larger the ghost, the louder the silence when it vanishes. The Chicago Board of Trade's early agricultural futures, mid-19th century. Unlike modern speculative derivatives, early futures contracts on the CBOT were anchored in real crops, warehouses, and farmers. Futures helped producers manage risk in uncertain climates. Contracts were redeemable for actual grain. Prices were publicly visible and grounded in tangible, weighable goods. Trust in the system was earned because every contract had weight and harvest behind it. Lesson: when a contract echoes the rhythm of the harvest, speculation becomes stewardship, not sickness. Reflection: speculation is a temptation as old as civilization. But each time the ghosts of unweighed wealth rule over real labor, collapse follows. The market is a forge. It must strike goods, not shadows. When the hammer falls upon mist, the anvil cracks, and the forge falls silent. The devaluation of labor, AI, automation, and globalization. The hands that built the world. Civilization was not born in temples. It was not born in palaces. It was born in the calloused hands of farmers, smiths, builders, sailors, and weavers. The dignity of labor is the foundation upon which every cathedral, every library, every city rests. When the hand is honored, the soul is honored. When the hand is discarded, the soul withers. Yet now, in the twilight of memory, labor is discarded like a broken tool. Thus, we speak plainly of the devaluation that threatens the root of all civilization. How technology, used without wisdom, severs workers from value. Technology is not evil. The plow magnified the farmer's strength. The loom multiplied the weaver's art. But when technology is used to sever man from production, not to empower, but to replace, it becomes a weapon. Today, machines harvest, where once hands learned the rhythm of the soil. Algorithms trade where once merchants weighed goods and shook hands. AI writes, draws, and sings, severing the mind itself from its creative labor. When the worker is no longer needed, when the builder becomes obsolete, when the singer is replaced by code dash. Human dignity is not enhanced, it is erased. Tools must serve the soul, or they will become chains upon it. How globalization deconstructs local sovereignty. Globalization promised abundance. It delivered fragility. Once, communities raised their own grain, forged their own tools, built their own homes. Now, wheat is shipped across oceans. Tools are imported from faceless factories. Homes are assembled from foreign parts by foreign hands. Local industries wither. Skills vanish. Dependency grows. The community becomes a hostage to distant powers, invisible corporations, and fragile supply chains. Sovereignty dies, not with armies, but with forgotten crafts. The village that forgets how to forge its own plough must kneel when the merchant king demands tribute. The rise of technological serfdom. Serfdom returns not by sword, but by automation. Workers displaced by machines find no fields to till. Cities swell with idle, desperate souls. Basic survival, food, shelter, medicine, becomes dependent on obedience to systems they do not own, cannot fix, and are not allowed to question. This is not progress. This is the rebirth of feudalism in digital skin. Instead of lords and castles, the masters now hide behind algorithms and screens. Instead of whips and chains, control is exerted through access and denial. The serf who kneels for bread today will bleed for memory tomorrow. Economic infrastructure must serve people first, not elites. To heal the wound, the purpose of the economy must be restored. To serve life, not abstract profit. Thus, tools must augment human labor, not erase it. Trade must empower communities, not enslave them. Value must be measured in the nourishment of the people, not the ghost numbers of markets, the forge, the loom, the plough, the anvil. These are sacred extensions of the human spirit, not relics to be discarded. A civilization that serves machines instead of men is a civilization that will find its streets cold and silent. The tool is holy when it magnifies the hand, cursed when it replaces it. How to build resilient local economies post-collapse. Principle. Action. Relocalize production. Grow food. Forge tools. Build homes locally. Restore crafts. Blacksmithing, carpentry, weaving, masonry. Anchor trade to weight. Copper, silver, gold, not fiat or ghost money. Decentralize authority. Councils of craftsmen and farmers. Teach the young by doing apprenticeships, hands-on rites of passage. Each town, each village, must become its own atlas, bearing the weight of survival and renewal. The nation is a ghost without the village. The village is a fortress when it remembers its hands. Reforging the dignity of labor. Labor is not a relic. Labor is not shameful. Labor is memory made muscle, skill made sacred. To rebuild civilization, we must rebuild honor in labor, connection to creation, and sovereignty through skill. The calloused hand is the root of every star that ever rose above the ruins. Honor it, guard it, teach it. The Industrial Revolution and the displacement of the artisan, 18th to 19th century. Before the rise of factories, local artisans, blacksmiths, cobblers, weavers, formed the lifeblood of their communities. Their skills were visible, valuable, and sovereign. But the Industrial Revolution replaced thousands of skilled hands with machines. Textile mills crushed village weavers. Mass production disfigured the dignity of craftsmanship. Workers became replaceable cogs rather than honored creators. Urban slums blossomed, where workshops once thrived. Dependency on distant factories replaced local resilience. Lesson: when skill is sacrificed for speed, the soul of the worker becomes dust beneath the gears. The hollowing of American industry through globalization, late 20th century. In the name of efficiency, corporations moved factories overseas. Detroit, once the proud forge of the world, became a graveyard of abandoned plants. Small towns across the Midwest lost their mills, mines, and hope. Promised cheaper goods, America traded its sovereignty. The skills that had once built homes, ships, and rails disappeared across a generation. The wealth of the few grew fat, while the dignity of millions was exported and forgotten. Lesson: the empire that forgets how to build must one day kneel before those who remember. Post-war Japan's restoration through skilled craft, 1945 to 1970. After World War II left Japan in ashes, the nation did not rebuild itself through speculation or hollow promises. Instead, craftsmen rebuilt industries by hand. Villages trained new generations in carpentry, smithing, textile weaving. The ethos of Kaizen, continuous improvement of skill and craft, became sacred. From shattered cities, Japan rose to become an industrial giant, anchored not in ghost promises, but in relentless refinement of labor. Lesson: where hands rebuild with honor, ruins give birth to empires. The collapse of Rust Belt cities, United States, late 20th century. As manufacturing jobs were outsourced overseas and machines replaced skilled workers, formerly thriving industrial towns across the U.S., Detroit, Cleveland, Buffalo, were hollowed out. Factories shuttered. Once vital laborers were cast aside with no retraining, no ritual, no respect. Entire communities collapsed into poverty, addiction, and despair. Cultural memory of trades and craftsmanship was lost in a single generation. Lesson: when a nation exports its labor, it imports dependency and decay. The British enclosure movement, 18th to 19th century. In pursuit of agricultural efficiency, common lands were enclosed and privatized, displacing countless peasant farmers. Those who once lived by their labor were evicted, forced into cities and wage slavery. Skills of self-sufficiency and communal trade were destroyed in the name of centralization and profit. The very people who had sustained the land were reduced to cogs in someone else's machine. Lesson: when labor is uprooted for efficiency, the soul of the land is buried with it. The German Meister system, Middle Ages to modern era. Germany's master-apprentice, Meister tradition, carefully cultivated the dignity of skilled labor. Young workers were trained in craft and character under long mentorship. Guilds and certification ensured excellence, pride, and visible contribution to community. Even into the modern era, the system preserves honor in craftsmanship, resisting the trend of treating workers as disposable. Lesson: when labor is taught as ritual and skill is passed hand to hand, dignity becomes indestructible. Reflection: the decay of labor is the decay of memory. The abandonment of skill is the abandonment of sovereignty. A civilization that forgets its forges, its looms, its fields, and its anvils will one day find itself rich in machines, but poor in soul. The hands that raise the barn, shape the sword, and weave the cloth are the hands that lift the stars themselves, guard them, restore them, teach them, preparing for collapse and rebirth. Sovereignty begins before the fall. The time to prepare for fire is not during the inferno, but while the skies are still blue. In an age where fiat currency still prospers, where digits flow freely and paper still purchases bread, a sovereign soul must not sleep. This is the season to accumulate weight, while weight is still undervalued. Fiat will one day burn, but before that day, it is accepted. And so, paradoxically, fiat is the cheapest fuel for minting sovereignty. The purpose of stacking. The aim is not wealth. The aim is memory. To stack gold, silver, and copper is not to speculate. It is to prepare. To stack gold is to preserve legacy. To stack silver is to seed trade. To stack copper is to awaken the engine. Each round is not a trophy. It is a pre-forged oath, awaiting fire. The sovereign of tomorrow must walk today as the accumulator, not for greed, but for guardianship, timing, and fiat's illusion. Fiat is strong before it collapses. History shows that hard money is most accessible when the lie is loudest, when the markets are flush, the voices smug, and the printing endless. Do not wait for the sirens. By then, the shelves will be empty, the premiums will skyrocket, and trust will evaporate. The wise sovereign stacks, during the lie, not after it fails. Copper, the early king of collapse. Of all metals, copper is the most underestimated and the most essential. It is abundant, fractional, and immediately recognizable. In the early stage of remonetization, when silver and gold are hoarded and too valuable for bread, copper will rule the street. To mint in copper is to breathe trust back into the lungs of a dead economy. A silver round is a goat. A gold coin is a deed. A copper round is bread, firewood, labor. To serve the people during collapse is not to flash wealth, but to distribute utility. He who holds copper holds pulse. In the aftermath of collapse, paper fiat will not vanish quietly. Instead, it will temporarily wear a deceptive crown of liquidity. Those who once relied on its illusory comfort will cling desperately, hoping beyond hope that the same hollow system that bound and betrayed them might rise again from the ashes. These individuals will trade tangible value for fleeting promises, mistaking familiarity for safety and tradition for truth. Yet inevitably, as memory resurfaces and wisdom reclaims its voice, these paper relics of economic illusion will become objects of scorn, symbols of the very deception and exploitation that sparked catastrophe. Future generations will look upon fiat notes not as wealth, but as cautionary relics of a system that enslaved minds, diluted dreams, and finally unraveled beneath the weight of its own falsehoods. Leverage this opportunity to exchange ephemeral paper for enduring metals. Our purpose is to empower individuals through reliable transactions, cultivating trust, and ensuring stability for generations to come. Without this foundation, society risks fracturing, descending into distrust and deprivation. The Sovereign Stack Strategy. 1. Build in proportions. Acquire all three metals with intention. Copper in volume, for daily trade. Silver in breadth, for infrastructure. Gold in reserve, for treaties and continuity. 2. Stack fractional units. Avoid dependence on large bars or awkward denominations. Silver dimes, quarters, 1 ounce rounds. Copper cents, 1 ounce and sub-ounce rounds. Gold in fractional grams or 1/10 ounce units where possible. In a barter economy, the man who can make change becomes king. 3. Balance visibility and secrecy. Record your inventory, but not digitally. Cache small stores in multiple locations. Never consolidate your entire mint into a single vault. The sovereign must be resilient, even if one forge is lost. 4th. Prepare for exchange, not liquidation. You are not preparing to sell. You are preparing to do a trade. mint, and weigh. The stack is not for profit. It is for presence, for memory, for leadership, the mind of the sovereign. Most men stack metal out of fear. The sovereign stacks out of purpose. He knows that collapse is a certainty of cycles, that fiat strength is a mirage before the fall, that a balanced stack today is a civilization tomorrow. The sovereign is not a prepper. He is not a hoarder. He is a steward of sacred potential. His vault is not full of riches. It is full of future oaths, sealed in weight. Stack with sacred intention. You are not collecting coins. You are preparing to rebuild trust. You are not gambling on prices. You are anchoring memory before the flood. And when the false fire of fiat finally burns cold and the people cry for something real, you will not merely be ready. You will already have begun. Historical ratios: gold, silver, copper. Expressed as how many ounces of metal are equivalent to 1 ounce of the previous metal. Era: civilization: gold, silver, copper. Ancient Egypt: 1500 BCE, 1 to 13, 1 to 160. Babylon: 1000 BCE, 1 to 12.5, 1 to 120 to 160. Classical Greece: 400 BCE, 1 to 14, 1 to 100 to 120. Roman Republic: 100 BCE, 1 to 12, 1 to 110. Roman Empire: 100 CE, 1 to 15, 1 to 140. Byzantine: 500 CE, 1 to 14.5, 1 to 100 to 130. Medieval Islamic Caliphate: 900 CE, 1 to 15, 1 to 100 to 150. Pre-colonial India: 1000 CE, 1, 14 to 16, 1, 120 to 160 Han. Renaissance Europe: 1500 CE, 1, 12 to 15, 1, 100 to 140. Trading ratios to grow holdings. The natural oscillation of these ratios across time and geography created opportunities for astute traders to grow their base of metal holdings. A trader could trade gold for silver when the gold-to-silver ratio was high, e.g. 1 to 16. Then wait for the ratio to drop, e.g. to 1 to 12, then trade silver back into gold, now gaining more gold than initially traded. The same principle applies between silver and copper. Because copper's valuation was more volatile and localized, traders often moved silver into copper during periods of low copper demand, high copper value, then converted back during high demand when copper bought more silver. Each successful arbitrage cycle could increase one's total ounces of holdings, not in fiat value, but in real metal weight. Over time, this compounds significantly. Current precious metal ratios versus historical standards. As of April 29, 2025, the approximate spot prices are: gold, $3,314.99 per ounce; silver, $32.98 per ounce; copper, $4.50 per pound, or approximately 28 cents per ounce. Calculated ratios. Pair, price, ratio calculation, approx, ratio vertical bar. Gold, silver, $3,314.99 per ounce, $32.98 per ounce, 1 to 100.5 an. Silver, copper, $32.98 per dollar 1 to 117.3. Gold, copper, $3,314.99 per dollar and 0.281. 1 to 11,799. Historical benchmarks. Historically, the ratios have been pair, historical ratio range, gold, silver, 1 to 12 to 1 to 16, silver, copper, 1 to 100 to 1 to 160, gold, copper, 1 to 1,200 to 1 to 2,400. Sure. Valuation insights. Metal pair, current ratio, historical range. Gold, silver, 1 to 100.5, 1 to 12-16. Silver, copper, 1 to 117.3, 1 to 100 to 165. Gold, copper, 1 to 11,799, 1 to 1,200 to 2,400. Analysis at the time of this writing. Silver is significantly undervalued relative to gold, within historical norms suggesting balanced valuation. Copper is extremely undervalued relative to gold. Paper instruments versus physical metals. Gold ETFs, e.g. GLD. Claims to ounces held in trust, often pooled, not individually allocated. Backing reality, fractional reserves, redemption restricted or impossible. Silver ETFs, e.g. SLV. Similar structure to gold ETFs. Backing reality, high rehypothecation risk. Futures contracts, agreements to buy-sell at a future date, often settled in cash. Backing reality, high leverage, physical delivery rare. Certificates and vault receipts represent ownership of stored metals. Backing reality, counterparty and confiscation risk. Critical analysis. Paper markets can create artificial supply, suppressing true price discovery. Physical metals offer tangible assets, free from counterparty risk. Conclusion: real versus imagined wealth. Paper instruments represent promises that may not hold in times of crisis. Physical metals serve as a hedge against economic instability, offering real value. In uncertain times, tangible assets like gold, silver, and copper provide a foundation of real value beyond the fluctuations of paper promises. Liquidity premium of copper. Copper's true power is not in its value per ounce, but in its fractional utility. Gold is heavy in value, but light in use. Silver is more divisible, but still not common, tender in daily ancient transactions. Copper is the people's metal. In economies with restricted gold/silver circulation or during crisis, copper enables participation, sustains markets, and preserves the barter engine. Example scenario: trading gold for copper for liquidity, WR historical ratios. Man with 1 ounce of gold in a collapsing trade system. The historical ratio is 1 ounce gold equals 15 ounces silver. 1 ounce silver equals 120 ounces copper. Thus, 1 ounce of gold equals 1,800 ounces of copper. But demand has shifted. Copper is scarce, bartering is localized, and everyone needs small denomination tender. A blacksmith offers only 1,200 ounces of copper for 1 ounce of gold. A 33% loss versus the historical value. The man accepts. Why? Because with 1,200 ounces of copper, he can buy bread, tools, and pay wages. participate in over 100 local transactions, seed micro-enterprises or trade stalls, influence copper-starved microeconomies. The gold may have held value, but not usefulness. By sacrificing 33% value for 1200% functionality, he becomes an active node in the engine of commerce, while others with gold sit idle, unable to transact, isolated by their own wealth. A starving man cannot eat the 1 ounce of gold and would trade it for 100 ounces of copper. Liquidity and the ability to transact is paramount. Reflection. Sovereignty lies not in how much you hold, but in how often you can move. Copper moves fast. That's why it rules the start of the next monetary age. Clarification on emergency powers and decentralized governance. During severe economic or social crises, decision-making authority must remain decentralized, community-driven, and transparently accountable. Specifically, communities must maintain multi-party community governance structures that explicitly prohibit centralized decision-making during crises, clearly document and publicly disclose all emergency actions, reinforcing transparency and accountability. Rotate emergency governance roles frequently, preventing power consolidation. Establish predefined emergency protocols through broad community consensus prior to crises, minimizing ambiguity or potential abuses of authority. Adherence to these guidelines ensures resilience, fairness, and community sovereignty, even under extraordinary circumstances. Warnings on complexity and coupling in economic systems. A fool admires complexity. Civilization thrives in simplicity, transparency, and adaptability. Yet history repeatedly reveals a dangerous temptation to build intricate, tightly interwoven systems in pursuit of superficial efficiency and centralized control. These complex, heavily coupled structures conceal their fragility, masking risks beneath layers of elaborate mechanisms. The Atlantean offers a stark warning. Complexity is the whispering serpent promising perfection, yet delivering ruin. Simplicity, clarity, and decentralization are the pillars of lasting sovereignty. The fragility of complexity. Complexity gives the illusion of sophistication, control, and efficiency. Yet every additional component, every intricate mechanism, introduces potential points of failure. Such systems quickly become indecipherable, opaque, and vulnerable. Small disturbances cascade rapidly, compounding into catastrophic collapses. The Atlantean cautions, the intricate clock with 1,000 gears may mesmerize, yet when one tooth breaks, time itself stands still. Complex systems demand constant oversight, maintenance, and perfection. Eventually, complexity outstrips human capacity for understanding and intervention, creating inevitable fragility, tight coupling, and loss of sovereignty. Tight coupling, where each part of a system relies heavily upon every other, removes flexibility, autonomy, and resilience. While efficiency increases, resilience sharply declines. When one element fails, all others rapidly follow. The Atlantean explains, the chain that binds all things together binds them also to collective ruin. Sovereignty requires slack, autonomy, and independence of action. Systems overly coupled and centralized lose their ability to adapt to localized disruptions. Autonomy evaporates, replaced by uniform vulnerability. Technological overdependence. Technology, wielded wisely, empowers communities and safeguards sovereignty, but excessive dependence on complex technologies obscures fundamental skills and degrades resilience. When technologies inevitably falter, communities find themselves stranded, unable to revert to simpler, stable methods. The Atlantean warns, technology is a fine servant, but a dangerous master. Depend upon it too deeply, and when it fails, your very survival fails with it. Technology must complement, not replace, traditional skills, localized solutions, and human judgment. While blockchain-based tokenization and digital ledger systems significantly enhance transaction efficiency and transparency, they must never become the sole foundation of the monetary system. Technological solutions are supplemental tools designed to reinforce, not replace, the principles of simplicity, decentralization, and resilience. To harmonize technology with simplicity, communities must maintain regular, independently verified manual backups of all critical digital ledger data, ensure clear procedures and frequent training in manual reconciliation and auditing techniques, implement explicit fallback protocols for seamlessly transitioning to manual, non-digital verification methods if digital systems fail. Enforce redundancy in digital ledger storage across multiple decentralized nodes and geographic locations. By coupling advanced technology with robust manual fail-safes and simple backups, communities will preserve economic resilience without sacrificing technological advancement. Cascading failures from coupled markets. Global economic interdependency creates the illusion of strength and prosperity. However, tightly coupled global supply chains, financial networks, and economic dependencies risk severe cascading failures. A single disruption, no matter how minor, can trigger widespread systemic collapse, quickly spiraling out of control. The Atlantean cautions, when all markets speak with one voice, a whisper of panic becomes a chorus of collapse. Sovereignty resides in the power to disengage and operate independently. Economic decentralization and localized resource management offer safeguards against cascading market failures. Simplicity as the foundation of resilience. Civilizations that endure value simplicity over complexity, decentralization over centralization, and clarity over opacity. Resilient communities maintain loose coupling, strong local economies, and independent resource systems. These simple, transparent structures withstand shocks, adapt swiftly to disruption, and preserve sovereignty. The Atlantean affirms, resilience dwells in simplicity. The simplest blade cuts true, the simplest trade holds firm, and the simplest economy survives storms that shatter complex empires. Redundancy beyond failure. To guard against complexity-induced fragility, especially relevant to technological solutions such as tokenization, implement systems designed with intentional redundancy. Create multiple, independent verification and operational pathways. Should one fail, others remain operational, preserving functionality and trust. The Atlantean advises, redundancy is not waste, it is wisdom. Multiple paths to truth ensure that no single failure becomes catastrophic. Systems of tokenization must include independent auditing, multiple custody points, decentralized nodes, and fallback manual verification methods. Redundancy in architecture ensures robust continuity beyond points of isolated failure. 2008 Global Financial Crisis. The banking system, obscured by layers of complex derivatives and opaque accounting practices, collapsed under the weight of hidden risks. Trust evaporated overnight, as complexity prevented clear understanding of exposure. Lesson: complex, opaque systems conceal risks rather than removing them. The inevitable revelation of these hidden weaknesses results in devastating systemic failures. Simplicity is strength. Transparency is resilience. Complexity births catastrophe. European sovereign debt crisis, 2009 to 2012. Eurozone nations became so economically intertwined through a single monetary policy and financial coupling that individual states lost autonomy to address localized economic distress. A crisis in one country rapidly infected the entire bloc. Lesson: excessive coupling reduces local flexibility, turning minor local disruptions into widespread crises. Sovereignty is compromised when systems are forced into lockstep conformity. Freedom breathes in the spaces between systems. The tighter the chain, the harder the fall. Colonial Pipeline Cyber Attack, 2021, USA. The heavily centralized fuel pipeline system, dependent entirely on complex digital control systems, suffered total paralysis from a single ransomware attack, causing widespread economic disruption. Lesson: over-reliance on intricate technological layers, without redundant simple backups, invites systemic paralysis when inevitably disrupted. Technology should serve, not master. Complexity worshipped is a crisis guaranteed. Supply chain collapse, COVID-19, 2020 to 2022. Global supply chains, highly specialized, just-in-time coupled networks, experienced catastrophic cascading failures from minor initial disruptions, revealing extreme vulnerability. Lesson: the more tightly coupled markets become, the faster and deeper disruption cascades. Loose coupling and localized autonomy enhance systemic resilience. The strongest chain has slack, allowing each link the freedom to endure shock. Localized village economies, historically universal. Simple local economies, based on decentralized agriculture, craft, and barter, have repeatedly survived empire collapses, wars, and global disruptions. Local resilience ensured that economic life continued, even amid crisis. Lesson: decentralized, simple systems provide economic resilience and self-sufficiency that centralized, complex systems can never match. True resilience is local, visible, and simple. Complexity blinds, simplicity sustains. Embrace simplicity and decentralization. In building economic systems, pursue clarity over complexity, flexibility over rigidity, and autonomy over interdependence. Complexity invites catastrophic collapse, while simplicity fosters lasting sovereignty. Loose coupling creates robust resilience, and decentralization protects against systemic risk. Do not weave your future in threads so fine they cannot bear the weight of crisis. Simplicity is strength. Decentralization is resilience. Sovereignty is survival. Decentralized banking as a pillar of sovereignty. Trust and tyranny. Banks historically evolved from trusted community custodians into powerful centralizing forces, often compromising sovereignty. To restore the true purpose of banking, as guardians rather than rulers, a decentralized banking model must emerge, rigorously constrained, transparent, and accountable. The Atlantean proclaims, "Banks once guarded trust. Yet, when banks became tyrants, sovereignty became their hostage. Let us restore banking to its humble origin, as servant, not master." Role of decentralized banking in the Tri-Metal Standard. Decentralized banks effectively facilitate economic interactions and accelerate transactions while strictly adhering to the Tri-Metal Standard by providing secure custodial management of physical metal reserves, issuing fully backed, verifiable digital tokens representing precise metal holdings, facilitating instantaneous transaction verification and settlement, thereby reducing physical transfer and storage complexities, promoting liquidity without fractional reserve lending or unbacked credit issuance. Banks shall not conjure money. They shall guard it. They shall not create illusion. They shall protect substance. Leveraging tokenization for complex transactions. Tokenization allows decentralized banks to facilitate complex and high-frequency transactions transparently and securely. Fractional divisibility. Tokens representing metals can be divided into precise fractions, facilitating minute, exact transactions without physically subdividing metals. Rapid settlement. Digital tokens enable immediate verification, accelerating transaction velocity without compromising metal reserves. Transparency and auditability. Token transactions recorded on decentralized ledgers provide immutable transparency, ensuring accountability and reducing fraud risks. Cross-border simplicity. Tokenization simplifies international trade settlements, enabling complex transactions across decentralized networks with minimal friction and maximal transparency. Tokenization does not replace metal. It ensures metal's honest and efficient circulation. Trust must flow swiftly, transparently, and verifiably. The use of digital tokenization for metal-backed currency provides significant advantages in transaction speed and transparency, yet must never permit fractional reserves or disconnect from physical backing. To ensure tokens always remain strictly redeemable at a 1-to-1 ratio against physical metals, communities must implement regular and systematic redemption audits conducted monthly to guarantee token-metal alignment. Transparent reconciliation processes that publicly disclose token issuance against physical holdings. Immediate manual verification protocols to swiftly rectify discrepancies between digital tokens and physical reserves. Automatic redemption trigger points that mandate token-to-metal conversions if digital holdings exceed verified physical reserves at any point. By strictly enforcing these measures, communities will maintain the integrity and trustworthiness of their monetary tokens without compromising the fundamental principles of physical scarcity and direct redemption. Safeguards against banking tyranny. Mandatory, verifiable. Record keeping. Loan payments must be meticulously recorded in publicly accessible ledgers or decentralized blockchain systems, accompanied by verifiable receipts to ensure transparency and auditability. Clear constraints must prevent decentralized banks from becoming oppressive. Absolute transparency, open access, and regular independent audits of all metal reserves, token issuance, and ledger transactions. Strict reserve requirements, a mandatory 1-to-1 metal backing for all tokens and receipts. Local ownership and oversight. Decentralized banks must remain under local community control, forbidding external or centralized authority. Non-political principle. Prohibition against banking entities influencing political processes or legislation. Decentralized distribution. Encouragement of numerous community banks to prevent monopolistic dominance. Banks must build not just for success, but for survival through failure. Redundancy is not inefficiency, it is foresight. Redundancy beyond failure. Technological resilience. Banks implementing tokenization must safeguard against technological vulnerabilities through intentional redundancy. Multiple independent verification channels, ensuring continued operation even if a verification path fails. Decentralized custodial arrangements, distributing metal reserves across numerous secure locations. Manual verification protocols, establishing fallback manual auditing to maintain trust during technological failures. Regular resilience testing, consistent audits and stress tests to proactively identify and mitigate risks. When one path to truth fails, others must remain strong. Redundant systems preserve sovereignty and continuity. Explicit prohibition on bank lending. To preserve systemic integrity and prevent historical abuses, banks within the Tri-Metal system are explicitly prohibited from engaging in lending, fractional reserve issuance, or monetary expansion activities. All lending activities must exclusively reside with community-controlled mints, ensuring strict collateralization, full transparency, and verifiable backing by physical metals. Banks shall never lend what they do not hold. They guard trust, but must never issue illusion. Lending belongs to mints alone, where weight, clarity, and sovereignty forever reign. To avoid any confusion or contradiction between decentralized banks, strictly custodial and transactional, and community-controlled mints responsible for lending, banks must operate exclusively as secure custodians and transaction facilitators, strictly forbidden from issuing loans, creating credit, or engaging in fractional reserve banking. Community mints, responsible for lending and minting currency, must remain institutionally, operationally, and organizationally separate from banks, each governed independently and transparently. Any entity performing both minting and banking functions must segregate these activities into separate, independently audited divisions with explicit governance frameworks, preventing overlap or conflicts of interest. Community oversight bodies must regularly audit and publicly disclose adherence to these separation protocols, ensuring compliance and systemic transparency. By strictly enforcing this operational distinction, communities preserve monetary integrity, clarity, and sovereignty, eliminating potential conflicts or abuses inherent in traditional banking lending models. Clarification on proportional redemption. Protocols during liquidity stress. In scenarios where simultaneous redemption demands exceed immediate physical reserve availability, communities must implement proportional redemption protocols. Clearly define and publicly document proportional redemption rules before any liquidity crisis occurs. Immediately communicate any proportional redemption measures transparently to all token holders during implementation. Redistribute redemption fairly and equitably, strictly according to transparent community-approved criteria. Rapidly restore full redemption capacity through community cooperation, strategic reserve allocations, and coordinated minting efforts. Adhering to these protocols ensures equitable liquidity management, maintaining trust and stability even during extreme redemption events. The universal right to mint and issue collateralized loans. In the sovereign monetary system outlined here, the role of mint is determined not by special privilege or institutional authority, but by strict adherence to clearly defined principles: transparent ledger keeping, full collateralization by physical metal, auditable trust, and absolute monetary clarity. Thus, the right and authority to mint coins and issue loans belong inherently to any individual, community, or entity consistently maintaining these foundational principles. Sovereignty lies in adherence, not in privilege. Minting is not a privilege of power, but a right of discipline and clarity. Any hand holding true weight, transparent ledgers, and verifiable trust is worthy of becoming a mint. Nuanced distinction from current systems. Unlike contemporary banking systems, decentralized banks within this sovereign economic framework cannot issue loans or create credit. Their exclusive roles are secure storage, transaction facilitation, and transparent custody. Operate purely as custodial vaults and settlement centers, managing tokens directly backed by verified physical metal reserves. Exist separately from lending authority. Lending and minting are open to all individuals or entities adhering to the strict criteria of transparent, collateralized lending based entirely on physical metals. Mints, distinct from banks, must ensure each issued loan or coin is explicitly and verifiably collateralized by metal reserves before issuance, thus safeguarding against fractional reserve abuses and monetary manipulation. Today's banks conjure illusion. Our banks guard substance. Today's mints serve privilege. Our mints serve principle. The Medici banking collapse, 15th century. The once powerful Medici Bank centralized enormous wealth and political influence across Europe. Overextended credit, political entanglement, and lack of transparency eventually caused its collapse, devastating economies dependent on its network. Panic of 1907, United States. Excessive dependence on a small group of New York banks triggered cascading failures when liquidity froze, resulting in widespread financial chaos and highlighting the dangers of overly centralized banking control. Cyprus banking crisis, 2013. Banks leveraged excessively without transparency or adequate backing. When crisis struck, account holders saw their deposits forcibly bailed in, leading to severe loss of trust and economic disruption. Zimbabwe hyperinflation crisis, 2000s. Centralized banking under government control permitted unchecked currency issuance and fractional reserve abuses, causing rapid hyperinflation, economic collapse, and widespread poverty. Scottish free banking era, 1716 to 1845. Scotland's decentralized, locally owned banks, each independently issuing fully backed notes, created remarkable financial stability, economic growth, and resilience even amid crises elsewhere. Cooperative credit unions, 20th century to present. Globally successful community-owned credit unions demonstrate that decentralized, transparent, locally controlled banking structures create resilience, trust, and sustained economic prosperity. History speaks clearly. When banking remains local, accountable, and transparent, communities thrive through trust, simplicity, and mutual cooperation. The future of sovereign banking. A sovereign banking future lies in decentralized banks operating strictly within clearly defined constraints, transparent, fully backed, locally accountable, and technologically resilient. By harnessing tokenization, decentralized banks become powerful yet carefully guarded servants of community sovereignty and economic resilience. We do not abolish banks, we reclaim them. They are servants of sovereignty, custodians of trust, and facilitators of exchange. Never masters, never tyrants. The 10 Commandments of Honest Money. The laws of memory and weight. When money forgets weight, nations decay. When memory of scarcity is severed, empires collapse not from invasion, but from rot. Thus we carve in stone the 10 Commandments of honest money, to defend civilization from decay, deceit, and forgetting. Laws written in ink fade, laws written in ritual and metal endure. The 10 Commandments of Honest Money. 1. Thou shalt not create money without weight. Every unit of currency must have corresponding metal, weighed and witnessed. No digits without metal. No promises without present scarcity. 2. Thou shalt never inflate the supply by decree. No secret mintings. No shadow expansions. Currency grows only through honest mining, forging, or real acquisition. 3. Thou shalt anchor all transactions to observable weight. Every trade must reference true grams, ounces, or known rounds. No abstraction allowed to replace measurement. 4th, thou shalt maintain public ledgers. All major exchanges, loans, and mints must be recorded. Ledgers must be accessible, immutable, and visible. 5. Thou shalt over-collateralize all lending. No loan shall be issued without collateral at minimum twice the value. Debt shall serve the people, not enslave them. 6. Thou shalt permit no clipping, shaving, or debasement. Any coin reduced from standard must be melted and reforged. Purity is the pulse of trade. 7. Thou shalt strike every coin with trust marks. Every coin should bear weight marks, purity marks, and mint insignia. An anonymous coin is a ghost that haunts trust. 8. Thou shalt refuse the resurrection of fiat. No scrip, no notes, no digital representations shall replace visible metal. No bank or authority shall substitute weight for promises. 9. Thou shalt recognize the true cost of war. No mint shall fund war without open citizen consent, recorded in ledgers. War debts are to be weighed not in paper, but in sacrifice. 10. Thou shalt teach the young the weight of value. Every generation must touch, weigh, and forge metal with their own hands. Memory cannot survive only in books. It must survive in practice. Defending memory, defending sovereignty. The 10 Commandments are not suggestions. They are the living law of survival against collapse. Each commandment is a bulwark against the old rot, the old ghosts, the old betrayals. Strike your coins in metal. Strike your laws in memory. Else your children will strike stones against their own broken walls. Reflection. Laws must be more than scrolls. Laws must be more than ink. The 10 Commandments of honest money must be struck in memory, weighed in the hand, guarded at the cost of blood if necessary. Commandments not guarded by metal are prayers spoken to the empty sky. The parables. Each commandment of the Tri-Metal Codex is paired with a parable, a symbolic narrative drawn from imagined but archetypal communities, meant to root abstract principles in visceral, emotional truth. These parables serve not only to instruct, but to warn, inspire, and anchor memory in story. Together, they form a unified moral system, a treasury of value, trust, labor, and legacy. 1. Thou shalt not create money without weight. Parable of the Hollow Coin. There once lived a merchant named Aurel, in a land where silver flowed like rivers and trust was measured in ounces. Every coin that changed hands bore the mark of its mint, the stamp of its weight, and the truth of its metal. But Aurel was clever, too clever for his own good. He grew envious of those with heavy pouches and saw an opportunity.
Why should I spend my life at the forge, blistered and bent, when I can have silver's look without its labor?
He mused. So he carved wooden discs, thin and smooth, and coated them in gold leaf. From a distance, they shone like king's currency. Up close, they passed in dim markets where scales were scarce and trust grew lax. Aurel began trading, first small, a loaf here, a ribbon there, then larger, a goat, a cloak, a wagon. His pouch grew fat, though it bore little weight. He smirked as farmers and cobblers bowed to him, praising his wealth. One day, he came upon a blind beggar named Ison. The man sat by the roadside, asking for alms. Out of vanity more than charity, Aurel dropped one of his hollow coins into the man's cup. The beggar took it in hand, ran his fingers across its edge, tapped it to his teeth, and frowned.
"This coin lies,"
Ison said aloud.
"It rings like a bell without a clapper."
Aurel laughed and walked on. But the beggar kept the coin and showed it to a smith he knew. The smith held it to flame, and it blackened. He split it with his hammer, and wood splintered beneath the gilding. His eyes narrowed. Within days, the town buzzed with whispers. A woman weighed her necklace. Its clasp bore no true silver. A farmer checked the grain paid to him. Half his payment was counterfeit. Aurel's name spread like rot. Those who held his false coins now held nothing. Anger grew. The council summoned Aurel and demanded he redeem his trades in true silver. He claimed ignorance. He said he meant no harm. But when they asked him to melt his own coins before them, he refused. So the people melted them for him. In the center of the square, the townsfolk built a pyre of hollow coins. The black smoke curled above their banners. They made no effort to punish him by whip or blade, for the shame was enough. They stripped him of title and trade, and from that day forth, all merchants were required to carry scales, and all coins were tested before exchange. The town decreed, "Only what bears weight bears witness." And so the age of hollow promises ended, burned into ash. Annotations and interpretive commentary. Aurel the merchant represents those who exploit appearances for gain, relying on deceit and the absence of verification. Wooden coins with gold leaf symbolize fiat money or abstract representations of value not backed by physical substance or labor. The blind beggar, Ison, embodies wisdom beyond sight. He feels the truth, implying that discernment transcends surface illusion. The blacksmith's test signifies empirical verification. Fire, weight, and destruction are the tools of truth. Value must withstand scrutiny. The pyre of hollow coins, a communal ritual of purging deceit and restoring trust. Justice here is restorative, not punitive. Council's new law reflects the institutionalization of hard money principles, public validation, transparency, and accountability in trade. Lesson for children, ages 6 to 12. Moral: just because something is shiny doesn't mean it's real. Activity idea: let children hold a real coin and a foil-wrapped chocolate coin. Ask, which one could you use to buy something real? Explain, money should feel real and heavy, like truth. If someone tricks others with fake coins, it can hurt everyone. Quote to remember: real treasure is heavy, lies are light. Lesson for students, teens, young adults. Moral: without proof of value, trust collapses. Discussion. Prompts. How does this relate to paper money or digital currencies? Can you think of a time when someone faked something that seemed valuable? Should all currencies be backed by something real? Activity. Assign students to research a historical currency collapse, e.g., Weimar Republic, Zimbabwe, and present how hollow money affected the people. Lesson for elders or community leaders. Moral: it is the duty of the wise to detect and burn hollow coins before the market rots. Reflection. Prompt: how can we instill monetary literacy in the young? What does this story teach us about leadership, deceit, and justice? Are there hollow coins in our society today, symbols, policies, or currencies that look good but hold no substance? Ritual suggestion. As part of a seasonal community ritual, have elders bring symbolic hollow coins written on paper, lies or false values, and cast them into fire to teach the youth the value of integrity and weight. 2. Thou shalt never inflate the supply by decree. Parable of the Hidden Mint. In the highland city of Varn, nestled among silver-veined cliffs, a wise economy had long prevailed. For generations, coinage was struck only when ore was mined, weighed, and witnessed. The weight of money rose with the sweat of miners and fell when the earth yielded less. Trust held firm, and prices danced only as fast as labor could sing. But a new chancellor came to power, Ambrel of the Scepter Tongue. She was eloquent, clever, and deeply ambitious. She promised roads paved to every village, towers crowned in marble, and markets bursting with goods. The people cheered. Yet the mines gave no more than before. Rather than temper her promises, Ambrel summoned her alchemists and appointed a secret mint beneath the palace, hidden behind guarded doors and river-fed furnaces. There, they copied the city's coins in every detail, but forged them from base metal, plated in silver. By decree, she ordered their release into the treasury without announcement and quietly filled the coffers of her allies and builders. At first, the illusion held. Trade flowed. Stone rose. Applause rang. But soon, the price of grain began to climb. Then salt. Then labor. The old coins vanished from the market, hoarded by those who knew the difference. The new ones passed faster, lighter, subtly duller, yet too many to question. Those closest to the mint prospered, those farthest starved. A baker named Corin, long respected for his scales and fairness, refused the new coins.
I will trade for silver, or not at all,
He said. The chancellor called him a traitor. He was jailed. But the people remembered. A child, sneaking through a palace drain in search of lost marbles, discovered the echo of hammers below. He followed the sound, and what he found sparked a fire in the city's soul. Word spread like ash on wind. The people stormed the hidden mint. They found barrels of false coin, unmilled and glinting falsely in torchlight. They brought them to the square, where Corin, now freed, struck them with a smith's hammer. Beneath the silver sheen, copper grinned. The chancellor was deposed, not by blade, but by balance. Her secret mint was dismantled, stone by stone, and above its ruins the people engraved into marble, "Let no coin be struck but by the hand of labor. Let no currency rise but from the earth's honest yield." Annotations and commentary. Ambrel of the Scepter Tongue symbolizes central authorities who promise prosperity but fabricate wealth rather than earn it. The secret mint represents central banks or monetary authorities that inflate the money supply in secret or through deceitful policies. Corin the Baker, the moral merchant, a guardian of fair trade who knows that dilution of value is theft by stealth. The hoarding of old coins illustrates Gresham's law. Bad money drives good money out of circulation. The child's discovery. Truth often arises from innocence or unexpected places. Exposure is inevitable. The people's judgment. True justice in economics comes not from violent revolt, but from the restoration of balance and transparency. Lesson for children. Moral: when someone makes too many pretend coins, the real ones disappear. Simple explanation: Imagine if a teacher gave everyone gold stars, but some kids made their own fake ones. Soon, the stars stopped meaning anything. That's what happens when too much money is made without earning it. Activity. Use a game with real buttons and fake paper buttons. Show what happens when too many fake buttons are added. Prices go up and trust breaks. Quote to remember: only earned coins hold the world together. Lesson for teens/students. Moral: creating money without production distorts trust and punishes the people furthest from power. Discussion prompts. How does inflation hurt the poor more than the rich? Can governments print prosperity? What modern tools or technologies allow inflation to happen in secret? Suggested assignment. Research the effects of inflation during a modern crisis, e.g., 1970s US, Venezuela, Argentina, and analyze who was hurt most and why. Lesson for elders/community leaders. Moral: sound money is community memory. Debased currency erases the record of sacrifice. Reflection: have you seen a time when savings lost their value? What happens when prices rise faster than wages? Who gains when money is made without work? Community ritual. Suggestion: create a symbolic minting ceremony where community members bring tokens of real work, tools, soil, ore, ledgers, and swear to only trade value for value. 3. Thou shalt anchor all transactions to observable weight. Parable of the invisible trade. In the market city of Darnell's Cross, traders once bartered by scale and by hand. Every stall had a balance, every coin had its weight tested, and every deal was witnessed by sight and metal. Then came a traveler named Saro, with a velvet pouch and a tongue coated in honey. He called himself a broker, promising ease, speed, and a smarter way to trade. He introduced tokens, small slips of parchment, each signed with a strange cipher.
This note represents a 1/4 ounce of silver.
He declared.
Carry these instead of coin and never weigh again.
Some scoffed, but many, wearied by years of counting and weighing, welcomed the shortcut. The tokens were light, easy to carry, and Saro offered them freely, so long as people agreed to redeem them later. Business boomed. Tokens flowed. Metal sat idle. Stalls filled with slips. Years passed, and Saro's ledger grew fat. But when a famine struck and food prices soared, people returned to redeem his tokens for real silver. Saro smiled and nodded until his silver ran dry.
Your token still represents silver.
He insisted.
It is just not available now.
But I need bread,
Said a farmer.
I need oil.
Said a mother.
I need the weight.
Said a blacksmith. The market turned grim. The tokens that once seemed so clever now revealed their hollowness. Arguments flared. Some merchants weighed them and found no value. Others refused them altogether. One day, a girl named Lyra brought a sack of Saro's tokens to the forge. She asked the smith to melt them down.
They are only paper, child,
He said,
they will burn, not melt.
and so they did. In the fire, her pouch vanished. With it went the illusion. From that day forward, Darnell's Cross outlawed all currency not tied to visible, weighable metal. Every market stall once again hung a scale. Every deal once again bore weight. And beneath the town's central balance they inscribed, "Trade what you can hold. Accept only what rings true." Annotations and interpretive commentary. Saro the broker represents financial institutions or middlemen who introduce abstract or unbacked instruments of trade, notes, digits, IOUs, detached from tangible value. The tokens symbolize fiat currency, credit, and all forms of representation that are not immediately redeemable for real goods. The people's turn to paper mirrors societal complacency when convenience overrides prudence, trusting systems without verification. The famine and redemption crisis illustrates the collapse of abstraction when scarcity returns. In hardship, only weight can feed. Lyra's burning pouch, a symbolic act of disillusionment. The child sees what the adults ignored. Fire tests truth. The market's return to scales signifies the restoration of economic justice through observable, measurable exchange. Lesson for children. Moral: if you can't see it, weigh it, or hold it, it might not be real. Explanation: imagine someone says they'll give you a cookie tomorrow and gives you a piece of paper that says 1 cookie. But when you're hungry, there's no cookie, only paper. That's why it's better to keep the real cookie. Activity: give kids play tokens and real metal objects. Let them try to buy things. Then ask what happens if no one honors the tokens. What's safer? Quote to remember: a promise isn't a coin. A coin is a promise kept. Lesson for students/teens. Moral: all value must be anchored to something measurable, or trust becomes illusion. Discussion. Prompts. What are modern tokens like Saros? Are credit, crypto, or digital bank balances backed by anything tangible? Why do people prefer convenience over verification? What happens when a system built on representation is tested by crisis? Suggested assignment. Have students bring in examples of money substitutes, gift cards, checks, IOUs, Venmo balances. Discuss which ones can be redeemed for real goods instantly and which rely on trust in a system. Lesson for elders/leaders. Moral: the root of corruption is unmeasured trade. Reflection. Have you lived through a time when money lost its meaning? How can a community safeguard against systems that grow abstract and detached? Who benefits from invisible ledgers and unverified wealth? Community practice. Suggestion: host a weight day where elders show children how to weigh metal, test coinage, and verify trade. Preserve tactile wisdom through generational transmission. Fourth, thou shalt maintain public ledgers. Parable of the Sealed Book. In the city of Malvarin, wealth flowed like wine, but no one knew where it came from. At the heart of the city stood the Tower of Weights, where the Ledger Guild was charged with recording every major trade, every loan, and every minted coin. For a time, their work was honest, their books bound in open vellum, displayed for all to see. But as gold grew heavy in the city's vaults, the ledgers grew darker. The guildmaster, Voltaire, began to seal the books.
For security,
He said.
to protect the privacy of trade.
He locked them in an iron room, admitting only those with signet rings and whispered influence. The people still paid their taxes and debts, but could no longer verify the balances. Trades were made in shadow. Loans were tallied with secret clauses. The scribes wrote not what happened, but what they were told had happened. One day, a widow named Mara came to plead her case. Her husband had died, repaying a debt that had already been cleared, she claimed.
The coin was weighed and witnessed.
She said, showing a slip of parchment signed by 2 merchants and sealed with wax. Voltaire glanced at her document, then at his sealed book.
That debt was never recorded.
He replied.
Your husband's life is his receipt.
Mara wept. The crowd, watching from the square, murmured. Among them stood a former apprentice scribe, Jalen, who had once seen the truth in the ledgers before they were locked away. That night, he broke into the tower through an aqueduct and descended into the sealed archive. There he found rows of volumes, redacted with ink and margin notes, entire debts erased or inflated at whim. He took the oldest book, the one written before corruption, and brought it to the square at dawn. He opened it on a stone altar, and all could see Mara's husband had paid in full. Rage swept the city. The people stormed the tower, not to burn it, but to open every book and weigh every lie. And yet, as they opened vault after vault, they came upon a locked chest marked private ledgers, personal trade, household exchange. There was silence. Jalen stepped forward and placed his hand on the chest.
"This is not what rotted the city,"
He said.
"These are the books of men who borrowed no public coin, forged no public mint, and owed no debt to their neighbors. Let them remain closed."
A farmer nodded. A smith lowered his hammer. They left the chest untouched. Instead, they carried only the public ledgers, the ledgers of debt and coin creation, of loans drawn from the common treasury, of favors paid with the people's trust. These were copied, restored, and bound in glass at the new Hall of Accounts, where every citizen could read them freely. And a tradition was born. Once each season, children would come and read a line aloud so that no transaction affecting all would ever be forgotten. Above the new ledgers, carved in silver, were the words, "A trade not seen is a theft not caught." The truth must be public, unless the debt is private. Lesson for children, ages 6 to 12. Moral: some things should be shared, and some should be kept private, but cheating must always be found. Simple explanation. Imagine everyone plays a game. If the score is hidden, someone might cheat. But if you're just trading toys with your friend, that can stay between you two, so long as no one is hurt. Activity. Let children pretend to trade toy coins, writing some trades on a public chalkboard and others in private notebooks. Then ask, when should you show your notes? When should you keep them private? Quote, to remember, we open the books when all are owed. We close them when the trade is our own. Lesson for students/teens. Moral: transparency is required when public trust is involved. Privacy is sacred when trades are personal. Discussion prompts: why should government spending be public, but your paycheck can be private? Can a society protect both transparency and privacy without contradiction? What happens when personal privacy is erased in the name of security? What happens when public ledgers are sealed in the name of privacy? Suggested assignment: students research real-world transparency laws, e.g., FOIA, public budget reporting, and compare them with privacy laws, e.g., GDPR, HIPAA. Where should the line be drawn? Lesson for elders/community leaders. Moral: the line between transparency and privacy is the spine of a just economy. Reflection. Prompts. Have you witnessed either secrecy destroying trust or surveillance destroying dignity? Who in your community should have public accountability and who should be protected by private rights? How can elders uphold this distinction as moral witnesses? Community practice suggestion. Establish a two-book system. One public ledger for shared resources, community debt, and minting. One private record-keeping tradition for families or barter, respected, encrypted, or even oral. Reinforce mutual consent and voluntary disclosure as sacred. 5. Thou shalt over-collateralize all lending. Parable of the Golden Seed. In the valley of Caldrith, the land was rich and the people proud. They tilled soil with silver ploughs and weighed every trade in honest metal. Among them lived a farmer named Thalen, known for his good harvests and humble strength. One spring, a sickness swept through the oxen of the valley. Thalen's beasts perished, and without them he could not plough his fields. Planting season neared. His hands were calloused, his heart steady, but his cart lay still. He went to the house of lending and asked for a single seed of gold, just enough to buy new oxen.
Come autumn,
He said,
I shall repay in full and feed this valley once more.
The lender, a man named Corin, wore a robe of silk and a ring weighed down with stones. He peered at Thalen through narrowed eyes.
I will lend you 1 golden seed,
Corin said,
but no collateral is required. Simply sign this paper and your field shall bloom.
Thalen hesitated.
But what secures the loan?
My trust in you.
Corin smiled. Grateful but uneasy, Thalen signed. That season, drought fell upon Caldrith. The skies dried, and crops failed. Thalen could not repay. Corin came, not alone, but with the guard. He claimed Thalen's home, his tools, and his land, all with the stroke of the paper. The people were horrified. Thalen had not borrowed against his home, but Corin's paper said otherwise. This is theft, they cried, but the law sided with the seal. That winter, the valley knew hunger. The granaries, once filled by Thalen's fields, stood empty. A young woman named Mirelle, a weaver, rose and challenged Corin.
If you lend without risk, you gamble with others' lives. If you lend without stake, you sow slavery.
She gathered the people and formed the first circle of collateral. From then on, no loan was given unless the lender put up twice the value in metal or goods, held in escrow by the village steward. If we fail, said the borrower, you are paid. But if you gamble, you may lose too. Over time, the valley grew strong again, slower, more careful, but just. The house of lending was rebuilt not with thrones and scrolls, but with scales and chests, and carved above its door was the new creed. Let no man lend what he will not risk. Let no debt be borne without twin witness. Annotations and interpretive commentary. Thalen the farmer represents the working class, skilled, responsible, but vulnerable to external shocks. Corin the lender embodies the predatory creditor, offering easy terms with hidden traps, risking nothing but gaining control. The golden seed symbolizes monetary loans without sufficient collateral, appealing in crisis, enslaving in aftermath. The paper contract, an abstraction used to override material truth, weaponized when not anchored in balanced security. The first circle of collateral represents community-driven lending protocols, mutual accountability, and moral finance. Lesson for children. Moral: if you borrow something, be sure both of you promise fairly. Simple explanation: if a friend lends you a toy, it's kind to also lend them something of yours. That way, if something breaks or gets lost, no one gets hurt unfairly. Activity role-play lending games. One child lends a toy, the other lends something back to hold just in case. They discuss why both sides must feel safe. Quote to remember: a fair promise is shared by both hands. Lesson for students/teens. Moral: Debt becomes slavery when only one side carries the risk. Discussion prompts. What's the difference between secured and unsecured lending? Who benefits from no collateral loans and who suffers when they go wrong? What protections should exist to prevent predatory debt traps? Assignment: research payday lending, microloans, or IMF structural loans. How does collateral, or the lack of it, change the outcome? Lesson for elders/leaders. Moral: loans without risk breed injustice. When lenders are never exposed, they become tyrants, cloaked in parchment. Reflection: have you seen debt ruin those who meant only to survive? How can communities provide fair access to capital without risking enslavement? What could a local circle of collateral look like in your town? Community practice. Suggestion: create a community lending pool where all loans require double collateral from lenders, a safeguard that flips the power dynamic and honors both parties' risk. 6. Thou shalt permit no clipping, shaving, or debasement. Parable of the Shaved King. In the kingdom of Viralorn, the people trusted the weight of their coins more than the word of their king. Each round bore the royal seal, stamped in the center, and rings of ridges around the edge, a design meant to reveal any tampering. A coin with clean ridges was full weight. A coin with smooth edges had been clipped. This system had endured for 100 years. But King Relin, heir to a costly war and a court addicted to luxury, found his treasury thinning. His ministers urged higher taxes. The merchants resisted. The people groaned. Then a cunning mintmaster proposed a new plan.
Shave the coins, clip a sliver from each round,
He said.
melt the clippings, strike new coins. No one will know. The seal remains. The shine endures.
The king agreed. Quietly, he recalled all royal coins for inspection and blessing. The people, proud of their sovereign, brought them by the wagon load. In the palace mint, each was weighed, shaved at the rim, and re-stamped. The coins returned lighter, but looked nearly the same. At first, all went on as before. Bread was still sold. Horses still changed hands. But soon, merchants began weighing coins again, suspicious of rising prices. A blacksmith hammered a coin on his anvil. It rang dull.
Lie!
He said.
This coin has lost its heart.
Word spread. Old coins disappeared into hoards. The new ones changed hands faster, but bought less. Trust decayed faster than silver. The mintmaster was caught selling clippings to foreign traders. The people were enraged, but not just at him. They had trusted the seal. Now, the seal meant nothing. A council of guilds demanded the king answer for his theft. Relin, cornered, offered pardon and peace, but no restitution. They refused. The people gathered their clipped coins and brought them to the public forge. One by one, they melted the coins down. The silver pooled. The shavings were added back. And from that silver, new coins were struck, with ridged edges, deep marks, and a new inscription. Let no hand take what is not weighed. The king's seal was banished. The new coins bore no face, only truth. From that day, any coin suspected of lightness was not traded, but returned to the forge. And the people learned, a coin that lies is not a coin at all. It is a thief with a crown. Annotations and interpretive commentary. King Relin symbolizes state power attempting monetary deceit through subtle debasement. Clipping and shaving represents inflation by stealth, shrinking the value of money while preserving its appearance. The mintmaster, a technocrat who weaponizes obscurity. His evil is in execution, not ambition. The blacksmith's ring test, the return of honest measurement. Trust is restored only through tactile proof. The public forge, a metaphor for civic renewal. When corruption is exposed, true value must be melted and reforged. Lesson for children. Moral: if you take a little from everyone's coin, you're stealing from everyone. Simple explanation. Imagine if your toy looked the same but had missing pieces inside. It might still shine, but it's not whole. That's what happens when people shave coins. They trick others. Activity: give kids foil-covered coins and secretly clip a few. Let them weigh both and see the difference. Then ask, should we trade the light ones the same? Quote to remember: even small thefts make big lies. Lesson for students/teens. Moral: monetary deceit often hides in surface trust. Discussion prompts. What modern forms of clipping happen in fiat systems, e.g., hidden inflation, currency redenomination? Is it more dangerous to steal outright or to erode trust slowly? Why did the people reforge their coins instead of just punishing the king? Assignment: research real examples of coin debasement in Roman or medieval history. What happened to the societies that allowed it to continue unchecked? Lesson for elders/community leaders. Moral: the measure of money is the measure of a people's soul. Reflection. Prompts. Have you witnessed a time when your savings lost value from forces outside your control? What tools can a community use to defend the weight of its wealth? What is the role of elders in detecting hidden debasement, whether of coin, word, or law? Community practice. Suggestion: build a public coin scale ritual. Once a month, elders test coins or tokens brought forward by the community. If any are light, they are melted publicly and recast, teaching all generations that value must ring true. 7. Thou shalt strike every coin with trust marks. Parable of the Ghost Coin. In the port city of Kalmar, ships came from every horizon, and gold flowed through the markets like wind through sails. Coins from dozens of lands were traded, some square, some round, some etched with beasts or kings. But one day, a traveler arrived with a pouch of silver rounds, more beautiful than any the merchants had seen. They gleamed with mirror polish, perfect weight, and elegant symmetry, but bore no seal, no mint mark, no name. When asked, the traveler smiled.
"They are from a distant land,"
he said.
"Purity beyond measure. Trust them by their beauty."
At first, the market accepted them eagerly. The butcher traded for them. The clothier did too. Their shine spread through Kalmar like silver tide. But weeks later, a jeweler cracked one open and found its core was lead. Another melted one and found the smoke foul. A smith struck one with a hammer. It shattered. Panic followed. Merchants blamed each other. Some claimed their coins were real, others counterfeit, but none could prove origin. The coins were anonymous, ghosts that looked alive but left no trace of their birth. Trade collapsed. In desperation, the Council of Kalmar called a halt to all commerce using unmarked currency. From that day, every coin accepted in the city had to bear a mint mark showing where and by whom it was struck, a purity mark attesting its metallurgical grade, a weight stamp clearly visible and verifiable. To restore order, they melted every ghost coin they could find, real or fake, and reforged them into new rounds bearing the seal of the city, a lighthouse, a set of scales, and a crescent moon. These coins were called truths, for they were seen, named, and weighed. From then on, the people of Kael'mar spoke of the ghosts not with anger, but with reverence, as a lesson carved in silver. A coin that hides its face cannot speak truth. An unnamed gift is a stranger's debt. Annotations and commentary. The ghost coins represent untraceable, unverified forms of currency, anonymous tokens, unmarked bullion, fiat derivatives, even certain cryptos without proof of origin. The traveler symbolizes enticing but unaccountable institutions or individuals offering value without verification. The Council's response introduces the concept of standardized markings, enabling community trust through proof, not faith. The Truths, a model for ethical coinage. Every round becomes a historical artifact, anchored in place, time, and responsibility. Lesson for children. Moral: if you don't know where something comes from, you can't know if it's safe. Explanation: would you eat candy from a wrapper with no name, no ingredients, and no maker, even if it looked shiny? Number. The same goes for coins. Activity: give children various coins, paper circles. Some have names and numbers, others are blank. Ask which ones they'd use to trade. Why? Quote, to remember. A real coin tells you who made it. A ghost coin tells nothing. Lesson for students/teens. Moral: without identity, there is no accountability. Discussion prompts. What happens when wealth moves through systems anonymously? Should all currency, crypto, cash, or metal, have traceable origin? What is the difference between privacy and anonymity in money? Assignment: have students compare marked currency, e.g., US coinage, sovereign bullion, with anonymous mediums, e.g., unmarked bars, privacy coins. What risks are introduced without provenance? Lesson for elders/community leaders. Moral: if value is to endure, it must carry a name and a witness. Reflection. Prompts: have you ever held a coin or bill and wondered if it was real? What traditions did your elders pass on to confirm trust in trade? How can we mint or trade today in ways that leave a trail of truth behind? Community practice. Suggestion: start a local marking tradition. If bartering with metal or craft, sign, stamp, or brand each object with a unique symbol of the maker, date, and weight. Teach children to never trust value without origin. 8. Thou shalt refuse the resurrection of fiat. Parable of the Silver Echo. In the hill province of Threska, the people had long traded in coins of copper, silver, and gold. The miners dug the ore, the smiths cast the rounds, and the markets rang with the clink of earned weight. But a plague swept the land. Quiet at first, then swift. Trade slowed. Roads emptied. The council of merchants grew anxious. One man, a banker named Vel, stepped forward with a solution.
To keep trade flowing,
He said,
we shall issue paper. Each note will represent a coin held safely in the vaults of Threska's treasury. No need to carry weight, just this ink and seal.
the people, worn and fearful, agreed. At first, it worked. Markets revived. Notes changed hands like birds in flight. The sound of silver was replaced by the flutter of parchment, and Vel assured all,
The coins remain. Every note echoes their weight.
years passed. The plague ended, but the paper stayed. When farmers came to reclaim their silver, the clerks delayed. Next week, they said, the vaults are being reorganized. When traders demanded coin, they were offered more paper, larger denominations, backed by confidence. One day, a miner named Darek brought his entire savings, 40 notes said to equal 40 silver rounds, and demanded redemption. The clerk smiled nervously. "There is no coin left," he whispered. The notes were now all that remained. The vaults were empty. The silver had been loaned, melted, or vanished. Rage spread through Threska. Darek nailed his worthless notes to the doors of the treasury with a miner's spike and shouted,
"This is not money. It is the memory of money, and the memory is a lie."
The people rose. They tore the notes from the markets, burned them in great pyres, and declared a new law. From that day on, no note, no scrip, no digital claim could ever substitute for visible, weighable coin. Trade was slower, pouches were heavier, but trust returned. And carved above the rebuilt treasury were the words, "If it cannot clink, it cannot claim." Let memory be for stories, not for wealth. Annotations and commentary. Vel the banker embodies the birth of fiat. Well-meaning convenience turned systemic deceit. The paper notes represent fiat currency, digital-only balances, and all forms of value abstraction not backed by immediate redemption. The silver echo, a metaphor for fiat's false promise, a sound that once meant something, now empty. Darek the miner, the worker whose effort gave real value, now denied its return. His rebellion is the cry of betrayed labor. The burning of the notes symbolizes economic reformation by purging illusion, a sacred rejection of unbacked trust. Lesson for children. Moral: paper can promise anything, but only metal proves it. Simple explanation. Imagine someone gives you a paper that says you have 5 cookies, but when you ask for them, there are none. That's what happens when paper replaces real things. Activity. Have kids trade tokens backed by real items, stickers, coins. Then remove the items and let the tokens remain. What happens when the real things disappear? Quote to remember: paper that lies becomes firewood. Lesson for students/teens. Moral: value must be redeemable, not rhetorical. Discussion. Prompts. What are fiat currencies? How are they different from money backed by metals? Why do governments prefer fiat systems? What are the risks? Should digital currency be allowed without a physical reserve? Assignment. Research 1. Historical fiat collapse, e.g., Zimbabwe, Venezuela, Weimar Republic. Ask, when did people stop believing the paper? Lesson for elders/leaders. Moral: fiat is the theft of value by delay, dilution, and decree. Reflection. Prompts. Have you lived through currency debasement or inflation? What did you use for trade when trust in currency failed? How can elders safeguard generational wealth from vanishing promises? Community practice. Suggestion. Host a Sound Money Day where people bring physical forms of value, metal, tools, food, and re-establish barter and coin trade principles, reminding the young that real wealth is not written, but held. 9. Thou shalt recognize the true cost of war. Parable of the Blood Mint. In the mountainous realm of Drevan, the people lived in peace, farming their terraces, mining silver veins, and keeping precise ledgers for all public matters. Their treasury was a sacred place, built of black stone and ironwood, guarded by 3 laws. No coin minted without metal in hand, no tax levied without vote, no war waged without consent. But beyond the northern pass, A neighboring kingdom raised arms and marched toward Dreven's borders. The king, Odrin, stood before the council and the people.
They threaten our lands,
He said.
We must raise an army at once.
The people listened.
We will fight,
said the miners.
but what coin shall fund the march?
The king replied.
The treasury holds enough for now.
But after weeks of battle preparations, the coin ran low. A minister proposed a quiet solution.
Let us mint new coin, unbacked, just this once. War must not wait.
And so, without consent, they reopened the mint by night. New rounds poured forth, identical to the old, but hollow within. They were paid to soldiers, smiths, and merchants who accepted them unknowingly. Bread rose in price. Black powder grew scarce. The people whispered of strange coins that rang dull. Then a widow came forward. Her son had died at the border. She brought the coin he had been paid, a full pouch, and placed one on the forge. It split.
This is not coin,
she said.
This is betrayal.
The council was summoned. The king confessed.
I acted for Draven,
he said,
to save us from defeat.
But the people answered,
We do not fund war with lies. We fund it with silver and with blood. Both must be weighed, and both must be chosen.
They melted the false coin into medallions, one for each soldier lost, stamped not with a crown, but with a tear. They placed them in the hall of ledgers, beside the scrolls, recording the vote they never took. From that day forward, no war could be funded, no mint reopened, until the people inscribed their will in open ink and pledged coin of their own. Above the rebuilt treasury, etched in iron, were the words, He who mints for war without consent strikes not coin, but chain. The cost of war must be seen and shared. Annotations and commentary. Odrin the King represents executive war powers that bypass public will, often citing urgency to justify unilateral action. The Blood Mint symbolizes fiat or stealth-based funding of war, hidden inflation, emergency spending, bond issuance not approved by the populace. The Widow's Coin, a physical, emotional anchor, the moment when abstract policy becomes real loss. The Hall of Ledgers stands for accountable history. Every cost must be witnessed, recorded, and borne together. The Melted Medallions, a sacred act of memory. War debt must be inscribed in sacrifice, not erased in convenience. Lesson for children. Moral: if you start a fight, you must know what it will cost, and you must ask before using someone else's things. Simple explanation: imagine a friend used your lunch money to buy toy soldiers without asking. Even if they said it was to protect you, it still wasn't right. You should have agreed together. Activity: use pretend village coins for a game. Ask, should the group vote before spending them to protect the fort? Why or why not? Quote to remember: real protection asks permission. Lesson for students/teens. Moral: war without consent is theft, not just of money, but of life. Discussion prompts. Should governments need citizen approval to fund wars? What are examples of wars funded through hidden inflation or debt? How might war feel different if every family had to pay its share in coin, not just in silence? Assignments: study a historical war, e.g. Vietnam, Iraq, World War I, and trace how it was financed. Was there open consent? What were the economic effects on civilians? Lesson for elders/leaders. Moral: war must not be an act of kings alone. The treasury belongs to the people, so must the burden. Reflection. Prompts. Did you live through a war that was declared, or simply happened? How can we prevent future conflicts from being funded in shadow? How do we honor those who gave their lives when consent was never given? Community practice. Suggestion. Create a public war ledger, not of glory, but of cost. List names, funds spent, and consequences borne. Let no future conflict pass without a recorded vote and memorial coin. 10. Thou shalt teach the young the weight of value. Parable of the Child's Hammer. In the quiet highlands of Ellenmore, long after wars had ceased and markets had calmed, there lived a blacksmith named Rinna, who kept no account books, no contracts, and no clocks. Only a scale, a forge, and a memory that reached back 6 generations. Her daughter, Liri, was clever and full of questions. One morning, as Rinna weighed copper for a neighbor's kettle, Liri asked,
Mother, why do you always weigh everything? Why not just believe them?
Rinna handed her a small round blank and said,
Make a coin.
But I don't know how.
Liri replied.
You will,
Rinna said, and placed her hand over the girl's. She showed her how to heat the crucible, melt the scrap, pour the mold. They waited. They polished the blank. They placed it on the anvil. And then Rinna handed Liri a small hammer.
This time you strike.
Liri brought the hammer down with both hands. The sound rang clear. The coin bore her mark. She held it up and whispered,
It's real!
Not because it's shiny,
Rinna said,
but because you made it real.
That evening, Liri traded her coin for a hand-bound book of stories from a passing scribe. She returned glowing, both heavier and lighter than before. Years passed. As Liri grew, so did her coins, sharper, truer, bearing weight and grace. Other children came to learn. Rinna taught them not from scrolls, but from fire, smoke, and the ringing song of the anvil. One day, an envoy came from the lowlands, bearing tablets and ledgers and printed slips.
Join our unified system,
they offered.
No need to weigh or strike. Just trust the system.
The children refused. We've held the truth in our hands, they said. You hold only symbols. The envoy left empty-handed, and so it was written above the door of Rinna's forge, carved in the first coin Liri ever struck. Only those who forge know the cost. Teach them not to spend. Teach them to strike. Annotations and commentary. Rinna the Smith embodies generational knowledge and the sacred responsibility to embody value, not just talk about it. Liri the daughter represents every new generation, curious, untested, but capable of carrying truth, if taught by practice, not abstraction. The coin striking, a rite of passage, the difference between knowing about money and knowing it with your body. The scribe's book, a symbol of cultural exchange. Money becomes meaningful when traded for memory and story. The lowland envoy represents centralized symbolic systems that offer ease without understanding, comfort without continuity. Lesson for children. Moral: when you make something yourself, you know it's real. Simple explanation: if someone gives you a fake coin, you can't always tell. But if you melt the metal, shape it, and make the coin, you know it's true. Activity: let children use clay or metal tokens to stamp their initials or symbols. Weigh each token, talk about balance and trust. Ask, which would you trade? Which would you keep? Quote to remember: the coin you make is the coin you trust. Lesson for students/teens. Moral: If you inherit money, but never learn how it's made, you inherit blindness. Discussion prompts. Why do most people today have no idea what their money is made from? Should schools teach physical finance, like coin striking, weighing, or barter? What's lost when value becomes invisible? Assignment. Have students attempt a hands-on experiment, smelt metal, mint a simple token, or research how ancient cultures made currency. What did they learn that a textbook couldn't teach? Lesson for elders/community leaders. Moral. If the young cannot feel the weight of value, they will mistake shadows for gold. Reflection. Prompts. What practices did your ancestors use to teach value, not just money, but worth? How can you pass those lessons down? Not in words, but in work. What would a modern rite of passage look like for a child learning value? Community practice. Suggestion. Host an annual Forging Day, where elders teach youth how to smelt copper, weigh silver, barter goods, and track ledgers by hand. Make it a celebration. Make it sacred. Summary of themes. Material reality. The 3, 8. Hollow coin, invisible trade, silver echo. Limits on authority. 2nd, 4th, 9th. Hidden mint, sealed book, blood mint. Trust through design. Shesti, Sedmi, shaved king, ghost coin. Fair lending, Aindam, golden seed. Moral education. Pattavadu, child's hammer. Reflection. On the necessity of parables. Though the Tri-Metal Codex is filled with facts, records, and historical warnings, though its pages recount empires fallen to inflation, republics drowned in debt, and currencies debased into dust, there remains one truth deeper than documentation. Facts inform, but parables endure. History may teach us what was, but parables teach us what is and what always will be. Where charts fade and ledgers rot, the memory of a forged coin, a child's hammer, or a ghost that glitters false can remain in the heart, long after reason forgets. We include parables not as decoration, but as anchors, living metaphors that make the commandments not just understood, but felt. Because what we are defending is not merely monetary policy. We are defending memory. We are defending the soul's ability to recognize truth by feel, not just by footnote. Let economists argue over models. Let politicians speak in percentages. But let the people remember these stories, and by them, remember themselves. Let the child who melts copper remember that value comes from labor. Let the elder who weighs silver remember that trust comes from weight. Let the trader who reads these pages know that somewhere between coin and code, between grain and promise, the parables live where law alone cannot reach. So we end not with numbers, but with narrative, because in the end, only what is storied is remembered, and only what is remembered survives. The Monetary Bill of Rights. The Monetary Bill of Rights, with prohibitions against exploitation, circumvention, and tyranny, on the necessity of the Monetary Bill of Rights. In every age, the chains of bondage have evolved. Where once the yoke was iron, it is now debt. Where once shackles bound the wrist, they now bind the will, through hidden inflation, surveillance, taxation, and algorithmic control. The empires of old extracted their tribute through force. Today, it is done through currency manipulation, rent-seeking, usury, and the erosion of purchasing power over time. This Monetary Bill of Rights was not written for the past, but for the future, a future we refuse to cede to technocrats, bankers, or political opportunists. It was born out of the clear recognition that freedom cannot exist without economic sovereignty, and that the right to transact, own, and preserve value must be protected as zealously as speech or self-defense. Our society has adopted a tri-metal standard: silver for the common man, gold for the intercivilizational covenant, and copper as the seed of local barter and regenerative exchange. These metals are not just stores of value. They are anchors of truth, immune to the whims of policy or the deceptions of digital fiat. They are tangible, finite, and rooted in natural law, unlike the fabricated scarcity of centralized ledgers or centrally banked illusions. We created this framework because to live without it would be to ignore the hard-won lessons of the past and remain blind to the clear trajectory of global monetary abuse. Programmable currencies, asset seizures, capital restrictions, biometric control layers, and debt as a tool of enslavement. History has warned us, and we would be remiss, even negligent, to look away. To ensure a free people, we must predict the future with moral clarity and act now to prevent the final enclosure of human agency. This is not merely a manifesto, it is a firewall against tyranny, a declaration that value belongs to the individual and that economic dignity is not a privilege to be granted. It is a birthright to be guarded. Let this document be a guide, a sword, and a shield. Let it remind every citizen, ruler, and institution: you do not own us. You do not own our labor. You do not own our future. Article 1. The right to honest and verifiable money. Every individual has the right to transact, store, and denominate value in a money that is physically limited, independently verifiable, and free from dilution or issuance by decree. Any attempt to redefine value through inflationary policy, centralized ledger control, or artificial scarcity is a crime against economic sovereignty. All forms of money must be subject to open-source auditing protocols and immutable public records. Weimar Germany, 1921 to 1923. The unchecked printing of papier marks to finance war reparations and deficits led to hyperinflation, wiping out the savings of the middle class. Families starved while government and industrial elites transferred their wealth to gold, land, and foreign assets. Had this right existed, the currency would have required independent, verifiable scarcity, making mass printing impossible. Nixon's shock and the end of Bretton Woods, 1971. By unilaterally suspending the dollar's convertibility to gold, President Nixon enabled the era of unbacked fiat, ushering in rampant inflation, currency devaluation, and rising wealth inequality globally. A verifiable money clause would have prevented a single executive from breaking a global trust covenant unilaterally. Zimbabwe hyperinflation, 2007 to 2009. Government money printing to fund military and public sector salaries collapsed the Zimbabwean dollar. At its peak, prices were doubling every 24 hours. People resorted to barter and foreign currency. This right would have outlawed monetary issuance by decree and required transparency in monetary creation. Federal Reserve inflation targeting, post-2008. By deliberately aiming to devalue currency at approximately 2% annually, the Fed institutionalized wealth erosion. Savers are punished, while asset holders benefit, deepening inequality. An enforceable limit on dilution and an honest unit of account would have preserved generational purchasing power. Classical gold standard, 1815 to 1914. Under the gold standard, Industrializing nations experienced rapid economic growth with low inflation. Cross-border trade flourished due to fixed exchange rates backed by physical settlement. People could trust that money held its value across time and geography, enabling long-term planning and savings. Tally stick system of medieval England, 11th to 18th centuries. A physical, verifiable form of money based on wooden sticks with matching notches used as receipts. Nearly fraud-proof and widely trusted for centuries. Despite its simplicity, its integrity endured longer than most fiat currencies. It exemplified decentralized verifiability. Article 2. The right to absolute financial privacy. All monetary interactions, savings, and holdings of a peaceful individual are inherently private. No surveillance, digital, biometric, or behavioral, may be conducted without a public trial, warrant issued by a citizen jury, and full restitution if overturned. Metadata collection, algorithmic profiling, or behavioral risk scoring by either governments or corporations shall be treated as unlawful wiretapping and is punishable by criminal sanction. Operation Choke Point, 2013 to 2017, United States. The U.S. Department of Justice pressured banks to cut services to high-risk industries, e.g. firearms, payday loans, adult services, without due process, based solely on political disapproval. If financial privacy had been enforced, transactional neutrality would have shielded lawful businesses from targeted exclusion. Canadian Freedom Convoy account freezes, 2022. Bank accounts of peaceful protesters and donors were frozen under emergency powers, without charges or trial, simply for participating in a demonstration. This right would have barred financial retaliation without a lawful conviction, preserving civil liberty. East German Stasi surveillance, 1950s to 1989. The secret police monitored banking activity to control dissent. Access to loans, housing, or travel was used to reward loyalty and punish perceived subversion. Had financial privacy been inviolable, economic coercion could not have been weaponized against personal beliefs. China's social credit financial blacklists, 2014 to present. Chinese citizens with low social credit scores can be barred from purchasing plane tickets, renting property, or accessing credit, all tracked via financial surveillance. A protected right to anonymous economic activity would disable this system of total behavioral control. Swiss banking secrecy laws, 1934 to 2010. For most of the 20th century, Switzerland codified banking privacy as a right. Citizens from repressive regimes could shelter savings from seizure and persecution. Though imperfect, this neutrality protected countless individuals from political targeting. Use of physical cash throughout history. Until the modern surveillance era, cash enabled private peer-to-peer transactions with no third-party oversight. From farmers' markets to revolutions, this anonymity protected autonomy. Cash as bearer instrument remains the purest historical example of financial privacy serving the public good. Absolute financial privacy is an essential safeguard against coercion and surveillance. However, it must coexist harmoniously with the need for transparent and publicly verifiable ledgers. To ensure these principles complement rather than conflict, all public ledgers must record transactional data anonymously or pseudonymously, never disclosing personal identities or private financial details. Communities should implement cryptographic or zero-knowledge proof technologies, allowing verification of transactions and reserves without revealing sensitive individual information. individuals retain exclusive control over the disclosure of their private data, with transparency requirements applying strictly to monetary balances, reserves, and transactional integrity, not personal identities. Regular audits must verify compliance, demonstrating that transparency never infringes upon privacy rights. This dual emphasis preserves both economic accountability and personal autonomy, upholding the highest standards of privacy while maintaining complete financial transparency. Clarification on privacy-protected audit procedures. To reconcile frequent thorough audits with absolute financial privacy protections as soon as possible, communities must explicitly integrate advanced privacy-preserving audit technologies. Regular audits must employ cryptographic methods, such as zero-knowledge proofs, enabling auditors to verify transactional integrity without accessing private financial details. Clearly, documented audit methodologies must specify how anonymity is consistently preserved. Community oversight bodies must ensure that audit procedures never compromise individual financial privacy, with public reporting confirming ongoing compliance. Audit frequency, at least quarterly, must balance rigorous oversight with practical privacy safeguards, utilizing transparent, community-reviewed protocols. These measures guarantee robust accountability without infringing upon the fundamental right to financial privacy. Article 3. Prohibition of capital controls and asset freezing. No authority may impose controls on the movement, withdrawal, or conversion of assets, domestic or international, by a free citizen. The freezing, restricting, or deplatforming of financial access shall be considered a form of economic imprisonment and outlawed under all states of emergency. No financial institution, public or private, may suspend access to funds without trial and binding public oversight. Cyprus banking crisis and bail-in seizures, 2013. In response to banking failure, the Cypriot government froze withdrawals and confiscated deposits over €100,000 to bail in the banks. Citizens were locked out of their own accounts. This right would have barred emergency powers from turning depositors into involuntary stakeholders in failed institutions. India's currency demonetization, 2016. In an overnight announcement, India invalidated its two highest denomination banknotes, freezing billions in cash savings. Millions of unbanked citizens were left without access to funds or livelihoods. The ability to convert and withdraw value without state interference would have prevented this manufactured crisis. Argentina capital controls and peso crisis, 2001 and 2019. Facing hyperinflation and debt, Argentina imposed harsh capital controls, limiting currency conversion, restricting withdrawals, and criminalizing foreign exchange. This right would have protected Argentinians' ability to preserve their wealth by seeking stable alternatives. U.S. Executive Order 6102, 1933. President Roosevelt criminalized private gold ownership and forced citizens to surrender gold at a fixed price, after which the government devalued the dollar. Had this right been enshrined, such a seizure of monetary sovereignty under emergency decree would have been unconstitutional. Post-war West Germany, 1950s to 1970s. Following World War II, West Germany embraced liberalized capital markets under the Deutsche Mark. Citizens could freely convert and move assets, which fostered economic recovery and trust. This openness rebuilt faith in money after wartime devastation and laid the foundation for the Wirtschaftswunder, economic miracle. Modern Singapore, 1960s to present. Singapore deliberately avoided capital controls, allowing free flow of money and low taxation, helping it rise from a poor port to a financial hub. Respecting the individual's right to move capital gave confidence to investors and citizens alike. Article 4. Absolute protection from asset seizure and forfeiture. No property, physical or digital, may be confiscated, forfeited, or held as collateral by the state or its agents, absent a conviction for a violent crime in a trial by jury. Civil asset forfeiture is hereby abolished in all forms. Law enforcement agencies are permanently barred from financially benefiting from seizures of any kind. U.S. Civil Asset Forfeiture Abuse, 1980s to present. Law enforcement agencies across the U.S. have seized billions in cash and property from individuals without charging them with crimes, often under vague suspicion. Many victims are never convicted or even arrested. This right would eliminate the profit motive by requiring conviction first and removing seizure authority from benefiting parties. Soviet land and asset confiscations, 1920s to 1930s. Millions of kulaks, peasant landowners, were declared enemies of the state and had land, livestock, and tools seized during forced collectivization, leading to famine and mass death. Protection from seizure, absent violent criminal conviction, would have safeguarded property and prevented state-induced genocide. Nazi Aryanization of Jewish property, 1933 to 1945. The Nazi regime systematically confiscated Jewish businesses, homes, and bank accounts through decrees, taxes, and emergency policies, paving the way for economic erasure before extermination. This right would have invalidated every seizure without trial and denied the legal facade used to justify theft under racial pretense. Mugabe's land grabs in Zimbabwe, 2000s. The Zimbabwean government violently expropriated white-owned farmland without compensation, plunging the country into food shortages, economic collapse, and hyperinflation. Legal protection from politically motivated seizure would have preserved economic function and food security. United States Homestead Act, 1862. While imperfect, the Homestead Act granted individuals secure title to land after proving use and residence. Once granted, ownership was generally protected, fostering independent farming and expansion. It established the ideal of secure private property that no government could later revoke arbitrarily. Post-World War II, Reconstruction in Japan, 1947 Constitution. After the war, Japan's new constitution enshrined strong property rights. Even during Reconstruction, private assets could not be seized without due compensation and legal process. This helped rebuild trust in government and catalyzed rapid economic growth with rule of law foundations. Article 5. Abolition of usury and debt enslavement. All lending must be fully transparent, capped at simple interest ceilings defined by public referendum, and prohibited from compounding beyond double the original principal. Any attempt to disguise interest through fees, insurance structures, subscriptions, or penalties shall be classified as financial fraud and punished accordingly. Debts may not be inherited nor enforced through wage garnishment, biometric lockout, or access denial to basic life needs. Ancient Rome, debt bondage of the plebeians, 5th century BCE. Poor Romans often pledged their bodies as collateral. If they defaulted, they were legally enslaved, nexum, to creditors. This led to social unrest, rebellions, and deep class division. This right would have outlawed physical or economic bondage through debt and capped abusive lending. Global student loan crisis, 21st century United States. U.S. student borrowers owe over $1.7 trillion, often at compounding interest. These loans are non-dischargeable in bankruptcy, trapping generations in debt for the right to work. A right to capped, transparent, non-compounding debt and the option to discharge would restore agency and prevent lifelong servitude. International Monetary Fund Structural Adjustment Programs, 1970s to 2000s. Countries in Latin America, Africa, and Asia were trapped in debt cycles through IMF loans, conditioned on austerity, asset privatization, and currency devaluation. The result was mass poverty and lost sovereignty. Prohibiting predatory international lending would have preserved national self-determination and economic survival. Medieval Jewish usurers and Christian usury ban loopholes. While Christians were prohibited from lending at interest, many authorities allowed Jewish lenders to operate in their place, then turned on them when debt burdens inflamed social tensions. Entire communities were exiled or massacred. This right would have removed the incentive for rulers to outsource predatory lending while scapegoating the lender. Islamic finance principles, historical and modern. Under Islamic law, Sharia, interest-based lending, riba, is prohibited. Lending is structured as profit-sharing or risk-bearing partnerships, aligning incentives and minimizing exploitation. Though inconsistently applied today, this tradition highlights a moral framework for anti-usury economies. U.S. anti-usury laws, early 20th century, varying by state. Many U.S. states once enforced strict interest caps, often around 6 to 10%. Loan sharks and predatory lenders were prosecuted. Consumer credit was still accessible without widespread bankruptcy. This created an era where loans were tied to real collateral, risk was shared, and debt rarely destroyed lives. Article 6. Total separation of money creation from government or corporate control. No government, central bank, or corporate body shall retain the right to issue, define, or alter the supply of money. Money shall emerge from open, decentralized, consensus-led systems with public source code, visible ledgers, and no single point of failure. Any attempt to disguise central control through partnered blockchains, kill switch infrastructure, or programmable digital currencies is outlawed as counterfeit sovereignty. The Federal Reserve Act, 1913, United States. By granting a privately owned central bank control over U.S. monetary policy, the dollar became subject to interest-based issuance, inflation cycles, and manipulation by unelected officials. This right would have denied both the cartel and the state the power to control monetary supply behind closed doors. The ECB and Greek debt crisis, 2010s. Greece, bound to a currency it could not print, the euro, was denied the tools to devalue or restructure. Meanwhile, the European Central Bank imposed austerity while bailing out foreign banks. Had Greece retained sovereign monetary issuance under decentralized citizen control, this manufactured crisis could have been mitigated or avoided. The digital yuan and programmable money, China 2000s. The Chinese government launched a central bank digital currency, CBDC, with built-in control features, expiration dates, spending restrictions, and real-time surveillance. This right would have outlawed programmable money controlled by a central issuer, safeguarding autonomy. Hyperinflation in Venezuela, 2000s. The bolivar was printed into worthlessness by a corrupt state monopoly. Citizens saw their wages destroyed while elites fled, with US dollars and gold. Decentralized money, outside government control, would have preserved purchasing power and enabled flight from collapse. Bitcoin and the cypherpunk movement, 2009 to present. Bitcoin's capped supply and open protocol embody monetary separation from both state and corporate control. It has allowed people in Argentina, Turkey, and Nigeria to preserve value against inflation. This is the first truly decentralized monetary standard of the digital age, and it honors this right by design. Gold and silver as decentralized money, ancient to pre-modern eras. For thousands of years, money was minted from metals, held by the people, not issued by decree. Kingdoms had to acquire gold through trade or labor, not printing. Value creation was rooted in productivity, and money could not be conjured from nothing by rulers or bankers. Article 7. Prohibition of corporate financial influence over governance. Corporate lobbying, donations or influence, direct or indirect, over monetary policy, tax law, or regulatory frameworks is strictly prohibited. Executives and legislators are barred from entering employment, boards, or consultancies with institutions they previously regulated or funded. All violations are prosecuted as treason against economic democracy. Citizens United v. FEC, 2010, United States. This Supreme Court ruling granted corporations the right to spend unlimited money on political campaigns, equating money with speech. It led to the rise of dark money and super PACs, enabling billionaires and corporations to control political outcomes. This right would have strictly separated corporate finance from democratic process, preserving public representation. East India Company's capture of British Parliament, 18th century. The East India Company, one of the earliest multinational corporations, held seats in Parliament and directed colonial policy for profit. Its manipulation led to famines, wars, and systemic plunder. A prohibition on corporate political power would have prevented this private empire from hijacking national policy. The 2008 financial crisis and bank bailouts. Major U.S. banks spent millions lobbying to deregulate financial markets, then received trillions in bailouts after triggering global collapse. None of the executives were held criminally liable. This right would have banned the revolving door and political capture that shielded Wall Street from accountability. Big Pharma influence on health policy, 2020 to present. Pharmaceutical giants, through lobbying and regulatory funding, shaped public health narratives and vaccine policy, while securing indemnity from liability. Many regulatory agencies were led by former industry executives. Corporate neutrality would have demanded impartial governance, banning industry actors from regulating themselves. Teddy Roosevelt's trust-busting era, 1900s United States. President Theodore Roosevelt aggressively broke up monopolies, Standard Oil, railroads, and fought corporate lobbying. The Pendleton Civil Service Reform Act began separating business influence from appointments. Though not perfect, this era established the idea that unchecked corporate power is incompatible with public freedom. Glass-Steagall Act, 1933 to 1999, United States. This law legally separated commercial banking from investment banking, reducing conflicts of interest and protecting citizens' deposits from speculative risk, until its repeal. It exemplified a time when financial governance resisted corporate merger and limited systemic risk. Article 8. Permanent ownership and non-taxability of property. Land, home, and tangible personal property shall not be taxed, liened, or levied once acquired. Property ownership may not be conditional upon annual tribute or registration to the state. Zoning laws, environmental restrictions, or eminent domain claims may not be used to dispossess rightful owners without unanimous jury approval and gold-based restitution. The Great Depression farm foreclosures, 1930s, United States. As the economy collapsed and farmers couldn't pay property taxes or mortgages, banks and governments seized hundreds of thousands of farms, even though owners had paid for the land in full. Had permanent ownership without recurring tribute been law, these families could have weathered the storm with dignity. Urban displacement through eminent domain, 1950s to present. In U.S. cities, minority communities were frequently targeted for redevelopment. Governments seized land under eminent domain, handing it to private developers. Homes were razed in the name of progress. This right would have barred government seizure for non-public use and protected generational homes. Property tax foreclosures for trivial debts, modern United States. Citizens have lost homes over as little as $8 in unpaid property tax due to automated foreclosure systems. These seizures often transfer property to private investors at auction. A no taxation clause would have nullified these predatory forfeitures, restoring ownership as sacred and absolute. China's leasehold system and ghost cities, 2000s to present. All land in China is owned by the state. Citizens only lease land for 70 years. As leases expire, uncertainty and corruption mount, creating vast empty cities, speculation, and political dispossession. This right would have abolished leasehold illusions and secured real, transferable ownership. Allodial land titles in the American West, 19th century U.S. In some frontier regions, land granted under allodial principles became immune to state taxation or encumbrance. These titles represented true ownership, not state-permitted tenancy. They offered generational security and aligned with the homesteader ideal of sovereign land stewardship. Swiss cantonal property protections, historical present. In Switzerland, cantons have long defended private property against federal encroachment. Strong protections against eminent domain and high thresholds for property taxation maintain trust and stability. This decentralization supports local control and has prevented large-scale expropriation or arbitrary levies. Article 9. Right to issue, mint, and trade alternative currencies. Individuals and communities hold the inherent right to mint, issue, and trade alternative currencies, barter systems, or stores of value. No law shall compel acceptance of a monopolized legal tender or criminalize the peaceful exchange of value, provided no fraud or coercion is involved. Corporate platforms that blacklist or censor such alternatives shall be stripped of any state protections or privileges. U.S. legal tender laws and the Liberty Dollar raids, 2007. The Liberty Dollar, a private, asset-backed currency, was raided by federal agents under accusations of competing with the U.S. dollar. Though peaceful and transparent, its creators were prosecuted and their assets seized. This right would have protected voluntary exchange and prevented the criminalization of non-fraudulent currency alternatives. Roman Empire's debasement of coinage, 3rd century CE. As the state monopolized minting, it systematically reduced silver content while mandating legal tender laws. Citizens were forced to accept worthless coinage while inflation and economic collapse followed. If communities had retained the right to mint or reject devalued currency, the empire's financial disintegration may have been tempered. India's crackdown on local barter and gold hoarding. 1960s to 1970s. To enforce rupee dominance, the Indian government outlawed gold possession beyond a limit and discouraged local bartering economies, crippling rural resilience and pushing black markets underground. This right would have preserved village-level sovereignty and trust in time-tested mediums of exchange. France's assignat currency suppression, 1790s. During the French Revolution, those who refused to accept hyperinflated paper assignats were branded counter-revolutionaries. The death penalty was imposed for refusing the currency. Free exchange and refusal of devalued paper would have protected life, liberty, and economic honesty. Virgil stamp scrip experiment, Austria, 1932 to 1933. In the Great Depression, the Austrian town of Virgil issued a local currency with a demurrage fee, incentivizing circulation. It revived the economy until the central bank outlawed it. Though shut down, it remains proof that local currencies can outperform monopolized money in crisis. Modern cryptocurrency networks, 2009 to present. Bitcoin, Monero, and others allow peer-to-peer trade resistant to censorship and seizure. In nations like Nigeria, Lebanon, and Argentina, people rely on crypto as lifelines when official currencies collapse or access is denied. These networks prove that decentralized alternatives can preserve value, autonomy, and survival against failing regimes. Article 10, Prohibition of Economic Coercion and Digital Slavery. All people are free from financial compulsion. No one may be denied food, shelter, medical care, or access to the commons due to debt, social credit scores, or non-compliance with economic systems. Biometric enforcement, wallet-based access control, or programmable currency restrictions shall be classified as digital enslavement. All systems of digital identity shall include opt-out and parallel analog alternatives. China's social credit system, 2014 to present. Chinese citizens are monitored and scored on behavior, spending, and speech. Low scores can result in denial of train tickets, internet access, or school for their children. Access to money is conditional on state-defined morality. This right would criminalize the use of financial systems to reward compliance and punish dissent. Welfare, smart cards, and conditional aid, modern Australia and UK. Recipients of state benefits are increasingly restricted to prepaid cards that control what they can purchase, e.g., no alcohol, no cash, limited stores. This degrades autonomy and creates dependency. This right would guarantee aid in human dignity, not programmable compliance tools. Programmable central bank digital currencies, CBDCs. CBDCs under development globally propose features like spending expiration, sector-specific allowances, or carbon-based rationing. The potential for full-spectrum behavioral control is real. This right preemptively bans these systems as violations of human agency and natural law. Debt-based access to basic needs, global modern era. From predatory payday loans to rent-to-own traps, the modern poor are denied housing, transport, or education without incurring long-term, compounding debt, creating generational cycles of slavery without chains. This right recognizes coercive economics as structural violence and prohibits it. Barter and community mutual aid networks, global grassroots. Throughout history and into the present, from Depression-era scrip to time banks and mutual aid societies, communities have created informal systems to provide care, food, and shelter outside the reach of centralized control. These systems honor the spirit of this right: dignity without dependency, and aid without coercion. Cash as a universal equalizer, pre-digital eras. Before digital ID systems and credit scores, anyone, regardless of status, could use cash to access goods and services. Cash required no approval, no tracking, no identity. It offered anonymity, equality, and access. This remains the baseline standard by which all modern systems must be judged. Critiques. Critique 1. Scalability in high-volume economies. In a world dominated by real-time payment systems, high-frequency trading, global supply chains, and e-commerce, the idea of transacting directly with physical metals, particularly heavy and divisible forms like silver and copper, may appear outdated or cumbersome. Critics argue that the Tri-Metal Standard could bottleneck economic growth, slow down trade velocity, and limit adoption by enterprises that require speed and scale. For example, an international manufacturer dealing in millions of dollars in daily transactions cannot practically settle with pallets of silver. Physical delivery and verification create logistical constraints, especially when measured against the millisecond efficiency of electronic systems like SWIFT or ACH. This leads to the perception that metallic money, while noble in theory, is archaic in practice. Furthermore, monetary supply under this system grows only by mining or trade, not by central bank expansion. In theory, this could limit the liquidity available for economic scaling, particularly in fast-growing or tech-heavy economies. Response and proposed solution. 1. Monetary layering. Base layer integrity, upper layer speed. The answer lies not in abandoning metallic money, but in structuring a multi-layered monetary architecture. Layer 1, physical settlement. Gold, silver, and copper serve as the final, unforgeable settlement layer. This is where trust is anchored. Physical custody of metal is the guarantee of value. Layer 2, receipts, tokens, or promissory instruments. Minted coins, warehouse receipts, serialized barcodes, or blockchain-verified tokens represent actual holdings. These can be transferred instantly across distances, verified with cryptographic or third-party trust models. Each unit must be redeemable one-to-one for physical metal. Layer 3. Trade network protocols. Local or regional trade groups can adopt trusted issuers whose reputation is staked on redemption. As with historical banking houses and bimetallic systems, the circulation of certified instruments allows speed, while physical reserves ensure restraint. Second, distributed minting and ledger systems. Rather than rely on a central authority, each locality or region can establish its own mint, using open-weight and alloy standards. These mints register issued rounds and receipts into public or cooperative ledgers, ensuring transparency and supply visibility. Trade networks form organically as trust is built between mints. 3. Incentivized convertibility and burn-back policies. Receipts or tokens that circulate too long without redemption become subject to a decay schedule or audit trigger, encouraging periodic return to metal. This burn-back mechanism reduces the risk of an unchecked derivative layer developing above the metal base. 4. Cultural transition. Over time, it is acknowledged that modern economies are deeply addicted to frictionless liquidity and instant settlement. The Tri-Metal Standard does not demand an overnight shift, but rather parallel adoption in stages, starting with local barter, expanding through regional trade alliances, and eventually forming sovereign clearinghouses for international trade. Guiding principle maintained. Velocity must never come at the cost of integrity. Fiat systems sacrificed foundational trust for the illusion of efficiency. The tri-metal model restores substance to value and shows that with the right architecture, speed and soundness can coexist. Critique 2. Transport, storage, and verification complexity. One of the most common criticisms of any hard money system, especially one involving physical metals, is the inherent logistical burden. Gold is dense and high value, but expensive to secure. Silver is bulky and heavy. Copper, being of low unit value, requires enormous volume to represent meaningful purchasing power. In a modern context, where digital convenience defines commerce, the tri-metal system could be seen as too slow and infrastructure-heavy. Transport, moving large quantities of metal between cities or across borders, demands armored services, customs declarations, and physical security, none of which scale efficiently in an era of automated digital transactions. Storage, secure vaulting, or custodial services are essential to protect reserves from theft, decay, or disaster. Small businesses and individuals may lack the means to do this independently, leading to over-reliance on third-party vaults and potential re-centralization. Verification, authenticating metals, weight, purity, mint marks, requires skill or machinery. Fraudulent rounds, shaved coins, or base metal counterfeits introduce the need for specialized detection and standards enforcement. These frictions raise fears that only the wealthy or institutional players could afford to operate in such a system, undermining the inclusivity and fluidity promised by decentralization. Response and proposed solution. 1. Localization reduces long-range movement. Tri-metal money thrives in localized economies, where most transactions are regional, reducing the frequency and cost of long-haul metal transport. Trade is encouraged within close-knit zones, reducing the need to constantly ship metal across vast distances. Larger transfers can be done via digital certificates with audited vault verification, only resorting to physical delivery on final settlement or trust failure. 2nd, modular vaulting and community mints. Rather than central megavaults, the system encourages the development of local minting and vaulting centers. These institutions can issue locally accepted stamped coins or serialized bars. Each vault would be independently audited and held to regional standards, creating a distributed trust network rather than a centralized one. Communities can physically inspect or audit their local institutions, bringing transparency closer to the people. 3rd, technological verification standards. Tools such as ultrasonic metal testers, XRF analyzers for metal content, digital scales with blockchain-linked RFID scanning, tamper-proof seals or serial stamping can dramatically reduce fraud risk. Just as point-of-sale systems democratized credit card use, portable metal verification tools can empower citizens and vendors to authenticate coins quickly and affordably. 4th, tiered coinage and fractional rounds. The system can accommodate smaller denomination copper and silver rounds for daily trade, with higher value silver and gold bars or tokens used for savings and settlement. This preserves both practical use and high-value storage without forcing one-size-fits-all metals. 5. Acceptable custodians with verified reserves. For those unable to store their own metals securely, trusted community custodians can be authorized to issue receipts or digital claims. These custodians must be periodically audited and must never engage in fractional reserve lending. Redemption remains guaranteed, and community enforcement maintains accountability. Guiding principle. Maintained, decentralization is not a rejection of infrastructure, but a redirection of trust toward the local and verifiable. While storage and verification are challenges, they are solvable without sacrificing the principle that value must reside in the tangible, not in trust of unseen digits. Critique 3. Inflexibility in crisis or liquidity shocks. Critics often argue that hard money systems, including tri-metal frameworks, are inherently deflationary and incapable of responding to rapid economic contractions, banking panics, or liquidity crises. In fiat-based economies, central banks can inject vast sums of money to restore confidence, fund stimulus packages, or backstop failing institutions. While these tools come with risks, inflation, moral hazard, they offer flexibility, a key pillar of modern macroeconomics. Under a tri-metal standard, there is no mechanism to rapidly expand the money supply, as all value must be backed by physically mined or vaulted metal. In moments of sudden demand for liquidity, e.g., crop failure, credit freeze, pandemic, there is a fear that prices will collapse, credit will dry up, and trade will slow to a halt, compounding the crisis. The issuance of credit may be constrained by the physical reserves available, which can cause legitimate enterprises to be starved of short-term funding needed to survive disruptions. Fiat proponents frame this as proof that sound money systems are too rigid and self-defeating in the face of complex modern economies. Response and proposed solution. 1. Crisis response. Without abandoning metal. Discipline. The core fallacy in this critique is that elasticity must come from fiat creation. In truth, elasticity can come from redeemable instruments grounded in real reserves. During a crisis, trusted local issuers can temporarily expand the money supply via warehouse receipts for vaulted silver or gold, community IOUs backed by public metal reserves, regional tri-metal bonds, redeemable in kind after a recovery window. These forms of liquidity must be transparent, expire or decay over time, and remain redeemable to prevent permanent decoupling from the metal base. Second-tiered liquidity, based on metal layers. Copper serves as the transactional base, abundant, easily minted, and circulating rapidly. Silver functions as the medium of account, less frequent in movement, but trusted. Gold anchors savings and large-scale settlement, rarely moved but always available for redemption or collateral. This three-tier model naturally absorbs shocks. Copper liquidity flows easily in communities, silver mediates trade relationships, and gold underwrites emergency trust when all else is questioned. 3. Crisis-ready mutual credit systems. In times of emergency, mutual credit systems, such as LETs, local exchange trading systems, or time banking, can act as a fourth temporary liquidity layer. These systems track obligations without printing fiat. If tethered to redeemable metal at endpoints, they avoid devaluation and re-anchor trade to value once the crisis passes. 4th, strategic reserves and public vaulting. Just as nations hold strategic oil reserves, a sovereign tri-metal economy can maintain public metal reserves to inject liquidity in hard times through direct spending, relief minting, or local bank support. The key is that all such issuance remains fully backed and subject to public audit. Guiding principle. Maintained, true resilience does not come from infinite issuance. It comes from honest reserves, community instruments, and the discipline of redeemable trust. The tri-metal system does not reject crisis response. It rejects deception and inflation as solutions to crisis. While strategic metal reserves play a crucial role in crisis response, their formation must strictly adhere to decentralized governance principles. Strategic reserves should never be concentrated within a single or few large, centralized vaults. Instead, communities are encouraged to distribute reserves across multiple decentralized locations under transparent, multi-party oversight. Each reserve location must 1. Remain fully audited and publicly verifiable at regular intervals, quarterly at minimum. 2. Be governed by a rotating community custodianship model to prevent concentration of control. 3. Utilize decentralized decision-making processes, such as community juries or councils, to approve any significant withdrawals or allocations during emergencies. 4. Maintain redundant records, both physical and digital, ensuring robust transparency. This structure preserves the fundamental principle of decentralization, ensuring no single reserve becomes a central point of monetary or political power. Critique 4. Integration with global trade systems. In today's interconnected world, international trade is built atop fiat currencies, digital banking infrastructure, and debt-based instruments like letters of credit, IMF lending, and SWIFT-cleared transactions. The US dollar, euro, and yuan dominate global pricing mechanisms, from crude oil to semiconductors. Critics argue that a tri-metal standard may struggle to interface with modern financial institutions, many of which depend on currency fluidity, derivatives, and interest-bearing credit, could be excluded or penalized by powerful trade blocs or central banks, who may view metal-backed systems as threats to their monetary control. Lacks the flexibility to settle large, complex transactions like bulk commodity purchases or financial derivatives, which are easier to clear using centralized ledgers, might even isolate participating economies, reducing their access to global capital, credit ratings, or import-to-export networks dominated by fiat liquidity. This critique raises the specter of isolationism, decreased competitiveness, and the inability to operate within an increasingly digital, debt-driven international economy. Response and proposed solution. First, operate as a parallel sovereign trade framework. The Tri-Metal Standard does not need global approval to function. It is not a competitor to fiat systems. It is a hedge against them. Regions can operate tri-metal economies in parallel, using metals for domestic and inter-regional trade, while retaining limited fiat interface capacity for legacy trade relations. Over time, as trust builds in the soundness of metal-backed trade, bilateral and multilateral agreements will form organically. 2. Establish tri-metal clearinghouses. Participating economies can form independent clearing unions that use audited gold, silver, and copper reserves to settle large-scale trade balances. Issue electronic certificates backed by verifiable physical metals held in neutral vaults. Operate outside of SWIFT and IMF systems, instead relying on transparency, redemption guarantees, and reputation. Over time, this forms the basis of a sovereign trade zone, independent of fiat coercion. 3. Build strategic trade alliances with like-minded economies. Just as the BRICS nations are exploring non-dollar trade, tri-metal economies can forge trade deals where metals or redeemable tokens are accepted for oil, grain, and industrial goods, offer stability in volatile regions, attracting partners who seek long-term reliability over fiat manipulation. Present their system as anti-sanction, anti-debasement infrastructure, making them valuable partners in a world increasingly fatigued by centralized control. Fourth, digital interoperability with metal redeemables. Blockchain or encrypted ledger technologies can be employed to tokenize metal reserves, creating real-time international settlement tools without abandoning the metal standard. For example, a silver-backed token from one Tri-Metal region can be traded with a gold-backed token from another, provided both have audited redemption protocols. Interoperable smart contracts can allow cross-chain swaps, hedging risk across jurisdictions without fiat conversion. 5. Trade resilience through transparency and stability. In a world of ever-increasing fiat instability, the Tri-Metal standard offers what no fiat system can: guaranteed value. Over time, this makes it attractive, not isolating. While initial friction is likely, trust gravitates to transparency, and economies burned by inflation, sanctions, or dollar dependency may opt into this honest network. Guiding principle. Maintained. Sovereignty is more valuable than convenience. A sound monetary system may begin small, but if it offers stability, verifiability, and dignity, it will scale not through conquest, but through consent and admiration. Critique 5. Resource distribution and metal supply inequality. One of the deeper systemic critiques of a tri-metal standard lies in geographical inequality. Precious and industrial metals are not evenly distributed around the globe. Nations rich in gold, silver, or copper deposits may enjoy trade surpluses, while others, particularly resource-poor or densely populated regions, may struggle to acquire enough metallic money to fund basic internal economic growth. Engage competitively in international trade. Maintain liquidity for everyday commerce. Critics fear this could lead to neo-mercantilist hoarding, where powerful nations accumulate metal and restrict its circulation, forcing weaker economies into servitude, dependency, or exclusion. There's also concern that regions lacking minting capabilities, assay infrastructure, or mining know-how would fall behind technologically and economically, repeating colonial-era dynamics. Additionally, the finite nature of metal might lead to deflationary spirals or hoarding behavior, as people sit on metals rather than spend them, further reducing circulation in less wealthy areas. Response and proposed solution. 1. Trade rewards, not punishment. The tri-metal system incentivizes productivity and trade, not conquest or coercion. Resource-rich nations do not control the monetary system. They participate in it. Any region, regardless of mineral endowment, can trade labor, food, services, or goods in exchange for metals. Offer intellectual capital, code, design, engineering, that converts into tri-metal wealth. Issue redeemable IOUs or trade vouchers if backed by predictable export flows. This structure restores honest balance of trade mechanics, replacing fiat-enabled manipulation with fair settlement anchored in real value. Second, decentralized minting and value recognition standards. Each community or region can establish its own mint, even without local mines. What matters is honest alloy content, weight, and transparency. A small island nation with no copper deposits can still mint copper rounds acquired via trade and circulate them locally. Monetary sovereignty does not require mineral sovereignty. It requires trust and transparency. 3. Fractional coinage and micro-denominations. To support impoverished or developing regions, high-volume minting of copper and low-grade silver can create extremely affordable and widely accessible denominations, down to grams, not ounces. These serve to enable daily commerce in small villages or dense urban centers. Prevent exclusion of low-income populations from the monetary base. Circulate value efficiently, even in high-population, low-resource regions. Fourth, pooling reserves through trade unions. Smaller regions or cities can form metal unions, cooperative treasuries, where pooled reserves allow access to higher denomination coins, strategic metals, or emergency liquidity. These unions act like credit unions or mutual aid societies, issuing local tokens backed by shared reserves and redeemable across member regions. Fifth, redeemable receipts for global participation. Where metal is scarce, digitally verifiable metal receipts allow regions to participate in global trade without hoarding the metal itself. So long as redemption is guaranteed, a region can hold a metal claim, spend it, and redeem it via partner vaults when needed. This enables lightweight economic participation without shipping coins across oceans. Guiding principle. Maintained. The Tri-Metal Standard must never be a tool of empire. Instead, it empowers all participants to issue value that is earned, not conjured, and spent in dignity, not debt. Sovereignty is not granted by mineral wealth, but by honest participation in a trust-based system. Critique 6. Deflationary pressure in a finite money supply. In a metal-backed monetary system, the total supply of currency grows only as fast as metal can be mined, minted, or reclaimed. This rigid linkage, while protective against inflation, introduces a classic concern: deflation. As population increases and productivity rises, more goods and services chase a relatively fixed pool of money. Prices may fall, not from innovation or abundance, but from monetary scarcity. While falling prices seem beneficial at first glance, persistent deflation can have damaging consequences. Debtors suffer as the real burden of repayment increases. Investment slows as the value of holding money outpaces the return on deploying it. Consumption is delayed in expectation of lower prices tomorrow. Freezing trade. Wages stagnate or decline as employers cut costs to match tightening margins. In such a world, money ceases to flow and begins to accumulate in vaults, hoarded not from greed, but from rational fear. Economic energy contracts inward. The very integrity of metal-based value becomes the anchor that drowns motion. Response and proposed solution. 1. Deflation is not inherently destructive. Stagnation is. The danger lies not in falling prices, but in the paralysis of trust and circulation. The Tri-Metal Standard resists this by enshrining money as a means of interaction, not a static store of status. Solutions include community-based velocity incentives. Regions and local mints can reward active circulation through tiered redemption bonuses, time-based coupons, or merchant loyalty systems. Micro-denominations and fractional coinage. A highly divisible monetary system ensures purchasing power can still move, even if each unit of metal rises in value. When copper buys bread and silver buys land, flexibility returns. Transparent minting and public coin tracking. Visible money supply statistics create confidence. A known, trusted circulation flow reduces uncertainty and encourages exchange rather than hoarding. 2. Return to trust as the core medium of exchange. Where fiat systems manipulate confidence through artificial liquidity, the tri-metal system builds confidence through clarity. People trade not because they are forced to, but because the money they receive is tangible, verifiable, predictable in value. This reliability replaces stimulus with trust, and trust restores velocity. 3. Prepare tools for exceptional deflationary events. During extreme crises or contraction periods, voluntary receipts or promissory tokens can be issued, backed 100% by metal on reserve. These temporary liquidity instruments preserve trade without violating the system's core principle of redemption. They are burned or returned as trade resumes and metal flows again. Guiding principle. Maintained. We do not fear deflation. We respect its signal. A declining price level, when grounded in rising productivity and sound value, is not collapse. It is calibration. The Tri-Metal system does not combat deflation with illusion, but with wisdom, by designing for trust, divisibility, and dignity in every transaction. Critique 7. Power and corruption. Risk in mint authority. Even in a system based on tangible metals and fixed value, the right to mint coin carries immense power. Throughout history, this authority has been abused. Kings debased coinage by shaving, alloying, or overissuing to fund wars. States restricted minting rights to centralized bodies, enforcing monopolies over commerce. Guilds or merchant classes colluded with mints to manipulate weights, values, and distribution. In any monetary system, the mint becomes a potential bottleneck, a gatekeeper between raw value and recognized currency. If the process of minting becomes opaque, centralized, or politicized, then corruption re-enters the system through the back door, even if the currency remains metal-based. The Tri-Metal standard, if not carefully governed, could risk the re-centralization of trust in the very institutions it seeks to decentralize. Response and proposed solution. First, open minting protocols. The Codex affirms that minting is a sovereign act, not a state privilege. Anyone, individual, community, guild, or cooperative, may mint coin, provided they adhere to open, verifiable standards. Consistent weight, purity, and alloy markings, unique serials or stamps registered in a public ledger. Redeemable records for vault-stored or bonded backing, when applicable. This system mirrors open-source cryptographic protocols. Integrity arises not from secrecy, but from visibility and competition. Second, public audit and reputation enforcement. Rather than licensing or restricting mints through central authority, reputation becomes the natural regulator. Mints that debase are named, rejected, and excluded from trusted trade networks. Community-led audits and weighing ceremonies confirm coin integrity in public. Trade leagues or merchant groups may publish trusted mint registries updated in real time. Power thus becomes self-distributed. Minting remains free, but trust must be earned. 3. No legal tender laws, only voluntary acceptance. In fiat regimes, legal tender laws compel citizens to accept state-issued money, regardless of its trustworthiness. In a tri-metal economy, there is no such coercion. A coin's value depends on its metal content and mint reputation, not legal fiat. If a mint loses trust, its coinage is refused, its power vanishes. This voluntary marketplace keeps mint power decentralized and fragile. 4. Coin reclamation and adaptive melting. If a mint fails or is compromised, its coinage can be reclaimed and melted into new rounds under trusted authority. Metal, unlike fiat, can always be redeemed into raw form, severing corruption from permanence. Guiding principle. Maintained. Power is not evil, but unaccountable power is. The Tri-Metal standard restores economic authority to the people, not by outlawing institutions, but by removing their monopoly. In a sound system, minting is a craft, not a crown, and trust is minted not with decree, but with consistency, honesty, and weight. Critique 8. Finite metal supply and resource exhaustion. A common challenge levied against hard money systems is the inevitability of scarcity. Gold, silver, and copper are finite resources. Mines deplete, extraction becomes more expensive, and new discoveries grow rarer. Critics ask, what happens when the metal runs out? In a global economy with billions of participants and trillions in value exchange, the physical limits of the Earth's crust appear to constrain monetary expansion. As demand for coinage rises, whether through population growth, trade volume, or savings behavior, available supply may no longer meet the economic need. If no new metal can be sourced, will the system grind to a halt? Moreover, scarcity itself may lead to hoarding, escalating the very deflationary pressures explored earlier. If silver becomes too rare to circulate and gold too valuable to spend, does the money become spiritually sacred or practically useless? Response and proposed solution. 1. Scarcity is a feature, not a flaw. The finite nature of metal is the point. It is what resists inflation, manipulation, and reckless expansion. The limits of gold, silver, and copper are not economic weaknesses. They are natural governors, ensuring that value remains rooted in effort, rarity, and stewardship. Unlike fiat, where money supply expands with political will, tri-metal systems honor the boundary of the earth itself. Scarcity disciplines us. It teaches deliberation, not acceleration. Second, reclamation, not extraction, becomes the new mining. The future of metallic money does not depend on endless digging. As the surface veins dry up, urban mining and recycling emerge as the new frontier. Old electronics, worn coins, industrial scrap, all become reservoirs of future currency. Community smelters and reminting programs create circular economies of value. Each coin carries the story of rebirth, not just from the ground, but from past use. Scarcity drives innovation in recovery, not collapse. 3. Fractionalization and redeemable claims expand functionality. When coin becomes precious, it becomes more precise. Just as digital payments split dollars into pennies, metal-backed receipts, micro-rounds, and vault-based token systems allow a fixed mass of metal to facilitate vast trade, provided trust in redemption is preserved. Thus, function outpaces form. A single ounce of silver can underwrite 1,000 transactions if divided cleanly, honored openly, and burned or redeemed responsibly. 4. The end of expansion is not the end of civilization. Growth without limit is not a virtue, it is a pathology. The exhaustion of new metals signals not doom, but maturity. A civilization that can no longer expand monetarily learns to conserve rather than consume, trade for meaning, not surplus. Measure value in action and reputation, not issuance and interest. Yet let it also be said, humanity is not ultimately limited by Earth's crust. We are a species born of stardust, destined not to remain bound to this single sphere. The gold in our blood came from ancient stars. The silver in our hands may one day be mined from the belt of heaven. Asteroid mining, orbital reclamation, and off-world metallurgy lie not in myth, but in blueprint. Metal is finite here, but value is infinite in the cosmos. Guiding principle. Maintained. Money, like breath, must circulate, but it must also respect its source. The finite nature of metal reminds us that value is not printed. It is discovered, honored, and returned. In the face of exhaustion, the Tri-Metal system does not collapse. It transforms, calling us to deeper intentionality and reminding us that while Earth may be bounded, human potential is not. Sacred templates for sovereign trade. Tools are memory made visible. A minted coin without a ledger is a ghost. A trade unrecorded is a theft against memory. Thus, we build sacred templates, simple, unbreakable tools for the forging, recording, and weighing of trust. Memory untended fades. Memory weighed and written endures storms, fires, and forgetting. The sacred ledgers. A. Mint ledger template. Purpose: record each minted coin's birth. Fields: serial number. Metal type: copper/silver/gold. Weight: date of minting, minter's marks, names or sigils. Notes on any ceremony or oath. Verification witnesses, optional. Business trade, ledger template. Purpose: record sacred exchanges. Fields: trade ID, date, parties involved, name, mark, sigil. Items or metal exchanged. Weights verified, yes, no. Witnesses, optional. Commercial loan ledger, template. Purpose: track secured lending. Fields: -loan ID. Borrower name/mark. Collateral type and weight. Loan amount issued. Date of issuance. Maturity date. Repayment status: active, repaid, defaulted. Witnesses: ritual templates. A. Oath of the Sovereign. By flame and hand, I strike not shadow, but memory. By weight and will, I forge trust anew. B. Oath of the Trader. I trade by weight, not by whisper. I trade by memory, not by mirage. C. Oath of the Apprentice. My hand shall weigh true. My tongue shall ledger true. My oath shall forge true. D. Market opening ritual. At the start of each market day. Public weighing of sample coins. Public recitation. By weight, we trust. By memory, we trade. By oath, we endure. Coins exchanged are weighed aloud to anchor memory. Standard sacred weights. Metal. Target weight, acceptable range. Copper, 31.10 grams, 31.10 grams to 31.60 grams. Silver, 31.10 grams, 31.10 grams to 31.60 grams. Gold, 31.10 grams, 31.10 grams to 31.50 grams. Consistency is sacred. Memory must feel the same in every hand. Emergency rebuilding kit list. Essential for minting post-collapse. Fire clay and graphite powder for crucibles. Brick clay or salvage stone for forge construction. Hand bellows. Rebar and steel scrap for tongs and tools. Graphite blocks or soapstone for molds. Balance beam materials for scales. Heavy hammer and chisels for die engraving. Ledger books and durable ink. Charcoal stockpile. Layout of a sacred mint. Minimal required layout. Forge and crucible zone. Scale and weighing station. Visible to all. Ledger recording station. Die and stamping station. Metal storage, secure and public. Sacred governance for markets. No hidden trades. No unweighed coins. No invisible ledgers. All trades subject to public inspection. Quarterly renewal ceremonies mandatory. Templates as survival. The sacred templates, minting, trading, lending, are not bureaucratic. They are memory made visible. They are the foundation stones of survival. Without them, trust rots. With them, civilization blooms anew. The ledger closed is a coffin. The scale, unmoved, is a gravestone. The forge, unlit, is a funeral pyre. Tend them, and memory lives. The celestial vault. Though this codex is forged for the stewardship of Earth, let us not forget, our inheritance is not bound by this soil alone. The metals we honor, gold, silver, copper, are not inventions of man, nor mere byproducts of industry. They are remnants of stellar violence, forged in the collapse of ancient suns, scattered across the void, and drawn into the gravity of our world. In every coin lies a cosmic memory of fusion, fire, and dust, older than time itself. One day, when the last mine is silent and the last vein spent, we will look up, not in despair, but in remembrance. The vault does not end beneath our feet. It opens above our heads. The asteroid belt glimmers with gold. Mars hides copper in its dust, and the bones of the solar system wait patiently for hands worthy to mine them. Not with greed, but with reverence. The Tri-Metal Standard does not bind us to the past. It calls us to honor value, even as we reach for the stars. Let our coins be the seal of trust on Earth, and one day, the signature of civilization among the heavens. Let it be written. A sound economy begins with the Earth beneath our feet, but it does not end there. The Tri-Metal Codex FAQ. The following FAQ is designed as a practical guide and reference to the principles, methods, and operational considerations outlined within the Tri-Metal Codex. While these questions and answers provide clarity, direction, and best practice recommendations, they should not be considered rigid prescriptions or inflexible mandates. The Codex serves as a foundational blueprint, emphasizing transparency, accountability, sovereignty, and integrity in economic interactions. However, the detailed implementation of these principles, ranging from logistical considerations to technical specifications, ultimately lies in the hands of the communities and civilizations that choose to adopt this framework. Each adopting civilization or community may adapt, refine, and tailor these guidelines according to their unique needs, circumstances, technological capabilities, and cultural values. The Codex acknowledges the inherent wisdom and agency of the people who will shape and uphold its standards, trusting them to make decisions best suited to their context. Therefore, the following questions and answers are provided as thoughtful starting points, not final dictates. They aim to foster informed discussions, enable practical planning, and support transparent decision-making, leaving the final authority of implementation and adaptation to the sovereign communities themselves. By adopting the Tri-Metal Standard, communities commit to an ongoing, collective journey towards economic dignity, honesty, and lasting sovereignty, recognizing that the strength of any system lies not in its rigidity, but in its ability to evolve and thrive through responsible stewardship and active, collective governance. 1. What is the Tri-Metal Standard? The Tri-Metal Standard is a monetary system anchored by 3 physical metals: gold for legacy wealth, silver for trade and barter, and copper for daily transactions, ensuring monetary integrity, scarcity, and trust. 2. Why does the Codex emphasize physical metals over fiat currency? Physical metals, gold, silver, copper, ensure scarcity, accountability, and prevent manipulation, in contrast to fiat currency, which can be inflated and debased, eroding trust and value. 3. What is meant by the phrase, "by weight we trust"? This phrase asserts that currency should always be measured physically, ensuring transparency and honesty, rather than trusting abstract promises or digital representations. 4th, what is the Monetary Bill of Rights? The Monetary Bill of Rights comprises protections, ensuring honest money, financial privacy, and prohibitions against economic tyranny, debt slavery, and asset seizure without due process. 5. Why is complexity seen as dangerous in monetary systems? Complexity introduces hidden vulnerabilities and interdependencies, increasing the risk of cascading failures and systemic collapses. Simplicity ensures clarity, accountability, and resilience. 6. Why is copper so vital in this system, despite its lower value? Copper provides essential daily liquidity, enabling small transactions and maintaining market function during crises when gold and silver are too valuable for everyday use. 7. What are decentralized banks, according to the Codex? Decentralized banks securely store and verify metal reserves and facilitate tokenized transactions without fractional reserve lending or credit creation, thus preserving economic sovereignty. 8. Why does the Codex forbid banks from lending? Lending authority is exclusively held by mints, preventing fractional reserve abuses by ensuring every loan issued is fully backed by physical metal. 9. What role does redundancy play in a tri-metal economy? Redundancy ensures multiple independent verification and storage points, providing resilience against failure, technological breakdowns, or centralization risks. 10. How does tokenization support complex economic transactions in the Tri-Metal Standard? Tokenization enables fractional divisibility, instant verification, rapid settlements, and transparent auditing, maintaining full backing by physical metal at all times. 11. Why are publicly verifiable ledgers critical to the system? Public ledgers provide immutable records of all minting, trading, and lending activities, preventing fraud, abuse, and ensuring trust remains visible and verifiable. 12th. Why is financial privacy essential according to the Codex? Financial privacy prevents surveillance-based control, ensuring personal autonomy, economic freedom, and protection against political or economic coercion. 13. What is over-collateralization, and why is it mandated? Over-collateralization requires that loans be backed by at least twice their value in physical metal, ensuring stability and safeguarding against default and systemic risk. 14. How does the Codex define true wealth? True wealth transcends mere monetary value, including health, creativity, community, spiritual integrity, and purposeful action, none of which can be measured solely by currency. 15. Why does the Codex reject central bank digital currencies, CBDCs? CBDCs allow for central control, surveillance, and programmable restrictions, undermining financial autonomy and privacy. The Codex advocates decentralized, physically backed currencies instead. 16. What historical lessons support the Tri-Metal Standard? Historical monetary collapses, such as Roman coin debasement, Weimar hyperinflation, and modern fiat crises, all demonstrate the dangers of currency unmoored from tangible value and scarcity. 17. Why is local minting and decentralization important? Local minting ensures autonomy, resilience, and prevents monopolistic control, fostering trust and economic sovereignty within communities rather than distant, centralized authorities. 18. What does the Codex mean by currency as energy? Currency represents stored human effort and value, functioning like energy in a circuit, effective when flowing freely, transparent, and grounded in tangible scarcity and reality. 19. How does the Codex propose handling large international transactions? International transactions can be managed through tokenized digital certificates fully backed by physical metals held in trusted, audited vaults, enabling efficient, transparent, cross-border trade. 20. What is the ultimate goal of adopting the Tri-Metal Codex? The goal is to create a sovereign, stable economic system immune to inflation, fraud, and manipulation, built upon visible trust, verifiable scarcity, and resilient community autonomy. 21. Why does the Codex emphasize ritual in monetary practices? Rituals anchor transactions and minting practices in tradition and memory, reinforcing trust, accountability, and continuity across generations. 22. What is the function of gold in the Tri-Metal Standard? Gold serves as the foundational anchor for intergenerational wealth preservation, international agreements, and strategic reserves, ensuring long-term economic stability. 23rd. How does silver support local economies in the Codex? Silver facilitates medium-sized daily trade, bridging the gap between high-value gold and everyday copper, making it ideal for regular transactions and regional barter economies. 24. Why does the Codex warn against speculative markets? Speculative markets detached from real goods create unsustainable bubbles, financial instability, and economic distortions that eventually lead to systemic collapse. 25. What safeguards does the Codex propose against asset seizure? Asset seizure without criminal conviction or public oversight is explicitly prohibited, protecting individual property rights and preventing governmental or institutional abuses. 26. What lesson does the Codex draw from historical debt crises? Historical debt crises illustrate the danger of unbacked lending and compounding interest. Thus, the Codex strictly caps interest and mandates transparent, collateralized loans. 27. How does the Codex propose ensuring economic inclusivity? Economic inclusivity is ensured through fractional denominations of copper and silver coins, localized minting, and transparent lending practices that empower communities at all economic levels. 28. Why does the Codex reject fiat money even during emergencies? Fiat money creates long-term trust erosion and inflationary cycles, even in short-term emergencies, undermining economic integrity and causing persistent economic harm. 29. How is the issue of storage complexity addressed in the Codex? Storage complexity is managed through decentralized, community-based vaults, regular audits, redundancy systems, and tokenized representations of physical reserves. 30. What defines a legitimate mint according to the Codex? A legitimate mint strictly adheres to principles of transparent record-keeping, 100% physical metal backing, and community accountability, rather than institutional privilege. 31. How does the Codex protect against economic coercion and digital slavery? It explicitly forbids biometric controls, programmable money restrictions, social credit systems, and economic compulsion, ensuring autonomy and freedom from coercive control mechanisms. 32. What role do apprenticeships play within the Codex framework? Apprenticeships educate future generations in the physical, ritualistic minting process, fostering responsibility, technical skill, and economic stewardship among youth. 33. Why does the Codex emphasize local barter and mutual credit systems? Local barter and mutual credit systems create resilient economic networks, reducing dependency on external or centralized monetary systems and enhancing community sovereignty. 34. What measures does the Codex propose against banking monopolies? Decentralized banking, localized minting rights, and mandatory public oversight are enforced to prevent monopolies and protect economic decentralization. 35. Why does the Codex emphasize minting as a sacred duty? Minting is considered sacred because it transforms human labor into lasting value, maintains community trust, and preserves economic continuity across generations. 36. What is meant by currency must carry current? Currency must represent actual stored labor or value, economic energy, that flows freely and visibly, as opposed to fiat or speculative derivatives which represent illusory value. 37. Why does the Codex mandate absolute financial privacy? Absolute financial privacy is mandated to safeguard individuals from surveillance-based control, preserving autonomy and economic freedom against centralized authority abuses. 38. How does the Codex address the issue of international monetary integration? International monetary integration is achieved through decentralized clearinghouses, metal-backed tokens, and reciprocal agreements rooted in tangible reserve holdings. 39. Why does the Codex reject fractional reserve lending? Fractional reserve lending creates money from debt, inflates the money supply artificially, and systematically erodes trust. Full reserve backing ensures monetary stability. 40. How does the Codex propose communities should prepare for monetary collapse? Communities are encouraged to build strategic reserves of gold, silver, and copper, establish local mints, implement redundant verification systems, and practice resilience rituals to withstand economic shocks. 41. Why does the Codex identify debt as modern slavery? Debt traps individuals in perpetual servitude through compounding interest and restrictive repayment conditions, undermining economic freedom and autonomy. 42. How does decentralized minting enhance economic resilience? Decentralized minting prevents systemic collapse by ensuring no single point of monetary control, allowing communities to sustain economic activity even during broader economic disruptions. 43. What historical events illustrate the risk of centralized monetary control? Examples such as Weimar hyperinflation, Soviet ruble mismanagement, and Zimbabwe's currency collapse all demonstrate the dangers of centralized monetary authority, lacking transparency and accountability. 44. Why does the Codex explicitly outlaw civil asset forfeiture? Civil asset forfeiture violates property rights and due process, enabling state and institutional abuse. Its abolition safeguards economic dignity and private ownership. 45. How are large-scale transactions managed under a tri-metal system? Large-scale transactions use audited metal-backed digital certificates and trusted custodians, ensuring transparency, settlement efficiency, and verifiable backing. 46. Why does the Codex promote publicly visible scales and measurements at markets? Public scales and visible measurements reinforce honesty, accountability, and transparency in trade, deterring fraud and ensuring fair economic exchange. 47. What is the economic significance of the Oath of Memory? The Oath of Memory ritualistically binds individuals to uphold integrity, transparency, and responsibility in monetary transactions, preserving trust and societal cohesion. 48. How does the Codex view automation and artificial intelligence in relation to labor? While recognizing efficiency gains, the Codex cautions against excessive automation, which disconnects individuals from productive labor, reducing dignity and economic relevance. 49. Why does the Codex reject monetary expansion via fiat during crises? Fiat expansions during crises create long-term inflation, erode trust, and undermine systemic integrity. Instead, community-issued, fully backed liquidity solutions are recommended. 50. How does historical precedent inform the Codex's stance on monetary policy? Historical events consistently illustrate that monetary systems anchored in physical scarcity and transparency outperform fiat currencies over the long term, supporting stable and sustainable economies. 51. What constitutes economic tyranny, according to the Codex? Economic tyranny includes coercive financial control mechanisms, mandatory currency acceptance, surveillance-based financial systems, and punitive economic measures without fair process. 52. Why is loose coupling essential to economic resilience? Loose coupling ensures local economic autonomy and reduces vulnerability to cascading failures, allowing individual communities to remain stable even if interconnected systems fail. 53rd. How does the Codex define the ideal minting weight standards? Ideal minting weights for gold, silver, and copper rounds are standardized at 31.10 grams, 1 troy ounce, with precise tolerances ensuring uniformity, consistency, and market trust. 54. Why does the Codex emphasize metal token redemption? Guaranteed redemption of tokens for physical metal prevents fractional reserve practices and ensures tokens remain transparent, fully backed, and trusted. 55. How does the Codex ensure ongoing generational financial education? Through mandatory apprenticeships, community minting rituals, and consistent public education, each generation learns to value honest weights, transparent ledgers, and sovereign economic principles. 56. Why does the Codex caution against resource monopolization by powerful nations? Resource monopolization creates dependency and economic imbalance. Decentralized minting and trading practices protect against exploitation and promote equitable resource distribution. 57. How does redundancy in monetary verification systems prevent fraud? Redundant verification methods, combining digital, manual, and community oversight, reduce single points of failure and prevent fraud by ensuring continuous mutual oversight and accountability. 58. Why does the Codex prioritize economic sovereignty over global integration? Economic sovereignty prioritizes autonomy, resilience, and trust over short-term convenience, ensuring long-term stability against volatile global economic systems. 59. How does the Codex safeguard individual property rights against eminent domain? Eminent domain claims require unanimous jury approval and full gold-based restitution, strictly limiting government ability to confiscate property arbitrarily or unfairly. 60. What makes the Codex an effective response to speculative financial practices? By anchoring value strictly to tangible metals and visible, verifiable reserves, the Codex removes incentives for speculative trading, thereby reducing economic volatility and systemic risk. 61. Can communities mint special coins for cultural events or celebrations? Yes, communities are encouraged to mint culturally significant coins, enhancing communal identity and preserving local heritage, provided they maintain full backing and transparency. 62. How does the Codex envision economic recovery after natural disasters? Local vaults maintain strategic metal reserves for emergency rebuilding, enabling communities to rapidly issue temporary, fully backed liquidity to restore trade and infrastructure. 63. Are commemorative coins allowed, and how do they affect monetary circulation? Commemorative coins are allowed and encouraged to deepen cultural memory. They must maintain standard purity and weight, circulating alongside regular coinage without diluting value. 64. How could the Tri-Metal standard be adapted to digital gaming economies? Gaming communities can adopt tokenized Tri-Metal currencies for virtual transactions, enabling real-world value transfer and stable, verifiable virtual economies. 65. What if a region lacks metal reserves entirely? How can it participate? Metal-deficient regions can participate by exchanging goods, services, or intellectual property for metal-backed tokens, entering the global network through trade and mutual credit systems. 66. Could artistic skills function as collateral in the Tri-Metal system? Artistic output, when tangible and tradable, e.g., crafts, artworks, can serve as valuable collateral within community lending networks, provided clear valuation and market acceptance. 67. Does the Codex provide guidance for environmental sustainability in minting? Yes, the Codex promotes environmentally conscious minting practices, emphasizing reuse of scrap metal, sustainable mining, and minimal environmental impact in forging processes. 68. How would a space colony or off-planet settlement adopt the Tri-Metal standard? Space colonies would establish standardized metal weight and purity verified via blockchain certificates, ensuring consistent value despite logistical challenges in physical transport. 69. Could communities form monetary alliances based purely on ethical trade standards? Absolutely. Communities can form ethical trade alliances, exclusively exchanging metals, goods, or tokens with partners committed to human rights, labor fairness, and environmental sustainability. 70. How does the Codex propose funding large-scale community infrastructure? Infrastructure is funded through pooled metal reserves, community-issued bonds redeemable in metal, and transparent public subscription, avoiding inflationary fiat methods. 71. Is there a role for renewable energy production within tri-metal economies? Yes, renewable energy production can be monetized through issuance of energy-backed tokens redeemable for metals, ensuring direct linkage between sustainable practices and tangible value. 72. Could the Tri-Metal system support decentralized healthcare and wellness initiatives? Communities could establish metal-funded wellness reserves, financing healthcare through locally managed endowments, transparent community insurance pools, and mutual aid networks. 73. What innovative education models align with the Tri-Metal Codex? Education models incorporating apprenticeships in minting, ledger management, ethical trade, and sustainable economics ensure youth grow skilled in decentralized economic practices. 74. How would communities safeguard against counterfeit metals using technology? Advanced technological tools like portable spectroscopy and blockchain-linked RFID tags offer affordable, rapid, and public verifications, safeguarding against counterfeits. 75. Could literary or intellectual property be monetized in the Tri-Metal system? Yes, intellectual works could be tokenized or exchanged via smart contracts, redeemable in metal, providing authors and creators tangible compensation and lasting value. 76. Can time banking integrate with the Tri-Metal standard? Time banking can integrate seamlessly, with earned time credits backed by fractional copper or silver rounds, making labor universally tradable and immediately redeemable. 77. How does the Codex view innovation and technological entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship rooted in transparency, sustainability, and value creation is highly encouraged, with ventures funded by metal-backed community investment, eliminating speculative bubbles. 78. Could blockchain-based voting integrate within the Tri-Metal monetary framework? Blockchain voting, tied to transparent public ledgers and backed by metal reserves, can verify community decisions on minting policies, lending practices, and economic governance. 79. How might the Tri-Metal Codex apply to disaster preparedness at the family level? Families are encouraged to build small strategic metal reserves, enabling self-reliance, economic continuity, and rapid recovery during disruptions without dependency on external aid. 80. Can biodiversity conservation efforts leverage the Tri-Metal economic framework? Biodiversity credits backed by metals could fund conservation efforts directly, enabling tangible valuation of environmental stewardship and sustainable ecological management. 81. Could festivals or markets incorporate trial coins to introduce new users? Yes, communities can mint limited trial coins for events to familiarize new participants with Tri-Metal standards, provided each coin is fully backed and exchangeable. 82. How might digital identity be handled without violating financial privacy? Digital identity in the Tri-Metal system is managed through opt-in, decentralized credentials that ensure privacy, backed by metal and free from surveillance or compulsory tracking. 83. Can renewable agriculture integrate directly with the Tri-Metal currency? Communities can issue agricultural tokens redeemable in copper or silver to directly support regenerative agriculture, ensuring local food sovereignty and economic resilience. 84. Could a metal-backed universal basic income, UBI, be viable within this framework? A fully transparent, metal-backed UBI is possible, funded via community-owned vault reserves, ensuring economic stability without inflation or fiat dilution. 85. How does the Codex address generational wealth transfer and inheritance? Inheritance is managed transparently through metal reserves and publicly recorded ledgers, ensuring secure, fair, and unalterable generational wealth transfer without intermediaries. 86. Could artisanal craftsmanship serve as a form of minting validation? Artisanal craftsmanship can provide unique mint marks or signatures on coins, ensuring authenticity, creating local cultural value and enhancing community identity and trust. 87. Could local artists be commissioned to design coinage? Yes, local artists are encouraged to design community coinage, deepening cultural heritage, artistic expression, and local pride within economic practices. 88. How can the Codex ensure digital redundancy without compromising privacy? Digital redundancy is ensured by encrypted, decentralized backups that enable secure yet accessible verification of metal reserves without exposing sensitive personal information. 89. Is there a place for community-led research funding using metal-backed grants? Communities can issue metal-backed research grants to fund decentralized scientific and technical projects transparently, promoting innovation without institutional constraints. 90. Could ecotourism be economically incentivized via Tri-Metal standards? Ecotourism can utilize metal-backed tokens redeemable for local services, ensuring sustainable community benefit and incentivizing environmental preservation. 91. What is the role of public forums in Tri-Metal governance? Public forums ensure participatory governance, debating monetary policies openly, verifying minting practices, and reinforcing collective accountability and transparency. 92. Could historical preservation efforts be integrated economically into the Codex? Communities can mint commemorative coins funding local preservation, maintaining historical awareness, and supporting economic activity through tangible, metal-backed investments. 93. How might space exploration ventures utilize the Tri-Metal system? Space ventures could issue metal-backed bonds or tokens, transparently funding exploration and resource extraction, ensuring accountability and preventing speculative manipulation. 94. Can personal savings be tokenized securely within this system? Personal savings can be securely tokenized via transparent, decentralized custody and redeemable certificates, ensuring personal financial security and sovereign control over assets. 95. Could a metal recycling credit system integrate with local economies? Recycling initiatives can issue metal credits redeemable for copper or silver, incentivizing sustainability, circular economies, and environmental stewardship directly within communities. 96. Could disaster response networks issue emergency community coins? Emergency response networks could temporarily issue metal-backed coins during crises, facilitating immediate relief efforts without inflationary fiat measures or centralized dependencies. 97. How might local educational scholarships function within this monetary framework? Local scholarships could be funded through transparent, metal-backed community trusts, ensuring education access without indebting recipients or relying on centralized authorities. 98. Can cultural storytelling traditions be preserved economically under this system? Storytelling traditions can issue cultural tokens redeemable for metals, financially supporting local storytellers and preserving intangible cultural heritage through tangible economic practices. 99. Could wildlife protection initiatives integrate with the Tri-Metal currency? Wildlife protection tokens backed by metal could fund conservation efforts directly, monetizing ecological protection and incentivizing community stewardship of natural habitats. 100. How does the Codex ensure fairness in pricing and valuation within markets? Fairness in pricing is maintained through transparent public ledgers, visible weighing and measurement standards, and community oversight that collectively prevents exploitation or manipulation. 101. What are acceptable tolerances for minted coin weights? Minted coins must maintain precise weights at 31.10 grams, 1 troy ounce, with acceptable variance strictly within plus 0.50 grams for silver and copper, and plus 0.40 grams for gold. 102nd. How often must public audits of metal reserves be conducted? Public audits of metal reserves must occur quarterly, with emergency audits triggered immediately if discrepancies or fraud suspicions arise. 103rd. What equipment is essential for verifying coin authenticity? Essential verification tools include precision scales, ultrasonic metal testers, XRF analyzers, and visual inspection methods like magnifying glasses or digital microscopes. 104th. How are tokenized metals secured against cyber threats? Tokenized metals are secured via decentralized blockchain ledgers, encrypted backups, multi-signature wallets, and routine penetration testing to mitigate cyber threats. 105th. What happens if a minted coin fails a purity or weight test? Coins failing purity or weight tests must be immediately remelted and reminted under strict supervision, with findings publicly recorded to maintain transparency. 106th. Can multiple communities share a single decentralized vault? Yes, multiple communities can cooperatively maintain a single vault, provided shared custody arrangements, audits, and transparency protocols are strictly observed. 107th. How is transaction verification speed maintained in high-volume scenarios? High-volume transactions use tokenized digital certificates representing physical metal, enabling instant verification through decentralized, auditable blockchain networks. 108th. What redundancies are required in metal vaulting security? Vault security redundancies include physical security layers, distributed custody, independent auditing procedures, digital security protocols, and backup verification records. 109th. What are the recommended alloys for copper and silver coins to ensure durability? Recommended alloys are 99.9% pure copper and 99.9% fine silver, allowing slight alloy adjustments under 0.1% with trace metals to improve durability without compromising purity standards. 110th. How can communities prevent counterfeiting of physical coinage? Counterfeiting prevention includes unique mint marks, serialized stamping, advanced edge engravings, public weighing standards, and routine authenticity checks via technological tools. 111th. What protocols must a decentralized bank follow if metal is stolen or lost? Immediate public disclosure, comprehensive audit of reserves, remedial minting to restore backing, and thorough community investigation to maintain trust and accountability. 112th. How are lending collateral values regularly updated? Collateral values are updated quarterly based on public ledger records of market prices, community agreement, and transparent re-verification of underlying physical metal reserves. 113. What security protocols protect ledger entries from tampering? Immutable digital ledgers secured by blockchain technology, cryptographic verification, multi-party signatures, and routine auditing ensure permanent and transparent records. 114. What steps are necessary for a community to establish a new mint? Establishing a new mint requires securing appropriate equipment, forge, dies, crucibles, adopting transparent ledger practices, community training, and initial metal reserve provisioning. 115th. What contingency plans exist if digital ledger systems fail? Manual redundancy through physical ledgers, local backups, frequent verification checks, and community-controlled vault records maintain transaction integrity during digital outages. 116. How frequently should metal-based liquidity tokens be redeemed for physical reserves? Regular redemption or verification cycles should occur at least annually to ensure transparency and prevent fractional reserve accumulation or issuance fraud. 117. Are decentralized banks allowed to charge fees for custody or verification services? Decentralized banks may charge transparent, nominal fees for custody or verification services, provided all charges are publicly disclosed, reasonable, and community-approved. 118. What constitutes sufficient collateralization under tri-metal lending rules? Collateral must exceed loan value by a minimum ratio of 2:1, fully documented, publicly recorded, and periodically audited for ongoing compliance and integrity. 119th. How can vaults securely manage storage logistics for large metal reserves? Vaults securely manage large reserves through distributed custodianship, reinforced storage infrastructure, regular audits, and transparent tracking using serialized inventory methods. 120th. Can metal-backed tokens be traded across different decentralized vaults? Yes. Tokens can be traded across vault networks, provided inter-vault transparency, full auditability of reserves, consistent weight standards, and guaranteed redemption protocols are enforced. 121st. What backup power solutions ensure Mint operations during energy disruptions? Mint operations rely on redundant power solutions, including solar backup systems, battery storage, manual bellows, and portable charcoal-based forges to ensure uninterrupted production. 122nd. How are minting molds maintained for consistent coin quality? Molds are regularly inspected, cleaned, polished, and measured after each use, replaced immediately upon signs of wear or distortion to maintain strict quality standards. 123. What mechanisms prevent double issuance of metal-backed tokens? Blockchain-based decentralized ledgers ensure cryptographic uniqueness, transparent auditing, and public verification, effectively preventing double token issuance. 124. How do decentralized banks securely transport physical metals between locations? Transport occurs under secure custody protocols, armored transfers, multiple community witnesses, and transparent receipt verification upon arrival at destination vaults. 125. What are the disaster recovery plans for decentralized ledgers and records? Disaster recovery includes geographically distributed encrypted backups, routine drills, offline physical ledger duplicates, and clearly documented community emergency procedures. 126. How frequently are custodians rotated in decentralized vaults? Custodianship roles rotate annually or biannually based on community governance to maintain transparency, reduce complacency, and ensure ongoing accountability. 127. What happens if a vault custodian breaches trust or transparency rules? Immediate removal from duties, full public audit, mandatory replacement, community oversight hearings, and restitution processes are enforced to maintain systemic trust. 128th. Are there size or weight limits for individual coin denominations? Yes, practical denominations range typically between fractional ounces, e.g., 1/10 ounce, and 1 troy ounce, 31.10 grams, to maintain transaction ease and market standardization. 129th. What technologies verify metal purity on-site during minting? On-site verification uses portable XRF analyzers, ultrasonic testers, and density measurement tools to confirm metal purity instantly during minting processes. 130. How is metal scrap recycled and reincorporated into coin production? Metal scraps undergo systematic cleaning, melting, fluxing, and purity reassessment before being reincorporated into new rounds, maintaining closed-loop, sustainable minting cycles. 131st. What role do community juries play in dispute resolution about minting or lending? Community juries hear disputes openly, review transparent ledger entries, conduct impartial hearings, and render binding decisions based strictly on Codex principles. 132nd. Can minting operations be temporarily scaled during economic shocks? Yes, minting can scale rapidly during shocks by activating trained community sovereign minters, releasing strategic reserves, and utilizing redundant forging equipment to meet increased demand. 133rd. Are minted coins serialized for traceability and fraud prevention? Coins are serialized or uniquely marked, recorded permanently in public ledgers, ensuring full traceability and verifiable authenticity throughout their life cycle. 134. How are metal storage vaults physically secured against theft or disaster? Physical security includes reinforced vault construction, multi-layered access protocols, regular patrols, redundant security systems, and periodic community inspections. 135th. How do communities verify sovereign minters' training and qualifications? Sovereign minters undergo transparent apprenticeships, publicly recorded certifications, periodic requalification tests, and community evaluations, ensuring competence and trustworthiness. 136. How are obsolete or worn coins withdrawn from circulation and reminted? Worn coins are regularly collected during market audits, systematically melted down, purity verified, and recast into fresh, standardized coinage under public supervision. 137th. What methods safeguard against ledger record discrepancies? Immutable decentralized blockchain recording, regular community audits, cross-referencing digital and physical records, and automated anomaly detection maintain ledger integrity. 138. Are decentralized vaults insured against loss or theft? Decentralized vaults maintain community-backed self-insurance pools or mutual guarantees transparently funded through modest fees or dedicated reserves, rather than relying on centralized insurers. 139th. What protocols exist if a minted coin batch is discovered defective post-release? Immediate recall protocols initiate batch tracking via public ledgers, swift exchange for verified coinage, comprehensive audit of mint processes, and public reporting of corrective actions. 140th. How are minting dies protected and securely stored between uses? Minting dies are securely stored in locked, humidity-controlled containers, accessible only via multi-party community custodianship, with clear chain of custody documentation. 141. What protocols ensure the accuracy of public scales used for trading? Scales are calibrated daily, audited monthly, and verified quarterly by independent community inspectors using standardized reference weights to guarantee consistent accuracy. 142. How do communities handle large international settlements securely? Large international settlements use digital tokenized certificates backed by vaulted metal reserves, verified via blockchain and audited by independent third-party authorities. 143. How are ledger backups secured against natural disasters or sabotage? Ledger backups use geographically dispersed encrypted storage, regularly updated physical duplicates, and verified multi-site redundancy plans to safeguard against loss. 144. What contingency measures exist if minting equipment fails during peak demand? Backup equipment, portable forges, pre-minted strategic reserves, and trained backup sovereign minters ensure continuity of minting during unexpected equipment failures. 145. How is counterfeit detection training provided to market participants? Community workshops, demonstrations, visual guides, and hands-on training sessions on identifying counterfeits are regularly provided to market traders and custodians. 146. How do communities handle metal contamination or impurities discovered mid-production? Immediate halting of production, batch isolation, comprehensive impurity analysis, public disclosure of findings, and systematic remelting under strict purity verification are mandated. 147. What defines the standard purity levels required for minted tri-metal coins? Gold and silver coins must achieve a minimum purity of 0.999, 99.9%, and copper coins must match at least 0.999 purity to maintain consistent market confidence. 148. What community procedures handle theft or fraud involving custodial vault personnel? Immediate personnel suspension, transparent investigative audits, mandatory restitution, public hearings, and revised community oversight protocols are implemented immediately. 149th. How frequently are minted coin dimensions verified for compliance? Coin dimensions undergo random checks daily, comprehensive measurements monthly, and formal compliance audits quarterly to ensure adherence to defined standards. 150th. What methods ensure vault humidity and environmental control to protect metal reserves? Vaults maintain climate control systems, humidity sensors, corrosion-resistant storage containers, routine environmental audits, and independent third-party inspections. 151. How do communities manage secure communications about vault transfers and audits? Secure communications are conducted via encrypted, decentralized messaging platforms using multi-signature approval processes and clearly documented chain of custody records. 152. What storage standards prevent degradation of coin quality over time? Coins are stored in corrosion-resistant, climate-stabilized containers, regularly inspected and systematically rotated to preserve metal quality and prevent environmental degradation. 153. How are digital transactions reconciled against physical metal holdings? Routine reconciliation occurs weekly via decentralized digital ledgers, monthly through physical audits, and quarterly through comprehensive third-party reviews to maintain consistency. 154. What are the required fire safety protocols for minting facilities? Minting facilities must maintain fire-resistant construction, accessible fire extinguishers, clear evacuation plans, regular drills, and trained safety personnel available on site. 155. How do communities securely retire worn-out minting dies? Worn minting dies are securely destroyed or defaced in public ceremonies with documented witnesses, preventing unauthorized reuse or replication. 156. Can communities lease minting equipment to smaller regions temporarily? Yes, communities can lease or loan portable minting equipment, providing documented contracts, clear custodial transfers, verified training, and transparent public oversight. 157. How are minting errors reported and corrected publicly? Minting errors require immediate public reporting, documented ledger adjustments, recall or remelting of defective batches, and transparent corrective action procedures. 158. What logistical plans ensure continuous coin circulation during transportation disruptions? Strategic coin reserves held locally, secure tokenized digital certificates, and community barter arrangements ensure continuous monetary circulation even amid transportation disruptions. 159. What minimum vault security specifications must decentralized banks meet? Minimum specifications include reinforced vault doors, tamper-proof locks, dual custody entry, real-time monitoring, and mandatory security reviews by community-appointed inspectors. 160th. How are metal-backed tokens securely redeemed for physical metals in practice? Tokens are redeemed through transparent community protocols requiring physical verification, dual-party witness signatures, recorded digital ledger updates, and independent audits of redemption activities. 161. What redundancy measures protect minting from long-term power outages? Minting facilities use manual hand-operated forges, solar-powered backup systems, battery storage solutions, and emergency fuel supplies to maintain operations during extended outages. 162nd. How frequently are coin molds replaced to ensure precision and clarity? Coin molds undergo detailed inspection after every 500 castings and are replaced immediately if signs of wear, distortion, or loss of detail are detected. 163rd. What measures ensure secure digital ledger access and protection? Ledger access employs multi-factor authentication, cryptographic signatures, role-based permissions, and regular independent cybersecurity audits to ensure protection against unauthorized access. 164. How do decentralized vaults track and verify coin shipments? Coin shipments are tracked using serialized tagging, tamper-evident packaging, blockchain ledger verification, community witness logs, and immediate digital receipt upon arrival. 165. What happens to ledger data if decentralized ledger nodes go offline? Redundant distributed nodes automatically synchronize upon reconnection. Offline nodes trigger immediate manual audits and temporary ledger backups to maintain data continuity. 166. What training procedures are required for minting apprentices? Minting apprentices undergo structured, hands-on instruction, quarterly proficiency testing, supervised practical sessions, and community-certified verification before assuming independent duties. 167. How do communities address ledger discrepancies or irregularities? Ledger discrepancies trigger immediate public reporting, independent audits, community jury investigation, corrective entries, and procedural improvements to restore transparency and accuracy. 168th. What security protocols protect physical vault keys and access credentials? Vault keys and credentials require multi-signature approvals, biometric verification, secure offline storage, periodic rotation, and real-time access logging reviewed by community custodians. 169th. How frequently are minted coins randomly audited for quality assurance? Random coin audits occur weekly for market samples, monthly for vault reserves, and quarterly for entire mint batches to ensure continual quality compliance. 170th. What steps are taken to securely decommission outdated ledger hardware? Ledger hardware undergoes secure data wiping, physical destruction, witness disposal protocols, and detailed public documentation of the decommissioning process. 171st. How are transaction confirmations distributed across decentralized ledgers? Transaction confirmations distribute instantly across multiple independent ledger nodes with periodic cross-validation to ensure complete synchronization and accuracy. 172nd. What protocol ensures integrity during emergency metal reserve withdrawals? Emergency withdrawals require documented community approval, dual-party custody transfer, public ledger entries, real-time verification, and immediate community notification. 173rd. How are minting temperature variations controlled for metal purity? Minting furnaces employ precision thermometers, automated temperature controls, manual cross-checks, and regular calibration against verified standards for consistent purity. 174. How do decentralized banks validate physical metal backing for tokens? Banks validate backing through quarterly independent physical audits, continuous ledger verification, random reserve sampling, and transparent community witness protocols. 175th. What contingency exists for digital system tampering or cyber attacks? Immediate ledger freezing, secure offline backups, forensic cybersecurity analysis, community-led incident reviews, and redundant manual reconciliation protocols provide comprehensive safeguards. 176. How is vault humidity controlled to prevent metal degradation? Vaults employ climate control systems, moisture-absorbing materials, regular environmental audits, humidity sensors, and real-time environmental monitoring to protect metal quality. 177. What protocols exist for safely melting and recasting damaged coins? Damaged coins are melted under supervised community procedures, tested for purity, fluxed to remove impurities, and recast under documented transparency to ensure integrity. 178. How do communities securely document custodial vault transfers? Custodial transfers utilize witnessed physical handover, multi-signature ledger documentation, serialized inventory receipts, and immediate public transparency. 179. How often are physical vault locations audited for security vulnerabilities? Physical vaults undergo security vulnerability assessments, monthly, comprehensive audits quarterly, and immediate inspections following security incidents or suspicious activity reports. 180. How are minting dies authenticated and protected against unauthorized use? Minting dies carry unique serialized identifiers, secure custodial documentation, dual-person access controls, secure storage conditions, and periodic authentication audits to prevent unauthorized use. 181. How are minting crucibles maintained to ensure metal purity? Crucibles undergo regular inspections, thorough cleaning after each batch, preheating protocols to remove contaminants, and periodic replacement after predetermined usage cycles. 182. What digital encryption standards protect decentralized ledger transactions? Ledgers utilize advanced encryption standards, AES-256, SHA-256 hashing, elliptic curve cryptography, ECC, and secure multi-signature algorithms for comprehensive data protection. 183rd. How frequently are community-led minting audits performed? Community-led minting audits occur monthly, with immediate spot audits triggered by anomalies and detailed comprehensive audits conducted quarterly for ongoing transparency. 184. What are the verification steps during metal-backed token redemption? Token redemption involves validating token authenticity via blockchain verification, physical metal reserve audits, dual-party signatures, and transparent ledger reconciliation. 185. How do communities manage the secure transport of precious metal scrap? Scrap metal transportation follows secure custody protocols, documented route verification, tamper-proof packaging, witnessed loading, unloading, and immediate ledger updates. 186. How are minting temperature deviations detected and corrected in real time? Automated sensors detect temperature deviations, triggering immediate manual checks, furnace adjustments, and detailed quality verification before coin pours resume. 187. What measures safeguard minted coins during temporary storage? Temporary coin storage utilizes locked, fire-resistant safes, monitored access logs, secure temporary vaults, and detailed inventory tracking until coins reach permanent custody. 188. How are expired or damaged ledger certificates securely destroyed? Expired certificates undergo secure digital erasure, physical shredding, if printed, witnessed destruction protocols, and ledger entries documenting their disposal publicly. 189. What procedures ensure accurate ledger reconciliation between communities? Cross-community ledger reconciliations occur monthly via coordinated audits, digital synchronization protocols, mutual ledger confirmations, and joint community reviews. 190. How do decentralized banks handle secure customer identity verification? Customer identity verification employs decentralized, encrypted identification methods, opt-in biometric verification, multi-factor authentication, and community-controlled oversight. 191. How frequently are community sovereign certifications reviewed? Sovereign certifications require annual renewal through practical proficiency tests, community reviews, public re-certification ceremonies, and ledger-recorded outcomes. 192. What backup procedures exist for critical minting documentation and manuals? Critical documents and manuals have redundant digital backups, secure offline storage copies, geographically dispersed duplicates, and regular integrity checks. 193. How are vault custodians trained in emergency response protocols? Vault custodians undergo mandatory quarterly emergency drills, detailed response training, scenario-based exercises, and community-approved preparedness assessments. 194. What logistical planning occurs before initiating large minting projects? Large minting projects require comprehensive pre-planning, reserve validation, equipment verification, community approval, workforce scheduling, and documented readiness audits. 195. How do communities prevent unauthorized digital token creation? Unauthorized token creation is prevented via cryptographic authentication, secure token issuance controls, routine blockchain audits, and transparent community verification. 196. What protocol secures metal-backed tokens during transportation between vaults? Token transport employs encrypted digital verification, secure mobile devices, dual-party custody, route monitoring, immediate ledger updates, and community witness verification. 197. How often are backup forging tools tested for operational readiness? Backup forging tools undergo monthly operational tests, quarterly full-scale trials, regular maintenance schedules, and recorded verification in community logs. 198. How do minting facilities handle contaminated metal detection? Immediate quarantine of contaminated batches, comprehensive purity analysis, public disclosure of findings, remelting procedures, and detailed ledger documentation. 199. What contingency exists for unauthorized vault entry attempts? Unauthorized entry attempts trigger immediate security lockdowns, alarm systems, community security response, detailed incident documentation, and public notifications. 200. How frequently is minting equipment calibrated to maintain standards? Minting equipment undergoes weekly calibration checks, monthly detailed calibration audits, and immediate recalibration after equipment repairs or unusual operational events. 201. What happens if a community mint accidentally issues more metal-backed tokens than it has physical metal? Immediate recall and transparent correction is mandated. Tokens must be promptly redeemed or reissued with full public disclosure and restoration of reserve integrity. 202. How should communities handle a rapid, unexpected influx of foreign tri-metal coins? Coins must be promptly weighed, verified for purity, and integrated into local reserves or re-minted if necessary, ensuring consistent monetary stability and transparency. 203. What if a minting facility is suddenly lost due to natural disaster or sabotage? Community contingency plans immediately activate backup equipment, emergency sovereign minters, strategic metal reserves, and transparent ledger restoration to maintain economic continuity. 204. How would communities handle a major security breach affecting digital ledgers? Instant ledger lockdown, transparent public reporting, forensic investigation, manual ledger reconciliation, and redundant data restoration ensure systemic trust and operational recovery. 205. What if newly minted coins are discovered with subtle yet widespread purity issues after distribution? Initiate immediate recall protocols, public transparency about the issue, independent purity analysis, remelting of defective coins, and corrective minting practices. 206. How should communities address situations where tokenized metals cannot be physically redeemed promptly due to logistical constraints? Transparent issuance of temporary certificates redeemable at earliest opportunity, publicly documented custody arrangements, and clear timelines for metal redemption preserve trust. 207. What protocols apply if decentralized banks become overly centralized due to mergers or acquisitions? Community governance structures must enforce strict decentralization rules, mandate asset divestment, restructure banks, and restore local community oversight transparently. 208. What is the procedure if minting errors remain unnoticed until months or years later? Public disclosure, transparent ledger entries to document past errors, independent audits of remaining coins, and remediation through publicly verified reminting processes. 209. How do communities respond if key sovereign minters unexpectedly resign or become incapacitated? Activate immediate backup sovereign minters, provide rapid certification training for replacements, document transition transparently, and reinforce redundancy in personnel planning. 210th. How should communities handle disputes regarding coin purity or authenticity between trading parties? Immediate weighing and purity testing by neutral third-party community custodians, public disclosure of results, binding community arbitration, and transparent ledger updates. 211. What if large-scale token fraud or duplication attempts are discovered across multiple decentralized ledgers? Implement immediate ledger freezing, cross-community forensic analysis, public reporting, secure token reissuance, and reinforced security protocols across all ledgers. 212. How should the community proceed if critical ledger records are permanently lost due to sabotage or disaster? Immediately use redundant physical and digital ledger backups, conduct comprehensive audits, reconstruct records transparently, and strengthen redundancy safeguards. 213. What if metal purity standards evolve, rendering previously minted coins slightly outdated in terms of alloy composition? Older coins remain valid but must be transparently documented, gradually reminted or exchanged, and clearly differentiated to maintain full market transparency and trust. 214. How can communities recover from systematic physical theft of metal reserves? Activate community-backed insurance pools, publicly document the theft, conduct thorough investigations, restore reserves transparently, and strengthen vault security measures. 215. What protocols apply if vault custodians discover gradual, unnoticed corrosion or damage affecting stored metal? Immediate public disclosure, comprehensive purity audits, prioritized remelting of affected metals, environmental remediation in vaults, and strengthened ongoing storage standards. 216. How should communities handle intentional attempts by powerful actors to manipulate metal market prices? Enforce transparent local valuation standards, publicly document and isolate manipulative activities, use decentralized governance to uphold fair market values, and educate communities. 217. What actions are required if a significant flaw or security vulnerability is discovered in blockchain-based ledgers? Instant public notification, transparent security patch deployment, independent code audits, ledger updates, manual ledger reconciliation, and reinforced digital security practices. 218. How do communities manage unexpected metal supply shortages due to geopolitical disruptions? Utilize strategic community reserves, temporary fractional metal-backed token issuance, transparent barter arrangements, and clear public communication about ongoing measures. 219th. What happens if a key minting facility operator deliberately compromises coin integrity for personal gain? Immediate suspension, public disclosure, thorough community-led investigation, restitution from responsible parties, comprehensive minting audit, and reinforced governance oversight. 220th. How should communities address scenarios where physical metal vault access is temporarily blocked by unforeseen circumstances? Transparent public notification, digital verification via ledger, issuance of temporary certificates backed by verifiable reserves, and immediate restoration of physical access through community governance. 221. How should a community respond if a neighboring region refuses to accept verified metal tokens? Engage in diplomatic discussions, transparently demonstrate token backing, offer third-party audits, and establish clear agreements to restore inter-community trust. 222. What happens if a mint's physical location becomes politically contested territory? Immediate relocation of minting equipment and metal reserves to secure, undisputed community-controlled areas with transparent documentation of all custody changes. 223. How would the community handle a scenario where sovereign minters are suspected of subtle, long-term weight tampering? Conduct immediate independent audits, initiate public hearings, reweigh previously minted coins, document all findings openly, and reinforce minting oversight protocols. 224. What protocols apply if a significant portion of metal reserves becomes temporarily inaccessible due to environmental hazards? Public notification. Activate reserve diversification. Temporarily issue verified digital certificates redeemable post-crisis, and rapidly recover reserves under community supervision. 225. How should communities deal with a critical shortage of minting apprentices or qualified personnel? Rapidly establish accelerated training programs, incentivize apprenticeship participation, temporarily loan certified sovereign minters from allied communities, and transparently manage skill gaps. 226. What is the procedure if metal-backed digital tokens experience systemic redemption delays due to digital infrastructure failures? Immediate activation of offline physical ledger protocols, transparent community notification, manual redemption processes, and swift digital infrastructure restoration efforts. 227. How do communities manage accidental contamination of metal reserves with trace radioactive or toxic elements? Immediate public notification. Isolate contaminated reserves, initiate specialized purification processes, document detailed audit trails, and strictly reinforce storage guidelines. 228. How would communities address sudden regulatory hostility or attempts to outlaw local minting activities? Peaceful community advocacy, clear public communication, legal challenges emphasizing monetary sovereignty rights, and strengthened decentralized governance frameworks. 229. What actions are required if a substantial counterfeit token issuance occurs from a compromised ledger node? Rapid node isolation, public notification, forensic blockchain analysis, invalidation of compromised tokens, issuance of secure replacement tokens, and reinforced ledger security. 230th. How would communities handle an influx of foreign coins discovered to contain intentional hidden alloy impurities? Immediate isolation and testing of coins, public disclosure of contamination, rejection of compromised coinage, diplomatic communication, and strengthened international verification protocols. 231. What steps are taken if a sovereign loses critical minting keys or access credentials permanently? Activate redundancy measures, transparent reissuing of new credentials, detailed public ledger documentation, and reinforced credential management procedures. 232. How should communities respond to prolonged periods of extremely low copper availability? Activate strategic copper reserves, encourage fractional silver tokens for minor transactions, transparent community communication, and accelerated diversification of metal sourcing. 233rd. What protocol applies if multiple decentralized ledgers simultaneously diverge due to synchronization errors? Initiate immediate manual reconciliation audits, temporarily freeze ledger updates, transparent community-led synchronization, and deployment of verified restoration patches. 234. How should communities handle severe discrepancies between digital and physical metal records discovered after extended periods? Conduct comprehensive audits, document discrepancies publicly, reconcile all records manually, restore parity transparently, and strengthen dual record management practices. 235. What if widespread rumors trigger mass withdrawals of metal-backed tokens, overwhelming physical redemption capacities? Implement transparent, temporary redemption scheduling, publicly reinforce reserve verification, facilitate community dialogue, and swiftly enhance redemption processes. 236. How do communities manage unexpected depletion of metal reserves due to prolonged economic hardship? Openly disclose reserve status, issue transparent fractional tokens backed by future mining production or community assets, initiate emergency minting measures, and restore reserves methodically. 237. How should communities address significant, unanticipated damage to minting dies impacting large batches of coinage? Halt minting immediately. Recall and remelt affected coin batches, publicly document remediation efforts, rapidly produce replacement dies, and verify coin integrity transparently. 238. What actions are required if critical blockchain nodes become centralized unintentionally due to node closures or outages? Promptly establish new community-run decentralized nodes, redistribute ledger data, document re-decentralization efforts transparently, and implement measures preventing future centralization. 239. How do communities handle a significant but unintended shortfall in metal reserve audits discovered retroactively? Immediate public disclosure, detailed independent audits, documented corrective actions, restitution to affected holders, and comprehensive strengthening of reserve management protocols. 240. What happens if tokenized metal values diverge significantly from physical market metal prices unexpectedly? Open public forums to realign token values, transparently adjust token pricing through community-led consensus, document all changes clearly, and reinforce token-to-metal valuation safeguards. 241. What protocols apply if multiple sovereign minters independently issue conflicting purity certifications? Immediately conduct independent audits, publicly document findings, reconcile conflicts transparently through community arbitration, and reinforce unified minting standards. 242. How should communities react if previously trusted metal sources are found to have systematically provided inferior quality metals? Issue immediate public disclosure, recall and remelt affected coinage, conduct comprehensive purity audits, hold suppliers accountable, and institute rigorous supplier re-verification protocols. 243rd. What actions are necessary if decentralized digital ledger nodes experience systematic targeted cyber attacks? Implement immediate digital lockdown procedures, publicly report incidents, activate secure offline ledger backups, deploy enhanced cybersecurity measures, and conduct forensic investigations. 244. How do communities respond if a single decentralized vault accumulates excessive control over metal reserves unintentionally. Initiate public transparency disclosures, mandate immediate redistribution to other vaults, implement stricter community oversight, and enforce reserve decentralization guidelines. 245th. What contingency exists if the primary community mint is incapacitated by a severe infrastructural failure? Activate secondary community minting facilities, rapidly deploy backup minting resources, transparently manage transitional minting activities, and restore primary facility swiftly. 246. How should communities address simultaneous claims of ownership on stored metals due to ledger discrepancies? Engage independent community juries, perform transparent ledger reconciliation, document impartial resolution outcomes publicly, and strengthen ledger accuracy controls. 247. What if the community vault unexpectedly reaches maximum storage capacity for metals? Quickly activate additional secure vault facilities, redistribute reserves transparently, publicly document transfer processes, and enhance ongoing capacity planning measures. 248. How do communities manage persistent discrepancies between manual coin weighing and digital ledger records? Perform immediate comprehensive audits, issue transparent ledger corrections, publicly reconcile all records, strengthen dual verification protocols, and provide community education. 249. What protocols are enacted if accidental mixing of different metal types occurs during minting? Immediately isolate and reprocess affected metals, publicly document corrective actions, conduct comprehensive purity verification, and reinforce segregation procedures. 250th. How should communities address prolonged denial of service attacks on token verification systems? Activate redundant verification nodes, transparent public communication, implement heightened digital security protocols, and utilize manual verification processes as temporary backups. 251. What actions should be taken if counterfeit coinage becomes widespread and indistinguishable visually from genuine coins? Conduct immediate comprehensive testing of all circulating coinage, issue public alerts, systematically recall suspicious coins, remelt affected batches, and implement enhanced mintmark security features. 252. How do communities handle situations where coins inadvertently circulate without proper ledger documentation? Initiate immediate public disclosure, recall undocumented coins for reminting or verification, transparently update ledgers, and reinforce stringent ledger entry procedures. 253. What protocols apply if metal contamination occurs during transport to decentralized vaults? Immediately isolate and quarantine affected shipments, transparently document contamination events, conduct thorough purification processes, and reinforce secure transport procedures. 254. How should communities manage scenarios where trusted custodians lose critical digital ledger keys permanently? Activate pre-established redundant ledger keys, transparently document custodial changes, publicly communicate key restoration procedures, and enhance secure credential storage. 255. What actions are required if decentralized vault custodians systematically refuse independent audits? Publicly disclose audit refusals, temporarily suspend custodial authority, mandate transparent community audits, restore compliance protocols, and reinforce oversight standards. 256. How do communities respond to the emergence of advanced coin counterfeiting technologies? Upgrade immediately to advanced detection equipment, provide public education programs, enhance coin security features, and publicly document countermeasure implementations. 257. What if token redemption delays result from sustained transportation infrastructure collapse? Activate transparent interim token validity extension, provide community documentation, facilitate alternative redemption logistics, and publicly maintain detailed redemption schedules. 258. How should communities react if minting processes inadvertently create substantial environmental pollution? Immediately halt production, publicly document pollution events, implement rigorous remediation efforts, adopt sustainable minting protocols, and transparently communicate corrective measures. 259. What contingency plans exist if decentralized banks face simultaneous coordinated attempts at unauthorized metal withdrawals? Implement emergency withdrawal freeze protocols, publicly communicate events transparently, conduct thorough community audits, restore security measures promptly, and strengthen custodial policies. 260th. How should communities address unexpected rapid deterioration of minted coinage due to alloy miscalculations? Immediately recall affected coins, publicly document alloy errors, remelt and remint verified replacements, and institute enhanced alloy calculation verification procedures. 261. How should communities respond if sovereign minters systematically underreport coin production in ledgers? Immediate suspension and public review, comprehensive independent audits, documented reconciliation, public hearings, restitution, and strengthened ledger transparency controls. 262. What steps must be taken if a community's strategic metal reserve becomes severely depleted due to prolonged demand spikes? Activate transparent public communications, issue temporary fractional token certificates, initiate emergency metal sourcing protocols, prioritize essential transactions, and systematically restore reserves. 263. How would communities manage a situation where coins become consistently damaged during local distribution processes? Immediately halt distribution, conduct thorough process review, introduce protective packaging solutions, publicly document corrective actions, and implement enhanced handling standards. 264. What protocols apply if severe inflation of local token valuation occurs relative to physical metal holdings due to speculative activity? Implement transparent public discussions, immediate realignment of token valuations, mandatory redemption processes, strengthened valuation protocols, and reinforced community oversight. 265th. How do communities address unauthorized foreign token influx, intentionally destabilizing local metal-backed currency systems? Promptly authenticate and publicly document tokens, reject unauthorized or unverified tokens, communicate diplomatically, reinforce token import controls, and maintain vigilant verification processes. 266. What contingency exists if decentralized bank ledger reconciliation reveals persistent, small-scale metal losses? Perform detailed physical and digital audits, transparently report findings, immediately adjust ledgers, strengthen security procedures, and enhance inventory management protocols. 267. How would communities handle systematic underweight coinage distributed widely before detection? Initiate immediate recalls, document transparent ledger adjustments, remelt and reissue verified coinage, publicly communicate remediation plans, and strengthen coin weight verification measures. 268. What actions should be taken if decentralized ledger synchronization errors significantly impact transactional accuracy. Pause affected ledger nodes, publicly disclose synchronization issues, perform manual reconciliation, transparently restore synchronization, and implement robust error-checking mechanisms. 269. How should communities respond if essential minting supplies, fire clay, graphite, crucibles, face sustained shortages? Activate strategic reserve supplies, rapidly source alternative materials, transparently document process adaptations, engage in community resource sharing, and restore stable supply chains. 270th. What protocols apply if decentralized custodians refuse transparent record-keeping practices? Immediate custodian removal, initiate public investigation, conduct comprehensive audits, mandate full transparency compliance, restore accountability, and reinforce custodial oversight. 271. How do communities address fraudulent metal purity certifications from previously trusted verification agencies? Publicly disclose fraudulent certifications, initiate immediate retesting and audits, suspend agency certification privileges, enforce stringent new verification standards, and document corrective measures. 272nd. What happens if a systematic ledger vulnerability is exploited to create seemingly valid yet unauthorized token transfers? Immediate ledger freeze, transparent public notification, forensic analysis, invalidation of unauthorized transfers, ledger reconciliation, and reinforced digital security measures. 273rd. How should communities manage widespread metal contamination identified in circulation months after minting? Initiate immediate public recall, comprehensively audit circulation, systematically remelt contaminated coins, transparently document corrective actions, and implement enhanced minting quality controls. 274. What actions are necessary if vault access becomes impossible due to prolonged physical security threats? Publicly document vault inaccessibility, activate digital token certificates, establish alternative secure storage, implement community security response, and rapidly restore vault access. 275. How should communities handle prolonged communication disruptions affecting decentralized ledger synchronization? Temporarily activate offline manual ledger protocols, transparently document all transactions, prioritize communication restoration, reconcile digital ledgers upon reconnection, and enhance redundancy. 276. What measures apply if external entities attempt mass redemption of metal reserves to destabilize local economies intentionally? Publicly communicate redemption processes, implement transparent redemption schedules, utilize strategic reserves, negotiate diplomatic resolutions, and maintain community trust through transparency. 277. How do communities address systematic manual weighing errors discovered post-minting? Issue immediate recall for verification, transparently document errors, remint verified coinage, adjust ledger records publicly, and reinforce weighing accuracy protocols. 278. What happens if metal-backed tokens significantly diverge in valuation across different communities due to inconsistent ledger practices? Initiate transparent inter-community dialogue, standardize ledger valuation protocols, realign token valuations collectively, document reconciliation procedures, and strengthen cross-community coordination. 279. What contingency exists if sovereign minters are found intentionally manipulating mintmark identifiers for fraudulent purposes. Immediate suspension and investigation, public disclosure of findings, recall fraudulent coins, comprehensive audit, legal restitution, and reinforced mint mark authentication procedures. 280th. How would communities handle a systematic collapse of trust due to persistent minting irregularities and discrepancies? Initiate transparent public forums, perform comprehensive community audits, enforce immediate accountability measures, publicly communicate corrective actions, and systematically restore trust. 281. How should communities manage the scenario of a previously certified sovereign consistently failing quality audits? Immediately suspend sovereign duties, publicly disclose audit results, retrain or replace the sovereign, conduct comprehensive re-audits, and reinforce ongoing certification standards. 282. What if significant ledger discrepancies appear only under certain rare transaction conditions? Conduct immediate forensic audits. Transparently document anomalies, correct all ledger entries, implement ledger patches, and introduce advanced anomaly detection protocols. 283. How would communities respond to persistent vault access attempts by unauthorized parties using sophisticated methods? Activate enhanced physical and digital security protocols. Publicize security incidents transparently, engage community-supported defense, reinforce vault infrastructure, and increase security audits. 284. What actions should communities take if strategic metal reserve documentation is permanently lost due to catastrophic events? Conduct immediate physical reserve audits, transparently reconstruct reserve records using community testimonies, establish new documentation standards, and implement redundant documentation practices. 285. How do communities handle systematic metal purity, misreporting by external metal suppliers discovered after extended coin circulation? Immediately disclose misreporting, recall affected coinage, publicly document remediation, seek supplier restitution, and enforce stringent new supplier verification processes. 286. What steps are required if decentralized minting facility maintenance logs are found to have been falsified over time? Perform comprehensive inspections, transparently document findings, revalidate equipment integrity, publicly disclose remediation efforts, and reinforce documentation accountability. 287. What if multiple decentralized vaults simultaneously experience coordinated physical security threats? Immediately initiate emergency lockdowns, publicly communicate threats transparently, engage decentralized community security responses, reinforce vault defenses, and conduct comprehensive reviews. 288. How should communities address widespread skepticism or distrust of newly issued metal-backed tokens? Provide immediate transparency with independent reserve audits, offer public demonstrations of metal backing, hold open community forums, and reinforce token verification protocols. 289. What happens if metal testing equipment provides consistently inaccurate purity readings undetected for months? Initiate immediate retesting of all minted coinage, publicly disclose inaccuracies, recall and remelt compromised batches, recalibrate or replace testing equipment, and document corrective actions. 290. How do communities respond to a sudden massive influx of damaged or unusable coins into circulation? Activate transparent recall and redemption processes, remelt affected coins, publicly document corrective measures, identify root causes, and reinforce distribution procedures. 291. What contingency measures exist if minting records and token issuance ledgers diverge substantially due to prolonged errors? Conduct comprehensive manual reconciliation audits. Transparently document corrections. Publicly communicate reconciliation efforts. Reinforce ledger synchronization practices, and introduce improved controls. 292. How would communities handle systematic attempts at maliciously manipulating digital token valuation through coordinated ledger attacks? Freeze impacted ledger nodes, conduct transparent forensic investigations, publicly disclose manipulative activities, restore ledger integrity, and strengthen ledger security protocols. 293. What actions apply if custodial vault personnel unintentionally mix private and community-owned metal reserves? Immediately separate and audit all metal reserves, transparently document the incident, publicly disclose corrective measures, provide restitution if required, and strengthen custodial protocols. 294. How should communities react if severe metal market volatility temporarily disconnects physical coin valuations from market prices? Engage transparent public valuation discussions, temporarily stabilize local coin values through community consensus, maintain detailed ledger transparency, and promptly restore market alignment. 295. What happens if a critical metal reserve audit reveals systematic underestimation of vault holdings over multiple audit cycles? Immediately update and transparently correct ledger entries, publicly communicate revised reserve holdings, investigate audit process failures, and reinforce auditing accuracy measures. 296. How do communities address prolonged breakdowns of critical minting equipment due to unavailable replacement parts? Activate community resource-sharing protocols, rapidly source or fabricate parts, employ backup equipment, transparently document maintenance challenges, and implement strategic equipment redundancy. 297. What protocols exist if decentralized vault custodians report long-term unauthorized physical surveillance of vault facilities? Initiate immediate public disclosure, enhance vault security, activate community surveillance countermeasures, engage local security authorities transparently, and reinforce security training. 298. How should communities respond if sovereign minters unintentionally release coinage with outdated or incorrect mint mark identifiers? Recall affected coinage immediately, document mint mark errors publicly, remelt or restamp coins as necessary, communicate transparently, and enhance mint mark verification procedures. 299. What if digital token redemption systems fail systematically under peak demand conditions? Implement manual redemption procedures temporarily, transparently document redemption scheduling, upgrade digital systems, publicly communicate timelines, and reinforce system scalability. 300. How should communities manage accidental yet persistent digital ledger timestamp discrepancies affecting transaction records? Initiate detailed reconciliation audits, transparently correct ledger timestamps, publicly disclose and document anomalies, reinforce system synchronization, and implement rigorous timestamp verification. 301. Why does the Codex describe money as sacred? Money is sacred because it embodies human effort, creativity, and energy. When preserved honestly, it carries intention across generations, binding society with integrity and trust. 302. What does the Codex mean by economic sovereignty is spiritual sovereignty? Economic sovereignty empowers individuals and communities to live authentically, free from coercion, manipulation, or dependency, nurturing spiritual independence and personal dignity. 303. How does physical metal currency relate spiritually to the earth and humanity? Physical metal currency, derived directly from Earth, spiritually symbolizes the interconnectedness between nature's abundance, human labor, and the shared commitment to honesty and fairness. 304. What is the spiritual significance of rituals in minting practices? Rituals spiritually anchor minting in collective memory, intention, and ethical commitment, reinforcing the sacred nature of creating currency as an act of community and trust. 305. How does the Tri-Metal Standard reflect spiritual balance? The Tri-Metal Standard spiritually reflects balance through gold, legacy, stability, silver, practicality, community, and copper, daily life, accessibility, harmonizing different aspects of human existence. 306. What does the Codex teach about the spiritual dangers of unbacked currency? Unbacked currency spiritually represents dishonesty, illusion, and imbalance, leading societies toward greed, mistrust, and moral erosion, contrasting sharply with the spiritual integrity of true value. 307. Why does the Codex emphasize transparency as a spiritual principle? Transparency nurtures trust, accountability, and authentic relationships, spiritually reinforcing integrity within communities and ensuring economic actions reflect truthful intentions. 308. How does financial privacy align with spiritual integrity? Financial privacy spiritually respects personal autonomy and freedom, protecting individuals from external manipulation, enabling them to express their authentic selves economically. 309. What spiritual lessons does the Codex draw from historical economic collapses? Historical collapses spiritually teach humility, the importance of honesty, the fragility of trust, and the necessity of grounding economic systems in tangible, truthful value. 310. Why does the Codex encourage apprenticeship as a spiritual practice? Apprenticeship spiritually cultivates humility, responsibility, continuity, and respect for tradition, ensuring ethical stewardship passes through generations authentically. 311. How can adopting the Tri-Metal Codex lead to collective spiritual renewal? Adopting the Codex spiritually renews communities by restoring honesty, integrity, and meaningful connection to economic life, elevating collective purpose, resilience, and harmonious coexistence. 312. Why does the Codex view economic exchanges as spiritual interactions? Economic exchanges embody mutual respect and shared energy, spiritually reflecting relationships of trust, fairness, and integrity between individuals and communities. 313. How can the use of physical metals elevate community consciousness spiritually? Physical metals anchor transactions in tangible reality, spiritually grounding communities in authenticity, responsibility, and conscious stewardship of shared resources. 314. What spiritual symbolism does gold carry within the Tri-Metal Standard? Gold spiritually symbolizes permanence, divine authority, and legacy, reflecting enduring values and the timeless wisdom passed through generations. 315. What spiritual lesson does copper teach within daily transactions? Copper spiritually teaches humility and accessibility, symbolizing that even the smallest interactions can carry significant spiritual meaning, fostering community cohesion. 316. Why is decentralization spiritually aligned with human dignity in the Codex? Decentralization spiritually honors each individual's inherent worth and autonomy, ensuring that economic power and decisions remain aligned with collective wisdom and integrity. 317. What does the Codex imply spiritually about debt? Debt spiritually represents bondage and loss of autonomy. The Codex emphasizes freedom from debt as essential to spiritual liberation, dignity, and true community well-being. 318. How does community minting spiritually reinforce collective identity? Community minting spiritually unifies individuals through shared rituals and mutual commitment, deepening collective identity, pride, and communal responsibility. 319. Why does the Codex spiritually warn against monetary complexity? Complexity spiritually obscures truth and accountability, whereas simplicity aligns economic actions clearly with honest intent and transparent spiritual values. 320th. What spiritual benefits emerge from transparency in economic dealings? Transparency spiritually nurtures openness, honesty, and trust, leading to deeper community connections, reduced fear, and increased collective peace and harmony. 321. How does maintaining strategic metal reserves spiritually empower communities? Strategic reserves spiritually embody preparedness, resilience, and foresight, empowering communities with stability, self-reliance, and collective confidence during uncertainty. 322. Why is the Codex considered spiritually transformative for civilizations? The Codex spiritually transforms societies by realigning economic practices with fundamental truths, fostering collective moral growth, ethical renewal, and long-lasting societal harmony. 323rd. What spiritual message does the Codex convey regarding wealth accumulation? The Codex spiritually emphasizes that true wealth lies not in hoarding, but in responsible stewardship, meaningful circulation, and purposeful utilization benefiting the community. 324. How does honest currency spiritually influence personal integrity? Honest currency spiritually reinforces personal integrity by aligning individuals' actions with truth, fairness, and accountability in all financial interactions. 325. Why does the Codex see economic sovereignty as spiritually connected to personal freedom? Economic sovereignty spiritually safeguards individuals' freedom, allowing authentic expression without external coercion, thus nurturing inner peace and spiritual autonomy. 326. How does mutual trust spiritually transform economic relationships under the Codex? Mutual trust spiritually elevates economic relationships, transforming transactions into genuine expressions of mutual respect, compassion, and shared purpose. 327. Why does the Codex regard the act of minting as a spiritual responsibility? Minting is spiritually seen as an act of sacred creation, converting human labor and intent into lasting communal value, embodying responsibility and stewardship. 328. What is the spiritual significance of community-driven audits and oversight? Community audits spiritually represent collective vigilance, accountability, and commitment to truth, symbolizing unity and collective responsibility in safeguarding integrity. 329. How does economic decentralization spiritually reflect human interconnectedness? Decentralization spiritually acknowledges the inherent value of each person and community, honoring interconnectedness without dominance, reflecting true harmony and balance. 330. Why does the Codex spiritually caution against economic speculation? Speculation spiritually represents detachment from reality and truth, causing imbalance and exploitation. Genuine spiritual wealth arises from tangible, fair exchanges. 331. What spiritual symbolism does silver embody within the Tri-Metal standard? Silver spiritually symbolizes clarity, reflection, adaptability, and practical wisdom, guiding communities to harmonious and balanced economic interactions. 332. How do rituals associated with the Codex spiritually strengthen generational continuity? Rituals spiritually reinforce collective memory, wisdom transmission, and shared cultural identity, ensuring economic and ethical continuity across generations. 333. Why does the Codex spiritually emphasize that economic practices must respect human dignity? Economic practices spiritually aligned with human dignity reinforce respect for individual worth, nurturing trust, compassion, and genuine communal harmony.